Fight, 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 fight.
Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm recently showered in central Minnesota. Oh, my goodness. Well, that'll dry up in a few minutes. Just like the ladies. What's up, guys? How you doing? How you doing? For everyone who called me late, I absolutely was on time. Absolutely was on time. And you just can't win on the internet. Oh my gosh. What is it? See, I've got this hair that's like growing out a little bit, and I don't know what to do with it yet. Anyway, we're here. We're here for Darrell effing Brooks. That's right. We're here to witness the sentencing of Darrell Brooks. Actually, that's a little bit misleading because Darrell Brooks will probably not be sentenced today. He will probably be sentenced tomorrow. But we're here for it either way. We'll be here tomorrow as well. And I'm very happy about that. I hope you guys are too. All right. Here we go. I'm just getting everything set up. We may have some guests joining throughout the day. We will see. I've got to send out a couple more invites. My morning was almost completely ruined and I was almost unable to do this. So I've got to get a big shout out or give a big shout out to my brother-in-law for being able to make this happen. See, I was supposed to act as a chauffeur today. This was set up weeks ago before even the time of the Darrell Brooks sentencing hearing being scheduled. My sister-in-law was going to need a ride from a medical procedure. And so I was like, okay, yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be a big deal. Then they scheduled Darrell Brooks and I'm like, okay, it's kind of a bigger deal now. It's kind of a bigger deal. Can someone else do it? And it was kind of up in the air. And then just the other day, it was, oh yeah, don't worry, someone else can take care of this. And I was like, oh, awesome, perfect. Well, then today the doctors changed the schedule. Morning of, right? How they always do. And it's like, oh, thank you so much for doing that. So I wake up to a text this morning. I need you to do the driving. And I'm like, got a dilemma. Got a dilemma right now. But we got it all worked out. My brother-in-law was able to take over and do the driving because they knew I had a show, and it was very, very cool of them. So big ups for making that work. And I'm very happy to be here with you guys. And we have the Waukesha Parade Attack, Darrell Brooks. So couple housekeeping things. The actual trial stream is set to start at 8:30. I don't know that we're going to actually be starting until 9, but that's okay. We'll get there. Leet Noob says, hi, D-Gens. I'm a young dad attending night law school, here to griff my way towards a nice bottle of whiskey. So I designed a Darrell Brooks grounds-themed coffee mug. Check it out at trialdad.com. Well, there you go, trialdad.com. That'll do it. Right there. Go check that out if you're looking to get a coffee mug, a grounds themed coffee mug, and yeah, help a man grift his way towards whiskey, which I can support. Okay. What What was I doing? Oh, housekeeping stuff. Housekeeping stuff is, oh, yes. This trial stream is, of course, brought to you by Birch Gold, and we will do a Birch Gold ad in the middle of it. But I have a new affiliate sponsor that I'm very proud to announce. I'm so happy. I have a new affiliate sponsor sponsoring the links to all of my live stream appearances right now. It is Baldo. That's right. That's right. If you go to baldo.com/knows and use promo code knows, you can get your Baldo at 5% off. So they're sponsoring the show. Baldo.com/knows. Make sure you use promo code knows. And you know what? I've been talking with the CEO this morning, and there's potential for further and greater business relationships. I'm so happy about it. Oh, okay. All right. So we'll figure that out as we go. I'm a big proponent of the Baldo. Big proponent of it. I'm a huge fan. I thought it was a meme. It is not. If you want to hear more about it, I'm not gonna do a bunch of live streams about it in public because, you know, that's not really in the theme of the show that way. But there will be a full review of it coming very soon on rekietalaw.locals.com. rekietalaw.locals.com. If you are asking, oh, how's the user experience? How's this? If you were in Locals, you would already know many of these answers. But you guys are still, you're like, no, I'm just cool being on Rumble or whatever. I'm telling you, you are missing out. You are missing out on so much. Rekieta Law. All you have to do, rekietalaw.locals.com. Join up. I promise to make it the best $5 a month you'll ever spend. But anyway, that's one thing. Everything else is something else. All right, we are live over here. No audio yet. We'll get this pulled up. Here's this. Let me make sure I'm on the right audio source. Yep. Okay. Well, probably going to crank this up a little bit because court tends to have crap video or crap audio. And let me throw this thing up. Although I should say for much of the day, it'll probably be mostly you and me, chat. Mostly you and me. Legal Vices is covering another trial. Aussie is taking a nap. I don't know when he'll be up. Steve Gosney will be available a little bit later in the day. I've invited Kurt. I'm going to send the invite out to a couple more people. Let's see who we got here. Oh, my goodness. see. Let me send this to. Mm, 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 mm. Here we go. Pardon me for sending a couple of these links out. Okay. Whew. Links are sent. There we go. Whoa, a huge chat from Team Ruby says, is it too early for a shot? Spent the last 2 hours fixing a fence and searching the woods for our sheep that from storms last night in South Louisiana. Thank the Lord for border collies. She got them home. No, I suppose not. I suppose it's not too early for a shot. I'm not going to drink a ton on this stream because it's the middle of the day. In the morning, I guess. But we could do a little one. Can you get a Baldo in the shape of your nose? Well, as a meme, that might be funny, but as an actual product, I don't think it would work the way you'd want it to. Although I guess you could have your balls in the nostrils. That'd be weird. Yeah, so Brooks is fully cuffed. He's in his prison garb. We'll probably find out if he had the opportunity to appear in street clothes, but they no longer have to worry about prejudice in front of a jury for Darrell Brooks. He will, there's no jury present here. The jury's job is done. They could be in the gallery if they wanted to, but they are absolutely not, he's not entitled to anything. If you want to drink all day, you got to start early. That's true. Oh, wait, to Team Ruby, though. Cheers to you. Thank you, of course, for the big support. And I'm really glad that your border collie was able to get the sheep home. I woke up yesterday, I think it was, to a ton of snow. A ton of snow. And I'm not, well, not a ton. Any is a ton. Okay. I'm not a snow person. I may be white, but I'm not that white. I'm not the biggest fan of snow in Minnesota, but woke up to snow cover. It is gorgeous, I will say, but it is also foreboding and horrifying. It tells you of things to come. I'm not a big fan. Let's see. We've got I can Nihilus says, hail the nose that knows. Oh, here we go. We're good. We're going.
Wait until 8:30 to call the case.
You wait until 8:30. It's 8:29, Judge. Princess Leana says, hey, Rackets, you said there was something coming for the 5,000 locals members thing. Is that still in progress or did I somehow miss it? It's still in progress. It's a process that takes some time. Don't worry. All that is still on full in on that one. Let's see. Hold on. Answering an email here. What better time to answer emails than while you're on the show?
Court will call State of Wisconsin versus Darrell E. Brooks,
Wisconsin.
case number 21 CF 1848. May I have the appearance,
There's
please.
so much Wisconsin.
Good morning, Judge. Sue Upper, Leslie Basie, and Zach Wichow appearing for the state.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Like, didn't anyone come from somewhere
Good
else?
morning, Your Honor. My name is Darrell Brooks Jr.
Oh my God!
I'm here for this matter by special appearance. It is not my intention to bring any controversy to you, Your Honor, or your court today.
He said the
I'm
name.
wondering how I may settle this matter. Is there anyone here in the court that can give me a rendering of the account?
He's gonna act like he wasn't here the
Please.
entire
Appearance
time.
is Noted. The court will not be responding to that last question. We are here today to start the sentencing hearing in this case. This, of course, following your conviction on all counts, following the jury trial that concluded in late October. I will acknowledge, sir, there are
Yeah, I'll up the
number of
court volume
documents
bit.
you filed today. One is a motion for stay pending appeal. There are 2 ICFs that came in as well, both addressed to me. One related to court costs and fees, requesting a copy of the record at the court's expense. And then the other one also requesting a certified copy of the record, written and recorded.
Can you give me a
statement that you're waiving
rendering
all
of the
fees and
case?
court costs,
I wasn't here the whole time. My representative
and that you
was.
would be appearing by special appearance.
So
Court's
special
not gonna
appearance
take these up
is when
initially,
you
sir.
show up.
In order for a court to
Not in
consider
the
a motion for
capacity
stay
of a
pending
party.
appeal, the matter must be finally adjudicated, including the signing of a judgment of conviction. Once that is done, I will schedule the motion for stay pending appeal accordingly. That way the state can also have proper notice of that and be prepared to address that with
He's
the
not
court
going to win
in
his
terms of
motion
your
hearing for a
request
stay
to
pending
waive
appeal.
costs and
Spoiler
fees.
alert. He'll lose that one.
I will
Handily.
interpret your written ICFs as a request that at sentencing, I waive costs associated with these convictions to the extent that is allowable under the law. As far as the record is concerned, this court is not the custodian. As far as anything in the written record or the file, the clerk of court is the custodian. As far as the official transcripts of the proceedings, those will need to be prepared. And there are costs associated with that. And there is a form that you or a lawyer acting on your behalf would need to file in order for this court to consider that. So I'll take all of that under advisement, but will not be addressing that specifically other than what I have just noted. The other thing I want to take up preliminarily before I hear from individuals who are here to make statements is the letter that I sent to the parties yesterday. It does address one topic that I wanted to address at the beginning of the hearing today, and that is your request for individuals to speak at sentencing did not contain a request that they appear by Zoom. And I wanted to clarify that with you, sir. If you were requesting that they appear by Zoom and make their statements if they're not present in the courtroom on your behalf when the appropriate time comes.
Yes, I apologize for that, Your Honor. I didn't know that. Was it some type of step that I was supposed to include in that to make sure that they would appear by Zoom? I'm a little confused, so I apologize for
Sir,
that.
I don't know where any of these individuals live, whether they are local and can make it here or not. And I had anticipated that either of the parties, if there was a request for someone to appear by Zoom, that would be specifically made so that I could then take the appropriate steps. There is time. My intention would be that when the state has rested their portion of the sentencing hearing, all of their speakers have spoken and they have given their sentencing argument, that I would, depending on where it's at, probably take a break, start up the Zoom at that point, allow the individuals who wish to make a statement on your behalf to do so one at a time. But otherwise, I wasn't going to keep the Zoom up because the proceedings are being live streamed. Is that acceptable to you, sir?
In part, So I'm still a little confused on
We know.
how would I get the Zoom link to those who wish to speak on my behalf?
My understanding is your mom has contacted the clerk of court's office. I haven't addressed that in any way, but I would then give my staff permission to reach out to her. I believe she has left her phone number, and we could do that and provide that Zoom information to her. And I presume she would be able to get it to the individuals on your list. It's very important, though, that only those individuals appear on the Zoom. That's the only people I will approve, unless they're here in court, of course. And then the other parameters are that that individuals who are on the Zoom for that portion of the sentencing hearing keep their microphones off, their cameras off until they are making a statement, and they have to be identified with obviously the name that was provided by you, and only those individuals. What I don't want to see is, one person and then 10 people behind them. That's not what I approved. So do you understand that, sir?
I have a quick question about that.
I'm sure you have a bunch of
one
questions about
the,
everything.
People that wish to speak on my behalf would be the mother of my youngest daughter. And I'm not sure when exactly she'll be speaking. And it's a chance that she would actually have my daughter with her. With that,
How old is your daughter?
she's 8.
As long as the child remains quiet and doesn't interrupt, I will allow that one exception.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I will instruct Madam Clerk to let my other clerk know that the Zoom information can be released to your mom. There's a meeting ID and passcode, and that can be provided to the other individuals on the list. And I anticipate that that won't be until sometime this afternoon that we get to that portion of the sentencing hearing.
So if they have, because I know my grandmother would like to speak, and she's very elderly. So if she has any trouble like accessing it, will someone probably on my behalf be able to walk her through that? Or
Well, I assume she might need help with that, or someone will be available.
She's 80, so I don't think she's. Well, I know that she's not the most.
I trust they will have
savvy.
that all figured out, sir. So, all right. All right, then.
Rocket
Is
1897
there
says,
anything else?
Rackets,
the parties
after
wish
months
me
of
to address
disappointment,
preliminarily before I
my
turn
wife
to
and
the
I are
state?
finally
Yes,
expecting
Your
our
Honor,
first
I do have some
child.
preliminary matters, please.
Excited, of course, but nervous as well. Congrats,
the
Rocket!
filings that you just
Yes!
referenced from Mr. Brooks,
Have them
I
babies.
did not see those in the electronic queue this morning. Would it be possible for the state to get copies, please?
Yes, they, I believe, were hand delivered. Or Zach may be, my other clerk Zach may be doing that right now. We'll make sure, but Teresa can make copies for you as well.
Okay. I also wanted to ask a couple of housekeeping matters, Your Honor, as far as timing and scheduling. If we complete the hearing today, then I assume that eliminates the need for the hearing tomorrow. Is that correct? Or do you see a
Tomorrow.
version where we come back tomorrow no matter what?
Tomorrow.
You see a version where we come back tomorrow, no matter what. I want to be able to digest the statements from everyone and process them accordingly. There's going to be quite a few for both sides, and I think it's appropriate that I take the overnight to do that and come back tomorrow to render the sentence.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. The other question is we have the easel back in the courtroom. Some people did want to display some foam boards. If it meets the court's approval, we'll leave it at this location and then just pass up the exhibits, and Detective Reglin can display them if that's okay with the court.
Well, I'd certainly like Mr. Brooks to be able to see them as well. Mr. Brooks, are you able to see the easel from where you are? Otherwise, I could have it put in the witness stand too. And then Detective Reglin could just
Sure.
kind of facilitate that.
Sure, okay. That will work. And then other individuals have brought digital photographs that we'll be displaying. So we'll need your clerk's assistance with that. And again, we'll be using Ms. Gussie at the back table to accomplish that.
All right, thank you.
There we go.
All right, anything else
Okay.
from you, sir, before we start this morning?
Yeah, just really quick. Very quick reference to the ICFs. I did address a ICF to clerk of courts in regards to the record. So I did
A record.
I should have mentioned that when you was talking about it, but I
You should
did
have.
actually I addressed it to her personally.
By the way, if you're
shall
out there in
respond in due
Rumbletown,
course then.
pound that plusy, hit the plus button, please. Hit the thumbs up if you're on the app that
Anything
still
else?
has a thumbs up. I think that's Android.
Not at this
Very
time,
much
man.
appreciated. Helps
I
push
will
us up
note
the
that
leaderboard, get us on
here's
the front
yesterday
page so
some
people know where to find this.
restitution Information was filed. Was that hand delivered to Mr. Brooks? Attorney Opper? The restitution information, was that hand delivered to Mr. Brooks?
Yes. Everything we e-filed yesterday was provided to Mr. Brooks personally in the jail, Your Honor.
I object to that, Your Honor. There were a number of documents that I did not accept.
I'll have
And
Madam
mainly-
Clerk print them off. There is a restitution request from the Waukesha School District totaling, well, that's just one piece of it. Let me look at the letter again. There's a letter from the state and then a crime victim compensation request as well. The state will be requesting $47,193.29 to EMC Insurance Company on behalf of the School District of Waukesha, and additionally requesting $124,220.65 to crime victim compensation. That's the program through the Department of Justice. And supporting documentation, I believe, was also filed. Let me just look for that.
Well, can you say it again, Your Honor?
And we'll have it printed off.
It was delivered to him yesterday. Whether he accepted it or not, I don't know, but it's available to him in the jail, Your Honor.
All right,
This
understood.
guy is
All right,
going to
thank
I
sit
you.
don't
here.
have it.
He's going to
Just for the
pretend,
record.
Madam Clerk will
For the
print it off,
record,
and you'll have
I don't have it, Your Honor.
shortly.
I don't know if they
I don't even know.
where they put it after I didn't.
I mean,
And the reason
After
why
I didn't what?
want to state this for the record. The reason why I didn't is because I didn't know what it was.
it
When
doesn't matter
came-
if you know
when
what it
came to
is
my,
anymore, buddy. You're
cell, I
served.
was sleeping, so I was just like, whatever, I'm not getting it. So it wasn't like a exchange or anything like that. It was just like, hey, we got some mail. I'm just like, yeah, I'm not. And it was like, all right.
All right, that'll be noted for the record, but again, it is being provided to you this morning, and you'll be able to review that as you see fit. All right, then Attorney Opper, one last question from the court. Do you anticipate making your sentencing recommendation at the conclusion of all of the other statements being made?
Yes.
All right. With that, then, you may commence.
All right, thank you, Your Honor, and I appreciate that. I do intend to just make some very brief preliminary statements to the court and then commence with the individuals who are present and have asked to speak. I just want to state again for the record, we have organized the individuals who want to
I'll grab some super
provide
chats in a minute.
verbal statement to
as
the
well.
court into 3 or 4 groups. I think we're at 3, we're at 4. Okay, we're at 4 groups. We have the first group present in the courtroom, Your Honor, and along with their support persons and family members and things like that. We will go through the first group and then request that brief break to trade out the groups if that's agreeable to the court. I just want the court to be aware and state something that's maybe obvious, but maybe not.
Obvious.
The people that are speaking to this court
It's almost
are
like a
direct victims
Peter
of this
Griffin
crime. They were
line generator.
either charged individuals or representatives of the groups such as the Blazers or the bank or whatever. You're very familiar with these groups now after having gone through trial. These are people with a direct link to either someone that was hurt or injured or killed. That's who we're presenting to you today. Obviously, there could have been thousands of people that would want to share with this court their thoughts, impressions, and the impact that this crime had on them. We did not turn anyone away, but some individuals did contact our office and expressed a desire to contact the court or I'm sorry, to speak to the court,
Griffin.
we directed them to write the court a letter if they felt it was appropriate. I don't know if the court received any such written materials. We also provided some written impact statements on behalf of our charged victims. I know the court has those and has very likely reviewed those already. So I don't want to spend a lot of time with my thoughts and impressions right now, because I think what's really most important is for this court to hear from these families. And the reason I say that is, Judge, that at trial, we asked some cursory questions about the injuries that were received and the impact that these crimes had on the individuals that were directly involved, but we didn't spend a lot of time on that. And I think this court is really going to be astounded to hear
Calamities
the
News,
level of injury that many of these
same accent as me.
Many children suffered the impact, the life-changing impact it's had on them. So this will be different and new information than what we presented at trial. And I think it's very relevant and important for Your Honor to consider when you're deciding on a fair and appropriate sentence, and knowing the gravity of the crime, the seriousness of the situation, and the impact that it had on the community, to hear from these families directly as to what they went through. And again, this was touched on at trial as far as the physical injury versus the emotional injury and the trauma that has been suffered.
I want to see that guy's tie. I haven't seen it.
I think that will be important as well for this court to appreciate this defendant's conduct. We're past the guilty finding. He's been convicted. Now it's time to talk about what exactly his conduct did to our community and to these families. So these speakers are grouped, not necessarily within the groups as they march down the street, but there is some logic to, so we're not going to bounce all over the place is what I'm trying to say. We'll try and clump them together to make the most sense to the court. And with the court's permission, we have a set lineup. Of course, we may need to be a little bit fluid depending on somebody's emotional state or desire to speak when it's their appointed turn. There are some individuals that have said they're going to try and read their statement to the court, but they may not be able to get through it, in which case I believe Jen Dunn will step in and read the remainder of the statement for them.
So it sounds like Jen Dunn is probably a victim representative, victims' rights advocate.
Please confirm on the record that the state has complied with victim rights.
Yes, we will confirm that, Your Honor. Thank you.
And then please give the court a heads up when a juvenile is next.
Yes.
So that the cameras can take the appropriate steps as well.
Yes, absolutely. And for the record, we did provide a list to the cameramen from Court TV or individuals from Court TV, and we're trying to assist them in that regard as well. We want to thank them again for their high degree of concern TV. For obeying the court's order and their respect and intention to strictly adhere to maintaining the privacy rights of these victims. So they've been absolutely very professional in that regard, Your Honor.
Thank you. And then just lastly, because I would like to keep track, and obviously I will honor however they want.
Downlighting on her is terrible.
If you could also tell me which victim they relate to, if it's
she should have a little desk light shining up at her for this trial, since it's very important because she's on camera.
All right, then. I believe our first speaker would be Lori.
Oh, that is a terrible tie. Good Lord. It looks like an Argyle sock that he wrapped around his neck. Farman Tom says, Farman Tom is a YouTube channel, the only channel where you can see Bronca and Farron holding hands singing Shiny Happy People, and Rekieta Law's awkward interview with Helen Keller.
There we go. If it pleases the court, Your Honor, one of my staff will actually go let Court TV know when a minor is coming next.
Thank you. I would appreciate that.
All right. And are you going to say
Heroic Effort says, good morning. My grift is art.
This is for victim you.
My grift is art, and while I don't do streams yet, my plan is to build an interested audience so I can officially launch a career from my work.
Is the microphone on?
The best place to find me for weird and abstract art like this is at the Heroic Effort on Twitter.
To Darrell
Please follow me there.
Brooks Jr.
If you ever want to talk or games or anything, I'd love to come on
My
your show
name is
someday.
Lori
Thanks for
Locken.
5 years of great content, Rackets. Thank you.
I was walking with the Catholic community of Waukesha, my church family.
Uh-oh.
We were celebrating the joy of the season in preparation for the birth of Jesus when you made your decision to drive through the parade route. It truly amazes me that you deny your accountability for the damage and hurt that you have willfully caused. In the years ahead, I urge you to carefully consider the sorrow and grief of the Waukesha community and the world at large. Ponder the loss of lives within our families, the physical and emotional injuries that may never heal, and the sense of personal safety that you robbed from us. As for me, you never gave me a chance. I turned around and it was only seconds before you hit me square on. I clearly remember feeling the impact. The searing pain of that blow is as clear to me today as it was a year ago. Since then, I'm healing as best as I can from the physical injuries, but you took away my peace and my trust, something that I will never regain. My
That's the
prayer
real
for
horror
you
of
is
the
that
people
you
who
will
live.
find your salvation in the midst of this evil. I hope that you will repent for the heartache you have caused so many.
Just flips to a random page in
I
the Bible.
too pray that your own personal wounds that you have sustained through your life, which has created so many demons in you, will be healed through this action. Thank you.
It's that's one of the things that crimes like this really take away from people. They'll be walking for the rest of their life looking over their
Thank
shoulders.
the court for this opportunity. I am Bill Mitchell, formerly known as victim ZZ. To you, Mr. Brooks,
Ooh,
I'm
ZZ
charged
Top.
52. On November 21st, 2021, I was marching with the Catholic community of Waukesha and the Waukesha Christmas Parade. I was walking in the back and I noticed our banner was flying up because of the wind. So I went up to hold down the middle with so people could read it. I was joined by a priest who helped hold it down. We walked almost the entire joyful parade route when something caught my attention. I turned around and saw a headlight. And then I was hit. I didn't see the driver and I didn't see the type of vehicle. I flew over the hood and ended up on the ground with 8 broken ribs, bruised lung, fractured hand, finger, and my face was slashed open in several places, requiring stitches. Strangers and friends came to my aid as I lay bleeding in the street. I spent 3 nights in an ICU. Recovery was slow. My hand still has painful cramps that freeze in my fingers. But I know I was lucky. Others had a lot worse injuries and 6 died. The impact on my family was great. My wife was home recuperating from surgery when she received the call I was hurt badly and on the way to a hospital trauma center. Not able to drive yet, she had to wait for my son and his fiancée to pick her up and drive her to Oconomowoc. And after I was released, she had to do a 180 from patient to be my nurse and help me in even the most basic tasks. The stress had slowed her recovery. The continuing pain was a major factor on me giving up a part-time job I enjoyed. We had to rely on family and friends for transportation to doctors for follow-up care for months. Neighbors pitched in to do my yard work and snow removal. Youth from the neighborhood decorated the inside of our house for Christmas. This crime had a ripple effect throughout the community. I do want to take this opportunity to thank all of you for your diligence and sacrifice to be here. I tell people I was blessed because I didn't see the carnage that night. I just saw people helping me. But the jury and all of you had to watch the entire awful scene on videos and hear detailed reports of what happened. I'm sure that's going to stay with all of you. I wanted to thank the judge for her patience and knowledge, the police, Detective
Brooks
Tracy,
is going to need
for their thorough
Jesus.
investigation and quick
Because he's
arrest,
probably going to meet
the
Jesus
prosecution for
in
presenting
prison
such a
in
strong
Gen
case.
Pop.
A special thank you to Jen Dunn, Carrie, and the entire victims assistance team that informed, comforted, and listened to the many people impacted by this tragic event. Finally, I can't bring myself to thank the defendant, but the response to the evil act he did shined a spotlight on how strong, supportive, and loving community we live in. Many people and organizations stepped up to help me. Family, friends, neighbors, coworkers, first responders, Aurora, doctors, nurses, my church family, the Catholic community of Waukesha, Knights of Columbus, AOH, United for Waukesha Community Fund, Catholic Charities, and so many strangers offered support and prayers. The vast majority of people are good. That said, then there is Mr. Brooks. He is a unique individual who can have a clear conscience after running over kids like speed bumps and killing 6 people. I would suggest someone without a conscience. He doesn't ask for forgiveness. He doesn't admit to doing anything wrong. It is never his fault. When he slapped a woman, it was her fault because she made him mad. I believe if he made it home that night with the red SUV, he would have told his mom the damage wasn't his fault. He was in a hurry and people didn't get out of his way. Some crazy old fat gray hair guy body slammed his hood. I didn't watch all the trial, but the parts I saw showed Mr. Brooks had a lack of empathy for his victims or remorse for his actions. The only regrets he seemed to have is that he was caught and the impact on his own life. Free, he would probably not drive through another parade, but chances are someone so self-centered as Mr. Brooks will hurt other people again. The only life he seems to value is his own. I don't believe that Mr. Brooks will think about me or any of his victims ever. The feeling is mutual. I really don't think much about him now, but when the prison door closes on this felon, I won't think about him again. I do hope Mr. Brooks will use the Bible for more than a courtroom prop.
Oh,
He may want to start with the basics that I know his family had taught him, thou shalt not kill. But then you might want to read Galatians chapter 6, verse 7. Your Honor, I hope you give him the time to read and study the Bible. Mr. Brooks did everything he could to try to make the trial a circus. It is not a circus. It's not even about Mr. Brooks. Today, the court will hear what the trial is about, the victims. And as former victim ZZ, I would ask the court for a sentence that keeps the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks Jr., away from society forever. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Brooks, my name is Jason Peckloff, and I'm with the Catholic community of Waukesha. I was one of the victims you hit with the SUV you were driving on November 21st. What you did to my Catholic community and to the city of Waukesha show that you had no regard for life. What makes it more disappointing that you have shown no remorse for what you have done. While you're sitting in prison, I want you to reflect what you have done. I want you to reflect that you nearly
these
took
are
my
Catholic
life.
level guilt burns.
I almost lost the chance to see my wife and kids again. I may have never had the chance to love or hug them again. You intentionally harmed my community, whether it was physical or psychological.
This guy's pissed.
You stole our innocence that day. Before that tragedy you created, it was a beautiful day we all experienced and never thought an evil thing like this could ever happen at a parade. My friend, myself, and the Waukesha Catholic community were asking parishioners and their families to participate in this parade. Imagine the guilt we must all bear for the rest of our lives. Because of your actions, I was out of work for about 6 weeks. Then I had to go back part-time because of my sustained injuries. Because of your actions, the multiple lacerations you created
I kind of
leaked
feel
out
like
of
these
the
victims are
bandages
making this
and
all
onto
about
my
themselves.
bed, comforter, and sheets. What an awful visual to have. Because of your actions, I could have lost my foot. Thank God my nurse friend was checking on me. Because of your actions, my wife cannot get the images out of her mind of what you have done. You have forever scarred her. Because of your actions, my wife had to
I know
hand
that's
over
the
my
point. That was a
children to our
joke.
community friends to check on my lifeless body.
Internetism
Because of
strikes
your
again.
actions, my children, 4 and 6 at the time, had to go with a grieving friend to find her own child that was in lockdown. It took a while for them to be reunited. Because of your actions, my children are scared to death when they had to cross the same street you drove down.
We're gonna
They
have to
were
have a couple
bawling and
jokes
begging
during
me
this,
not
otherwise
to
it's gonna be
cross the
sad.
street. Because of your actions, I need to reassure my children that it is safe at parades. Not sure they ever feel 100% safe. Because of your actions, not all people in our community are ready to go back to the parades. Again, you stole that innocence from them. Because of your actions, my children are scared of sirens. Because of your actions, they were scared of red SUVs every time they saw one. They cried and hid. Because of your actions, I walked into the entrance of my children's school and felt like a triage unit. I saw children on crutches and a walker. What an awful image to be burned into my memory. Because of your actions, I feel terrible. I could not help my community and the city by testifying during the trial. Your cowardly actions did this. Your actions forced my family to seek out therapy and resolve in their minds what happened. Your actions made us second guess what we did that day. What could we have done differently? During this trial, you show no
technically,
remorse.
you could have not gone to the
It
parade.
makes you look like a monster. During the trial, you show little regard and respect to the court. It makes you look disrespectful. During the trial, you treated multiple witnesses terribly. You were trying to twist the words of our pastor, who is a man of the cloth. You made a comment to a witness you injured that he was walking fine now. It makes you a callous jerk. Despite what you have done to my community, I forgive you. Forgiveness does not remove the need for justice. Justice must be served and you must go to prison. My prayer is that forgiveness will heal your wounds and the wounds for the city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Nick C 1987. Did he just laugh? God, what a fucking cunt this guy is. On the record, how does one establish grounds and subject matter jurisdiction or standing to get Oregon's unlawful law on gun control in front of the Supreme Court? Well, you got to have a plaintiff, and you got to go through the lower courts. And I think somebody's already working on it.
I know I am blessed to be here today to present my statement to the court. Darrell Brooks's choices on November 21st, 2021 took a toll mentally, physically, and emotionally on me, as well as affecting my family. I remember the moment someone yelled car, and I turned to see a vehicle behind and to the right of me. My thought was, what is this vehicle doing here? After that moment, I have a void in my memory. My mind won't let me see what happened. I remember my thoughts. Oh my God, this can't be happening. Please, not my hip, not my leg. My next memory is lying on the ground with a person from our group and a nurse talking to me and asking how I was. They worked on keeping me calm and from going into shock. I will always be grateful to them. Every night I would lay awake and replay the incident to see if I could get the memory back. Months of counseling and the passage of time have helped me be somewhat okay with not knowing what happened. One of my fears is that when I least expect it, the memory will return. After being impacted by the vehicle, I was laying on the ground with severe pain to my left leg. Emergency people stopped by, and one questioned whether I had been shot. And all I could think of is, why would I have been shot?
Can you believe
I was
in
eventually lifted into a police SUV.
2022, we still have a bunch of white people shaming a black man?
I
thought
was
we were past
examined and
this,
was released
America.
after being diagnosed with a broken bone in my left foot.
I thought we
I
were
was
better.
instructed to wear the boot provided by the hospital, sit in a recliner, keep my leg elevated, and not put any weight on my left foot. I was instructed to follow up with an orthopedic doctor the following week. I went home and found it very hard to get from the car into the house. I couldn't figure out how to walk without putting my left foot down on the ground. My stomach was nauseous from the pain medicine. My husband and daughter assisted me into the house and sat me in a chair. I immediately passed out, and when I came to, my husband and daughter were concerned that I had had a stroke. They called 911, and I was transferred to Aurora Trauma Center. I was examined head to toe and again released with a diagnosis of a broken bone in my left foot. We live in a tri-level, and I was able to get to the lower level where there is a bedroom, a bathroom, and a family room. For the next 6 weeks, I would sit in the recliner with my left leg elevated and ice packs applied. I also slept with a wedge that kept my leg elevated while I was sleeping. After experiencing more pain in my left leg, I was sent for an ultrasound, and the ultrasound found a hematoma on the inside of my left leg.
What's he doing now?
Standing up was extremely painful, even without putting pressure on my left foot. It would take me a couple of times of standing and then sitting back down on the side of the bed until I could bring myself to hop on my right leg using a walker for balance to get to the bathroom or to the recliner. My husband had to help me in and out of bed due to the extreme pain in my lower left leg. I couldn't dress or undress myself, take a shower, go to doctor's appointments, or to mass without his help. Every day he had to apply gauze wrap and an ace bandage to my left leg to cover the blisters so that as they would burst, they were covered. He then applied the boot sock and a boot. Every day for several weeks, he had to prepare all meals and bring them down on a tray to me. We were fortunate that he was working from home during this time. I had orthopedic appointments and 3 rounds of physical therapy. I am still going through physical therapy. After the bone healed in my foot, I was still experiencing pain in my ankle. The pain limited me. I had trouble walking normally, could not walk any great distance. Going up and down the stairs was best sitting on the stairs and going down that way. As time went on, I was frustrated that I could not perform the simple act of walking down the stairs. Before going to the 3rd physical therapist, frustration set in as I thought I would always have pain and not be able to do all the things I enjoyed, such as pickleball, stand-up paddleboarding, kayaking, walking miles, and traveling.
When did pickleball become a
My
thing?
3rd round of physical therapy found that the whole left side of my body was twisted from the impact of the vehicle. After 10.5 months and 3 rounds of physical therapy, I am now 95% back to normal. All the months of suffering and thinking no one would be able to figure out what was wrong, I was worried that the pain would remind me forever the choices Darrell Brooks made on November 21st, 2021. I wanted my life back. During this time of healing, I felt isolated and frustrated that the Advent and the Christmas season were happening, and I was unable to decorate, shop, or participate as I usually would during the holidays. Emotionally, since being struck by the vehicle driven by Darrell Brooks, I have felt like a victim. Every day I was reminded that I was limited by physical pain and loss of self. The world went on, but I was stuck, not able to move forward. Today, I am taking the final step forward in my journey of coming out the other side of this incident. Life is starting to look like it was before November 21st, 2021. I know I am not the same person that I was before this trauma, but now I have an enhanced appreciation for life and a stronger sense of spirituality. I am grateful to have a supportive family, supportive friends, and my Catholic community of Waukesha who have all walked this road with me. Forgiveness is a choice. I know that I can forgive you, Darrell Brooks, without forgetting the trauma you caused, without you apologizing and acknowledging your actions. This may take some time for me to accomplish, but after today, I will not let your actions take over my life. I will move on. Regarding sentencing, Your Honor, I would like to request that due to Darrell Brooks's total lack of concern for human life on November 21st, 2021, that for each count that the jury returned a guilty verdict, Darrell Brooks received the maximum sentence for each of those counts. Thank you.
That was the longest letter so far, it felt like. Anyway, I get why people write down their statements. I just don't like the way they sound. It's Team Ruby
Good morning.
says,
My name is Jeff Rogers.
I'll read it in a minute.
My
Never
children
mind.
were victims U and V. I'm a father of 4, 3 of which were marching with me in the parade last November. 2
I
of
know
my children were
15
struck
guys
and injured.
just like this
I also
in my
serve
time.
as the president of the Waukesha Blazers baseball and fast pitch organization and was a couple months into that job at the time of the parade.
The look, sound, everything. This
I've
one hits
debated
home.
whether or not to read a statement for this sentencing. At the end of the day, I felt it necessary to have my voice heard. For my sake, for my family's sake, and for the Waukesha Blazers' sake, and for all the other victims. I'm here today with families that I love, and I'm so
What up,
sorry that
Nate?
this happened.
Yo,
First of all, this
what's up,
event was
brother?
completely avoidable, and from my
Watching these
perspective, there has
victim
been
impact
zero
statements,
remorse,
man.
sympathy,
Oh
or
shit! I came in
acknowledgement
so
of
hot, screaming hello, and then now it's like
all you had to do
the-
was stop.
like
the
if the
vehicle,
tone
you
should
saw
be
the
better.
crowd.
Let
None
me
of
let
these
me
lives
redo that.
have changed forever.
Man, Nick, what's going on?
For this
man?
reason alone, he needs to be locked up for the
Rough
rest
day,
of his
brother.
life. But enough about him. This is about the impact of the event on me, my family, and our Blazers organization. I'd like to speak as a father, first of all. The impact this has had on my family and I has been immense. This last year has been full of confusion, irritation, anxiety, and depression.
All right, I'm
We
going to
haven't been
say, it.
able to live a normal
Why
life.
the hell are we doing?
The
He's
trial
going to
has been
jail for the
dragged
rest
out,
of his
and
life,
literally
right?
we were pulled
Give
back
me the
to relive
sentence and send
everything,
him on
all
his
because
way,
this
and we could do
person
victim
wouldn't admit
impact.
it like a man and
What
take
is
what
this
was
for?
coming to him.
They have their right. They
My
have
kids
the
are
right
some of
to
the
say it.
strongest people I know,
Yeah,
and they have proven that through the faith in God.
this
they've
is when I'll be
displayed
acting a
throughout.
fool if I'm done now.
However,
Right?
the
I'm like,
impact
yo,
this has had
fuck
on them
this. I don't want to
literally
hear
makes
this
me
shit. Give me the
No more
150
parades,
years.
that joy's gone. This is something that will never leave them. I'm still learning things today as well about what they heard and saw that day. I pray every night that God continues to strengthen them to push through and know that He is in control. That night when we got home, I'll never forget Caden looking at me with glassy eyes. He looked up at me and said, "I'm really glad Riley is okay," and started to cry.
Oh.
When my wife Stacy sat on the chair next to me that night, it felt different. She hugged me longer than normal and a lot more firm than normal and said, "Thanks for keeping our kids safe."
Mm.
Everyone saw on the videos that were shown, we're literally inches away from losing 3 out of our four children, and myself included.
Oh, wow.
I thank God each day that He spared us and provided the adrenaline, courage, and strength to get my kids out of the way, gather all the kids we could, and pray together. My wife was going to come with us that night along with our toddler son. I play things in my head over and over, imagining what could have been if she would have come. Where would she have been standing when that SUV barreled through? I have flashbacks most days to Maya's jacket slipping through my hand. If I wouldn't have grabbed it the second time, I know what the outcome would have been. Riley still has trouble sleeping, with some nights getting out of bed 6, 7, 8, 9 times because she heard a noise or doesn't feel safe. A few days ago, I was one-on-one in the car with her, and I
I
finally
was thinking this one was
apologized for
going to hit
not
a little
finding her
different
right
than
away.
the last.
Thank God our friend found her and kept her safe, but as her dad, I've lived with the fact that I couldn't find all my kids that night after it happened. I went way too long not knowing where my kids were, with panic overwhelming me. As a father, I can confidently say that this incident had a year-long impossible impact on me and our family. Are we managing? Yes, of course, as God is in control. Now to speak as the Blazers president. This was a happy gathering and almost a kickoff of my presidency with the Blazers since I was only a couple months in. We were getting to know each other, welcoming a new coach, our new board members, and overall just ready to advertise our Blazers program. Looking back at the pictures from prior to the tragedy, we were so happy. So much love and camaraderie. We were ready for an awesome season. I spoke just prior about my perspective during the event as a father of 3 kids, but as the president of our organization, the weight of the moment to find an account for everyone felt like it was on my shoulders. We had nearly 35 people there. I knew I had lots of help, and for that, I can't thank the other parents and coaches enough. The moment was a blur, and gathering and putting kids up.
I'm laughing at the copyright cut. I forgot.
There, the kids
that there. Like,
in the theater, and we said a prayer for those injured and being
that's
attended.
great. That's great.
I knew that the next few days were going to be intense, but I never fully grasped how crazy the following days, weeks, and months would be. The amount of turmoil and struggle for our Blazers organization was literally insurmountable. From the moment of the incident, the amount of media and law enforcement interaction was exhausting and unending. Media showing up at my door asking for individual participants' status. Unbeknownst to them, the 2 of my children were hurt. There was nonstop email flow, phone calls, planning, coordinating, and filtering through things. It was endless work. This job went from something I truly loved, from my biggest passion in life, to something I cried about for months. I went from giving speeches on Facebook Live about how cool our new indoor facility was to speaking at Jackson's funeral. From there, the community really pulled together. The amount of love and compassion that came our way was also unending. It was honestly overwhelming. For that, we cannot thank this community enough. Finally, I wanted to briefly touch on the true impact this has had on me. My faith was challenged over the past year, but I can confidently say it's stronger than ever. The hardest part about the whole incident was not knowing where my kids were, not having answers for what just happened, not knowing if more danger was coming. I knew I had Maya next to me, but when I went back and forth screaming for Caden and Riley, that horror plagues me every day. I go back to those moments quite often And when I watched the videos during the trial, it brought back all those feelings. Pure and utter terror. That's what it was, and that's the impact it still has today. Finally, in closing, I'm a man of faith and wanted to share 2 Bible passages which have pushed me through. First of all, my confirmation passage, Joshua 1:9. It reads, "Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go." And secondly, I met with my pastor prior to testifying, and he provided me with
The
an
first
excellent part of
reasonable
Scripture.
facial reaction I've seen
Philippians
from
4.
Darrell Brooks.
It says, "Rejoice in the Lord always. I will say it again, rejoice. Let your gentleness be evident to all. The Lord is near. Do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation by prayer and petition with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. And the peace of God, which transcends all understandings, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus." Thank you for listening, and may God strengthen us all.
That was a good impact statement. Thank God he didn't lose any kids or anything like that, too.
Yeah, he was the best one so far. Welcome back, buddy. It's been way too long. We got to get on a show together again.
Oh yeah, it has been a long time. I've been trying to keep my head down because Lord, I dare to say, Lord Tube is turned into Drama Tube. So
Dude,
every fucking day it's something new. I'm like, yo, I'm gonna stay out of all this bullshit.
Yeah, man. We got to get a boozy update though at some point. I gotta know.
Shit is coming down right now, brother. Shit is about to pop off. I definitely got you.
My name is Jessica Gonzalez, and this is my husband, Juan Gonzalez Lopez.
Uh-oh.
We represent the Blazers organization, as well as many others, and you could even argue the state of Wisconsin. Last night, as I thought about my statement, my son scooched over on the couch and snuggled into me. He laid with his head on my lap, and I stroked his hair. We stayed like that until it was time for bed. He knows we're here today, and it was as if he knew we needed a little extra love last night. Moments like these should be pure with love and affection. But since November 21st, they are mixed with flashes and images of what could have been. Mama, I'm here. I was on the other side. This is one of the memories and words that I'll never forget and hear dozens of times a day without warning. The relief I felt hearing those words on November 21st was devastating. But I found my son, unharmed. That should be the end of the story, right? We're fine, right? Physically, yes. But fine is a word we use when people ask us if we're okay. But we're not. It was only a short time before we had readied for the parade, got our hot cocoa, and took pictures to snap a shot of the fun about to be had. Before the parade, I left him with his teammate and new friend Jackson at the Blazers drop-off spot and walked my daughter to her dance team location. With my mother-in-law visiting from Mexico, she was excited for her first Christmas parade. Stationed at the corner of the Clark Hotel with friends, my daughter's dance group waved with smiles as they passed us. She was headed to the library where I would pick her up. The Dancing Grannies, one of our favorite groups, performed flawlessly as they passed us. My son's baseball group was after the extreme dancers who were within sight. Then the gasps and screams came from everywhere, and the red SUV sped past us. I yelled stop and put my hands out like I had the power to make it happen. I felt like I was punched in the stomach when I realized the SUV came from the direction of my son's group. Panicked and lightheaded and knowing my daughter was safe, I ran to find my son. Running through the streets, my legs felt like they had a life of their own. I found Jackson first. I saw his little body in his Blazers jersey.
Oh my God.
His eyes looking up, looking nowhere.
If you don't know, Jackson's
knew he
Jackson's
was
one who
badly.
died, chat. The little boy.
Seeing Jackson on the ground, I began looking for my son amongst the rest of the bodies. I screamed hysterically, searching frantically. What ifs filled my head. I heard Mom from so many directions, but it wasn't him. Finally, it was. I turned to see him with other Blazers who were in the team truck. He called out to me, "Mama, I'm here. I was on the other side." Yes, I found my son unharmed, but after, the chaos continued. We ran. I covered his eyes as we rushed back to our group. I called my husband to tell him something terrible had happened, but had no words to explain. Headed for the library, we were told there was an active shooter. We ran again. I covered my son's head with my arms so bullets would hit me first. He cried. I tried to assure him and myself that things like this don't happen. At the library, I ran up the stairs and shouted for my daughter, who was huddled with a friend and her daughter.
God, can we get some baseball
Yes.
bat justice?
I found
Yeah,
unharmed.
you know what? True victim impact statements would give each one of these people a gun, put him on a pole, and say, "At 5, shoot."
After the parade, we discovered people had died.
There it is.
I
And then
wouldn't
several
make it to
people in
2.
my son's group were hit, including his coach and teammate. We learned that my son's teammate was in critical condition, but I already knew this. I still see his eyes without closing mine. What does it feel like to attend a funeral of a child your age? I hate that my kids know. I hate that I didn't get a chance to cheer on my son and Jackson during the baseball season last year. I hate that my son said it was weird having one less teammate. For more than a week, it was late nights to avoid sleep, and our family of 4 piled into one bed.
Yeah.
There was no question this was a traumatic experience. Counselors were available. My son didn't want to talk about it, and today still doesn't. I tried to return to work. I tried to return to teaching. I couldn't make it through a day without feeling hypervigilant, startling at every noise, having a panic attack from the sound of a door, shout, thud, gasp, anything and everything. After the parade, I couldn't make it through a day. My joy disappeared. I felt guilty. I had no right to feel joy since my son and daughter were alive and others were not. I was open about questions my kids had, but I cried and screamed in agony when they weren't around. I overreacted, shouting and pulling my kids near in the parking lots and streets, or anytime I saw a car come within a quarter mile away, convinced they all had ill intentions. PTSD throws all the punches. I left my career to work intensively on healing in a program for PTSD. I have only just returned to the workplace, only just a month ago. Something quieter, something with less action. Because after almost 1 year, some days still feel like November 21st was yesterday. Intrusive memories, hypervigilance, nightmares, anxiety, panic attacks, depression, anger, guilt, shame. These are all things I and others live with daily because Darrell Brooks drove through our joy and turned it to terror. When he suggested he could have hit more, he was wrong. He hit everyone. The toll this event has taken on everyone, physically hurt or not, is tremendous. And it sickens me to know that there are so many others with a similar story as ours. I know some today may offer forgiveness, but for me, forgiveness is for accidents, for mistakes or poor choices that the offender expresses remorse for their actions. Darrell Brooks offers no remorse, but he did search for sympathy for himself.
Yeah.
I cannot offer forgiveness.
God,
I
this guy
will not.
sucks.
Darrell Brooks should be held accountable for every second of pain and trauma he inflicted on all of us that day, including the many years inflicted already on Miss Patterson. Free, he is and always will be a danger to society. With that, Your Honor, I ask that the full sentence is issued and he spends the rest of his days in prison without the chance of parole. Thank you.
I don't think he's going to make it in general pop. They're going to want to kill him in general pop. Killing kids, all this is Christmas. I don't think he
Kids,
makes
old
it in
people,
general
maybe,
population.
yeah, maybe some people they know, have
Yeah.
connections to. Yeah, he should have been doing push-ups this whole time.
Yeah,
He's
general
got-
population is not going to be good for him.
He's got little bitch shoulders like me. He's got no chance.
November 21st, 2021.
And let's not forget about the skinheads in there because he killed all those white people too. He's finished.
Lined with smiling
He's
faces.
got a lot of anti-white
The crowd was
rhetoric that
happy
people
and
know
excited.
about on his web,
In
on
a
his
split
Facebook.
second, excited
shiv in
cheers
his
turned
life.
into sounds of screaming and horror. A trail of bloody bodies were left laying in the road. My family was not physically injured that day. We somehow dodged the path of the car by inches.
Oh, just so everybody understands why
Emotional
people who are not
injuries were severe
injured
and
are giving
struggle
victim
for
impact
us every
statements
day.
because it's still assault.
We have the image and the sound.
If you're putting fear of your
as
life
we
from the
plowing
car, you've been
through people
assaulted, and
burned
that's
into
why
our
they're able to
minds
give
for the
victim
rest
impact
of our
statements.
lives.
You don't
My
have to be
children were
physically injured to be
separated,
assaulted.
and I ran through a trail of bloody bodies that were left laying in the road. I will not forget how many people I saw. Some seizing in an intersection, some unconscious, and some not. My children cried themselves to sleep for weeks after and still do. They still wake up with nightmares, as do I. They could not walk in a parking lot without clinging to me, shaking and terrified that a car would try to run them down. We suffer from major panic attacks and PTSD, all from a day that was supposed to be happy and exciting. As parents, we have to try to help cope with our children, but we do not know how to cope ourselves. My children, my family, and I, and every person that we know will never be the same after that day. There were many people that were fortunate enough to walk away unharmed. However, Jackson Sparks was not one of those people. A child, 8-year-old, walking next to his big brother with his whole life ahead of him. The next time my children wore their baseball jerseys was to a funeral. A funeral for an 8-year-old boy, their friend, their teammate, that they have spent many days playing and making memories while at their brother's
The
baseball
other thing
game.
is, every one of these parents with
His
an
family
8-year-old
and friends
boy
will never see his
sees
smiling
their
face light up a
8-year-old
room,
on Jackson.
and his team will never be able to celebrate a
rest of
win
their
with
life,
him on
they'll
the
see that
baseball
too.
field ever again. Every moment of Jackson's life that was ahead of him was ripped away by Darrell Brooks. You, Darrell Brooks, you hid in a children's playhouse and ditched your hoodie and a sandal. That playhouse happened to be my children's at the house we just moved out of a couple of months prior. That playhouse was built for them, built for my sons, and you hid there after you left their friend and teammate lifeless in a road, along with many others. You didn't just get lost in a parade route. You disregarded police and the safety of hundreds, and you disregarded life. You very selfishly ripped away the joy from the families who were there just to bring joy to others.
What about
There are
tying
many
him
holes left in our
to the
community,
front of an SUV
but our community has grown
and
stronger, and we
smashing into a
all
bunch of
have each
crash
other.
test dummies?
You, however,
Oh,
will have no one.
That'd be
You
great.
will have no one in a
I
cell
wouldn't
where
even say.
you belong
I was just
for
going
the
straight
rest
to
of
a
your
brick
life.
wall. Just put him in the front of SUV.
Thank
and
you, Judge
you
Darrell.
guys drive
and
to the
we
brick
ask that,
wall.
please, he never see the light of day again.
Team Ruby, because we can't put him down, my sentence would include daily beatings with a dead armadillo and the release of 1,000 fleas into his nether regions. Ew.
Listen, people, you want him to suffer? Just put him in general population. That's it. Here's Darrell Brooks, the guy that killed all those people at Christmas. Here he is. And guess what? It's Christmas time. Enjoy.
Make him wear a sandwich board like Bruce Willis had to wear at the
Oh,
beginning
yeah.
of
I am Jackson and Tucker's mom. I stand here today with my son
Uh-oh.
Tucker and my husband Aaron.
This is the Mama Jackson.
I'm here
This is
today to
gonna be
represent
rough.
my family, but mostly for my boys who were both struck down by the red SUV on November 21st.
Oh my God.
I want to give a voice to our son Jackson Sparks. Our family is forever changed. We are hurt, angry, traumatized, and broken. November 21st was a day that was supposed to be fun and filled with laughter and smiles. Instead, it became a nightmare full of fear, screams, and tears. Put the first one up.
Just imagine if they gave us 10 minutes with this guy, right? Just put, you get a couple of
My boys
5 or
were
6 guys, put
walking
them in a
the
room with that
Waukesha
guy,
Christmas
and
parade with their baseball team.
Brooks would not. We would be
friends,
hearing about Mr.
and
Brooks
coaches.
again. He'd be
It was a
dead.
chilly and windy day that day.
Might end up
so
happening
we all
to him.
layered up and prepared to kickstart our holiday season. We met up with our Blazers group, decorated the truck, prepared the buckets of candy and flyers for the boys, took some group photos, and then I left to go find my seat near the end of the parade route and wait for our group while enjoying the parade. I had no idea then the nightmare that was coming my way. Nor did I know that it would be the last time I would hear Jackson's voice and see his smile. I wish I would have known then that the hug he gave me before I went to sit down was the last hug I would ever get from him. I would have held on to him a lot longer. After the red SUV flew past us, it was pure chaos. I will never, ever forget the horrible sound of the car hitting bodies and the thud of bodies landing on the ground. I immediately grabbed my favorite plaid blanket, ran up the street to find my boys. What I found shook my world. I saw Jackson first in the arms of a police officer. He was running him to get him medical attention. My husband was right behind them and told me that Tucker had been struck also. Pointed me back to the direction where Tucker was. Can you do the second photo, please?
I'm sorry, guys.
Tucker
I got
underneath the
kids, and I'm
blanket there.
feeling every fucking word she's saying. I'm feeling it. I'm just.
My world came crashing down at that moment.
Yeah.
I wanted to scream. I wanted to throw up and cry. Adrenaline kicked in, and I went to find my boy. I spotted Jackson's baseball hat lying in the road first. Then Tucker's hat. Then I found Jackson's shoe.
That this dad hasn't killed this guy
Kinda
in
led me
court
to
is an
Tucker.
amazing
I finally
level of
spotted
restraint.
him. He was one of
I
the
couldn't be in the same
bodies
room with this
lying
guy.
in the road.
I couldn't be at the
Covered
same
in
room.
blankets.
Those cops would have to literally stop me from
recognized
killing
the
him.
shoes on his
It's
feet.
not happening.
That's
Yep.
how I found him. They're sticking out from under the blanket. I stayed at Tucker's side as he lay in the road waiting for an ambulance to come back for him. He was semi-conscious, but we couldn't move him without
Even
a
the judges
backboard
got
due to his
feeling
head
him.
being injured.
How can you not feel this?
They had run out of backboards. Luckily, a nearby shop owner / hero dragged a door out of her shop to roll him onto so we could get him out of the cold and get him warm. An hour laying out in the cold road where he was thrown from impact. You can go to the next photo, please. This is what we were facing next. Both boys had traumatic head and brain injuries. They both ended up in the ICU at Children's Hospital. Their rooms just a few doors down from one another. The next day, Tucker asked us about Jackson, if he was okay or was he worse than himself. Do you have any idea how gut-wrenching it is to have to explain your 12-year-old son that his little brother isn't going to make it? His injuries are too extensive for his little body to come back from, and that he won't be coming home with us ever again. Leaving him at the hospital was brutal. To see the confusion, frustration, and hurt on his face when he's standing over his little brother in his hospital room, taking in all the machines he was hooked up to. Tucker remembers everything up until the moment he was hit. He had actually turned around and saw the SUV coming towards them. He said Jackson was right next to him. He said he saw a few people get hit, and then he tried to run out of harm's way. He didn't make it. Being the protective big brother, Tucker blamed himself. He felt he should have tried to grab Jackson or done more to protect his little brother. It broke my heart to hear him saying these things. Tucker's physical injuries were also severe. He still struggles with memory issues and brain processing speed. The mental and emotional damage is severe. Survivor's guilt, PTSD, anxiety. He still gets headaches. His little brother was taken from him. He's suddenly an only child now. He misses his little brother and his playmate. Jackson brought out the silly in him, and life will never be the same without him. You can go to the next photo. Every holiday, special event, family function, vacation, there will always be an empty chair or space where Jackson should be. Jackson's absence is very prominent. Every day we face that vacancy, and it triggers sadness and trauma. Jackson's life was taken from him and taken from us. Life isn't the same without him, and it never will be. This morning, I should have spent the morning making him breakfast, taking him to school, hearing about his day later. Instead, I'm standing here in this courtroom, asking for justice for my boys. We came so close to losing both of them that day. I miss Jackson every second of every single day. I feel gutted and broken. It hurts to breathe sometimes. It hurts to live without him here. My mama's soul aches for him. I am emotionally and mentally exhausted. The pain I carry with me every day feels so heavy. Yet I have to push forward, still be there to help Tucker heal, and move forward with find our new normal. Can you go to the next photo, please?
God, snip his ears
As a
off with
family of
scissors and
faith, we
beat
know
him to
this
death
man
with
will
them.
face God's judgment someday for his
I
actions.
think that'd be too good. This
Until
guy's
then,
got to suffer.
we feel
Like,
it is
this
this
is a
court's duty and
suffer.
responsibility to all the
Fucking idiot.
victims to sentence this man to the maximum penalty allowed under Wisconsin law.
No, extradite him to
each and
fucking
every guilty
Texas.
charge.
Oh yeah.
We feel this man does not deserve
Let's
to
get it done.
our lifetime, nor our son Tucker's lifetime. We have learned throughout this trial that this man is incapable of empathy or remorse.
Yeah.
He has shown no sympathy nor apology for all of the pain, suffering, and loss of life he has caused to so many. This man not only took Jackson away from our family, he violently ripped Jackson out of our lives. Jackson was only 8 years old. 8. He only had 8 years here with us. He was robbed of everything. He will never get to hit a home run, catch frogs with his brother again, meet his wrestling hero, Braun Strowman. He won't ask a girl to prom. He won't go to college, get married, or have children of his own. Jackson will never be able to do any of these things. These milestones will never happen. He was a bright light in our lives. He was very shy to most people, but those close to him, to his family, he was a big ball of energy. He was charismatic and full of light in life. His life was cut out way too short. Jackson and the other victims deserve justice. We deserve closure in order to heal and find our new normal. We hope to achieve that today. Thank you. And thank you, Prosecution and Judge Darrell.
You know, Nick, I can't continue on with this, bro. I'm like fucking got tears in my eyes right now from this fucking shit, bro. I'm saying this is just too much, bro.
And bring in the second group.
Yes,
They going on break now.
Do that.
Yeah.
Take about a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
We need some comedy after that. Oh my God.
No, I'll tell you, shit happened. Shit got real maybe like 2 weeks ago here in New York with me and my kid. So we going to McDonald's to get some shit. And next thing you know, like, you got how motherfuckers you got the bums that want to they're using the bathroom, but they stay in the bathroom and do drugs, whatever. So
That's
next
what
thing
I
you know,
do, yeah.
So these motherfuckers is beefing about the bathroom. You staying too long in the bathroom, I gotta take a piss, whatever. Next thing you know, the guy comes out, it's a bum. They arguing and wrestling and shit like that. So next thing I know, the guy throws his bag over to the side. So me and my daughter, we online to get her a milkshake. So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna keep my eye on this just in case it goes too crazy. Next thing I know, so they start slapping each other. So the guy's like, yo, let me go to my bag. So he starts walking to his bag that he's thrown. So I walk over to the bag. So what the fuck you gonna do? And I said, listen, if you go touch the bag, I'm going to kill you. It's not even a game. So he's like, what the fuck you think? I said, listen, look at my eye, because my eye is fucked up. I'm going to kill you because my kid is right here. And I don't know what the fuck you got in that bag, but you touch the bag, we got a problem. And it's not going to be you grab the bag and then we fight. We going right now. So you can go over there and argue with that motherfucker until we leave. But if you touch the fucking bag, I'm going to kill you. It's not even like that. And the guy who's crazy, who's acting all insane, guess what? He got real sane real quick.
Real calm.
And said, okay, sir, I don't want any problem with you. I don't want no problem with you. Because that is the way you got to do shit now.
Yeah.
He's going to the fucking bag. That bag, I don't give a fuck what's in. I don't give a fucking.
He could have a gun. He could have a knife. It doesn't matter. You don't know.
You touch that bag while I'm in here with my kid, you will die. And if we go in the bag, there's nothing inside there. That's fucked up. But that's the issue. And he didn't go in the bag. He went back and started arguing, waiting for me to leave, which is fine.
I'll go back to my argument, sir.
Yeah, they're waiting for me to
Thank
leave.
you.
But that's the way you gotta be with these crazy motherfuckers.
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm not letting him go into that bag. What would you have done? Would you have let that you and McDonald's?
Hell no.
Would you have let him go into the bag? And then
Not
everybody
a
starts
chance.
clapping. Everybody's clapping for me. But I'm like, you motherfuckers supposed to do the same shit. What are you clapping for? We're just gonna watch him go into the bag and then figure out what the fuck is going on.
You saw that shit, you saw that video from the other day, right? Where the dude he probably started it. It's hard to say like with the timeline, but he gets hit by a couple guys and he goes over to his bag, pulls out a fucking hatchet, starts busting everything up. Like, you can't have that shit running around with your kids out. No, thank you.
No, if again, and again, I don't want people to think I'm like some type of Superman who goes out there for fights. No, the fact that I was in there with my kid was the reason why I had to stop it. Because I wasn't going to be on the fucking news with, the guy, he went into the bag and started shooting shit up. That wasn't going to happen. So, and I think people need to start thinking about these things we're not going to wait for him to go into the bag. Going to a bag when you're angry is a reason that I may kill you if my kids are in there. Because I know what happens when reasonable fear.
Yes. Absolute reasonable fear. We've seen plenty of it, plenty of that outcome. Here's the, my favorite part of the story, though, you just told. Because I know you saw it. It's the look on his face that Drex and I always called the bitch up. It's yes, sir. Like you were tough 2 seconds ago. You're not
screaming at him
right
now. Well, he knew shit was serious because he was arguing with it was like a white, it could have been white, maybe Latino guy, a white looking Latino guy, because they were arguing. But now you got a black guy who's, I can still bench press 250 pounds, and I'm sitting there in front of your bag saying, we're about to get into it. And now you got to wrestle me and this other motherfucker too. And, so he understood what was going on. And I think also with the Darrell Brooks thing, if I was a liberal, which I am not, how can you be so against gun control? How can you be so against the Second Amendment? Because if someone had a gun with the Darrell Brooks, things could have turned out different. Not saying it would have, but it could have. And there's so many instances, even here in fucking New York, where somebody comes in, like I've been in an active shooter situation. I've been in an active shooter situation where someone came to kill everybody. And you know what? That person had all the power because that was the only fucking person there with a fucking gun for about 3 or 4 minutes. That's what gun control gets you. Get you the what's that saying? In the land in the land of the blind, the man with one eye is king. Well, the person with the gun
or in that McDonald's
person. Or in that McDonald's.
That's the truth. That's the theory of gun control is that in Waukesha, for example, anybody could have had a gun, right? And you never know who it is. You never know how many. The question is in Texas, how many bullets would have riddled that car before it hit anybody?
Yeah.
Like, or before it hit the second group of people or the third or whatever. At some point, there's only one guy who fired off rounds. It was one officer who got 3 rounds off, didn't put it on, couldn't put it on him, which is hard to do. I mean, it's a moving vehicle. In movies, they make it look easy. It's not that simple.
It's like watching The View, and they're like, why don't they just shoot him in the leg? Do you know how hard it is to shoot someone in the fucking leg? The legs are moving all the time. It's like these people don't know what the
legs are only this big around. Like legs are this big around, unless some people legs are bigger. Legs are like this big around. They're moving back and forth, side to side. You have no idea. It's like you miss, you don't have time to fire another shot or take aim on something else. I mean, yeah, give me fully automatic. I'll shoot for the legs.
Yeah, but no, you can't have shooters fully automatic because it's insane. It's insane. But I want to be able to protect myself because, as we saw in Uvalde, even when you fucking call the cops, they're not doing nothing either. They're waiting outside the door while people's getting shot inside. Oh, we didn't know.
Could you imagine being the parents who are trying to get past the cops at Uvalde and them holding you back? I mean, that's
insane.
I don't know what you do. Like, what are you supposed to do? I'm surprised there wasn't a Darrell Brooks moment through that police line. Like, get me to the door.
Did you hear the audio of the fucking woman cop who said, "Oh, if my kids were in there, I'd be inside there, but they told us all to stand out." Like, what the fuck are you talking
Told
about?
you to stand down. What are you do? What?
Yeah.
That's the. It's like, what do you have to do to tell me to stand down? No, thank you. Like, I can't speak. I'm not a cop. You were a cop. I feel like that stand down order, I feel like violating that when there's a school shooter. I just like, I feel like that's the one where you can go, yeah, no, like you can Bruce Willis that one. Oh, you're breaking up, and then get through the door.
What you do is you go in, right? You go in, especially when you're getting calls from kids inside the room saying, "We're still alive. He's still killing people. Help us."
Yeah.
At that point in time, there's no order. There's a training. And for everybody who understands, I've taken the active shooter training multiple times. Matter of fact, I actually have a video of when I was in law enforcement. I have our video of our training for active shooter. And the number one thing they say, if people are alive in the space, you automatically go in. You don't wait for backup, you go in. And the reason why you go in is because the shooter's mentality when they first go in, like, so let's say if I'm the first person on the scene.
Right.
And I have no backup, it's just me. I'm in uniform and there's an active shooter. I don't wait for backup. I don't do this. You go and you go and you address the shooter. And the reason why is because the shooter is just looking for victims to kill. But if the shooter now gets fire coming back at him, it changes his mentality instantly from, hey, I'm here, to, hey, escape, because he doesn't know how many cops are there. He just knows he's getting return fire. So we can all be there. The one cop can be 20 cops. He doesn't know. So that forces them to stop trying to kill people and trying to get the fuck out of there to survive. That's why you always address the shooter. So in Uvalde, all this shit about we all hold back with barricaded suspect, that's bullshit. Because as soon as you get the first call to say we got people alive in there, all that bullshit about negotiators and training, that goes out the window. You breach, you go in, and you stop the threat. That's it. That's the training universally.
Why are we treating active shooters like 1984 cop dramas with negotiations? Like,
Get the negotiator in.
Like, throw the brick phone in. It's like, what are we doing? No. This is a different world we live in now. And I love what you said, how it breaks their mindset. Because one of the more interesting things that I've observed with school shooters is, or mass shooters, as we kind of look at them, is one, there's the flight. They change to the flight mentality pretty quick.
Yeah.
But the other thing is, when someone gets out of their massacre mode and they live through it, and we get to see them, they're not like perpetually in, I'm going to shoot a bunch of people mode. Sometimes all it takes is that break to get someone to, one, sometimes realize what they're doing, or two, just get out of that I'm here to shoot people mode at all. And then once they get out of it, they're not going back into it. It's like this weird vomiting of all of this stuff that they have, whatever's causing them to go kill somebody or kill all these people. I think that it's relatively true actually of a lot of murderers in general, is like once they're out of that moment, they're not the murderer anymore. They're like back to them, and the murderer is this thing, this specter that is attached to them now. Do you kind of observe the same thing, like in your work as a prosecutor, as police officer, that once people are out of that moment, they're like completely different?
Yes. One thing though, a lot of it has to deal with also mental health.
Right.
And I want to point, like, all right, so the one that I was involved in, I called it the April 30th incident, because everything they're saying is true about your emotions, about what's it called? Now I'm forgetting it, but post-traumatic stress, all that stuff does happen. And in our situation, the person came to the school because the person in their diary said they wanted to kill as many people as possible, specifically law enforcement. That's what they said. And to your point, yes, when they were confronted by law enforcement, their whole mentality switched, because they thought that they were going to be the only person there with the gun, but they weren't. We were there with guns too. And that's what kind of changed their whole mentality about, because it's like, how do I explain it? It's easy like to pick on someone who doesn't have any way to fight back, but then when you got the people who can fight back, Yeah, now it, so I don't want to say like it turns them almost into cowards. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know how to explain it, but that's kind of what we were getting. And in our situation, as soon as the guy was confronted, as soon as we put the boys on him, boom, all right, drop the gun, because he had a hostage, drop the gun, drop the hostage, and he's looking at the barrel of 3 or 4 guns pointed at him, and he gave it up. He said, okay, I'll drop it down, and the rest is history. So
I saw someone in the locals chat say, well, what about the suicide by cop mentality? Well, the suicide by cop mentality is kind of interesting because it's not a guarantee that they'll actually want to go through with the suicide by cop thing. Once that bullet gets pointed or gun gets pointed at them. Here, real quick, Tony Ravioli. Sorry to make this stream more sad than it has to be, but not for a day. I'd never have ever thought my granddad would die. He died in my hands as I was trying to bring him back with CPR. And for that, I have to ask a favor. Could you please give a toast to one of the greatest men to ever live, my grandfather, 4 p.m. Eastern, 11/14/22, 4 days before his birthday. Tony, I will do that.
Let me do that right. Let me get me a cup to get a toast for you.
Yeah. We might wait till the end of the next statement, so there's just a little pause. Depends on when we get things back.
LLO, and on November 21st, 2021, me and my family's life changed forever. My brother and I were headed to parade. We've been scared of parades, not letting us feel safe and comfortable.
Oh my God. Well, listen, Nick, I'm going to go because I can't handle this. This is too emotional for me, bro. I'm sorry.
Right, brother.
This is just good. This is getting to me. But I'll be back because I have some stuff I have to do too. So later, bro.
Anytime. Peace, brother.
Because of the Waukesha parade. And I was mad because if the parade incident did not happen, I'd be able to go onto the road to enjoy something as simple as a parade. When I got to the parade with my friends, I constantly remember to not go onto the road, to be better safe than sorry. It is the last thing I want to happen again. How could you do this? Think of your kids. Would you do this to them? I'm just a child with a lifetime left to live. I'm also here from my younger brother, victim KKK. When he was hit by the front of the car, he was traumatized forever. I feel his fear. I feel his pain, because when I was hit, I broke down into tears too. On the way to the hospital, we had to lay our head down on the floor because we heard there was a shooter. My fingers, my whole body was paralyzed in fear and fright. When we made it to the hospital, I was terrified because I thought I broke my fingers. And when they asked me what happened, I was too busy crying that I couldn't speak. I still think about this event to this day. The day after the parade, I couldn't even go to school because of what he did. All my friends were worried about me, texting me, asking if I was even alive. Sometimes I even think of all the others that were hit and how they were in the hospital for longer than me, and how their parents were probably praying that their kids would be okay and that this would be a once-in-a-lifetime happening. I think this should have never happened to us. The day I went back to school, everyone was asking me a million questions every time I was alone. Everyone was babying me, acting like one of my family members was killed. What makes it worse is that almost a year ago, my dog died, and I have lived with it my whole life, so I was extra sad and upset. At that moment, I realized that our family had to find justice against the man who hit too many people and caused a nightmare on November 21st, 2021. I ask for this pain to never be caused again.
And I've been asked to read a statement.
Thank
by
God that one was
victim
short.
KKK.
Oh no.
When I got hit by the
KKK 's
car
gonna
that
read?
day, it hurt a lot. I got hit on my right leg, and it still kind of hurts now and then. That hit changed my life, and it still scares me sometimes when I think about it. I also feel bad for the families who lost someone and everyone who died and was in the parade. And then he drew a picture of a SUV, and it says car that hit me, and there's a little figure and candy bucket and bottle and me.
Damn it. Why couldn't
So
the
they
KKK
handed
one
that to
just
me on
been
behalf of
being
victim
funny?
KKK.
The picture did it, man.
Break for a second, please. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
It's important.
Do that.
To Tony Ravioli's grandpa, while we're on being fucking sad, and no worries, brother. This is all for you, man. Sorry to have that happen for you. Praise to your efforts in trying to resuscitate this man who you probably saw as a paragon, a titan, a sheet of granite in your life. Know that though you shared your last moments with him, he shared his last moments with you. And I pray that he was looking down on you the whole time, brother. Cheers. Wow. Whew. Yeah, we don't know what exactly is going on in the courtroom. I have a feeling they might have had someone maybe losing their cool a little bit who had to be dealt with. We saw some movement from the bailiffs behind Darrell Brooks, and Brooks looking around. Judge is not on the bench, so it could have been something related to the judge's emotions. It could be any number of things. That's really interesting. A man. So first to have the little girl read her statement, and thank goodness, like honestly, thank goodness she just read it like a kid, and it was kind of quick, because that could have been really rough. And then I thought we were going to get the nice cool off joke with victim KKK. Turns out KKK was a KK kid. And they're reading it, and then she's like, here's a picture he drew. And it's like a little truck. That's tough, man. That's really tough. I hate that. Misty 86444 says, everyone go now and tell your children you love them and hug them. That's, this shit is every parent's nightmare, right? That you're out and it's just gone. It's done. We're getting a lot of Jackson related victims now. It's going to switch to the older victims at some point. But man, this is a tough stream. We knew this was going to be a tough stream. So, sorry. I'll try and make poorly timed jokes to break it up every now and then. But yeah, I mean, some of the stream is just going to be heavy. And this is the reality of justice, right? And I know that it's not always fun when we have stuff like this, but it's also important, I think, for people to confront the reality of the world we live in. This is why, people wonder why there's like footage of shooting events and stuff like that. And I think that those things are actually kind of critical. Especially, we live fairly insulated lives. A lot of us do. Not everybody. Some of you live in abject horror. That's, oh, damn. Like you live in Chicago or whatever. Exaggerating, of course. But no, there's some places in the world that are just really, really terrifying. And but most of us don't live in them. And the amount of not dying that happens to us every day is actually kind of surprising when you think about it. But it's important to remember like what does happen out there in the world. And remember that, it didn't happen to us that day, which is a blessing, but also to, to remember that it could happen to anybody, and that it did happen to someone, and maybe, offer them a little support and care when you get a shot. The T-Man says, thank you, Mr. Nick, for coming to my live stream on Saturday. I only hope drunken T-Man wasn't too much of an annoyance. Oh, you didn't annoy me at all, buddy. I'm not used to alcohol. I wish to do it again one day, preferably with a clear and sober mind. Also, it's a haven for tea and anime lovers. Tea and anime. Get it right, you little shit. So dragonstreasure.com, a haven for tea and anime lovers. is it's a great place. And again, buddy, big congrats on your your success selling tea and making your dream into an actual career. Team Ruby says, I carry everywhere I go because of people like Darrell Brooks. I stand a whole 5'3" and weigh 105. It is not a safe place anymore, let alone for a small woman. I will not allow you to make me a victim. Guns are the equalizer. Guns are the force and violence equalizer, and I think everyone should carry because of that, personally. So, Team Ruby says, this is ripping my heart out. As a mom and normal human, this just hurts. Let's have some good news. I shared the other day, I am now breast cancer free, and I want to toast all of those still in the fight. A big cheers to Team Ruby defeating breast cancer. That is fucking fantastic news. Thank you for sharing. And to all of those who are either suffering from it or know someone who is suffering from it and are suffering with them, a cheers to you, strength for you in the fight. And I hope you have success as well. Cheers. Damn. Okay. Drama. Drama. Oh, wait. You know what time it is, guys. I could do a trite transition on this one, but I'm not going to because, well, let's just do it this way. birchgold.com/knows. Birch Gold has sponsored this show. They're sponsoring all of my live streams the month of November. They sponsored all the live streams the month of October as well. They're fantastic. Love these guys. They have never told me what to say, what not to say, where to put an ad or anything else. On any other show, I try to incorporate a funny line into the story, but today it's pretty heavy. And so we're going to not do that. Instead, what I'll do is say simply that Birch Gold is here to help you figure out if gold and silver in your IRA or 401k would be beneficial to diversifying your retirement account and to protect it against things like market volatility and inflation that has been wiping out tons of wealth around the nation. Look, Sleepy Joe's at the helm. We don't know what's going on. We still have a little bit of uncertainty about the elections because apparently Americans forgot how to count and all of that stuff. But if you go to birchgold.com/knows, click on this green button, they'll get you some information about whether or not gold and silver in your IRA or 401k might be the right move for you. If it is, great. If it isn't, fantastic. Don't buy any. But they just want to get that information out. And if people are interested, they can take that a step further on their own. They've been great sponsors of the show. Fully support free speech, fully support guys like me. And I support companies that support me as well. So, and I really appreciate when a company doesn't come and say, you made that joke about the Holocaust in the middle of our gold thing. I don't know if you thought that was funny because like gold and Jews, I'm not sure, but I'm not going to need you to not do that. They've never done that. They never complained when I said nuke Japan a third time and a fourth time until all of the anime and futa are gone. They don't care about any of that. They don't care. And I did talk to the CEO just this morning, and he said, actually, break Darrell Brooks's fingers off and sound his urethra with his broken off fingers. So, I mean, Birch Gold is pretty based. That's all I'm saying. That was a direct quote from the CEO that definitely happened while I was on the phone with him while I was taking my morning poop. So thank you to Birch Gold for sponsoring the show. I really appreciate that. Damn. You know what, Tiff? I had not even invited him. I'll send him the invite. I biffed that one. I talked to people on different platforms and I forgot. So I'll send him a link. I'm going to send a link to Peter Tragos is what I'm saying, guys. He's been covering this trial. I don't know if he has any time at all, but I'll send him a link. Like that guy, want to talk to him even more. And always, of course, want to talk to him even more. Man, this one is just, this is a tough day. we need more jokes or something. And Peter's a good dude. Hold on. Damn it. Where's my contact? There we go. Here he goes. Next. Also, yeah, if you guys want to check out Peter Tragos' coverage of this, you go to The Lawyer You Know on YouTube is where you can find him. Again, good dude, an attorney down in Florida, great channel. A smile worth $1 million and that slick back hair worth 1 million panty drops. Go check out Peter Tragos. Do the best ads for him. Oh my gosh. Lucky Lenny 8 says, trying to build my paw tree company, an all natural healthy pet store that will help me spend more time with my 1.5-year-old son. So if you could check out paw tree, like PAWtree.com /BBREEN1, BBREEN1, I would appreciate it. So there you go, guys. Pawtree.com /BBREEN1. And if you, while we're just doing a couple ads real quick, the biggest ad for all of my shows is rekietalaw.locals.com. They make every show possible. They make every show, something I can actually do. And they also happen to be the best place to enjoy any chat on the internet. Whatever show you're watching on any channel, you can join rekietalaw.locals.com and talk about it in our live chat, which is going 24 hours a day with a rascally group of adequate people. If you remember the AOL chat rooms of the 90s, that's kind of what it's like. It's freedom, baby. And once you get a little taste of it, you may not want to go back to anywhere else at all. rekietalaw.locals.com, best chat on the internet, hands down. Other people are like, they even come out and they say it when they come on my show. They're like, yeah, I say that my chat's the best chat, but like, really though, your chat is. Like, I know. I built it with my balls. And speaking of balls, the last thing I will say is there is now an official Rekieta Law affiliate link for Baldo. Baldo.com /nose. Use promo code NOSE at checkout. Get 5% off of your Baldo. That's real. That really happened this morning. That's a thing. And I'm so unreasonably happy about it. So, yes. And if you need to know more about the Baldo, you're just going to have to join the Rekieta Law Locals, where a full review is coming. So check that out. Also, I think they may have some new products on the horizon too. So keep an eye out. You know where you can find out about them. Oh, hold on one second. Oh, I love it. Perfect. All right, we got a couple more chats to read here. Ranger Southie says, Wisconsin prisons are for-profit private prisons. He will not have fun. Probably not. Dan the Welder. Oh, and I was curious. Are people... I found out exactly how many Baldos need to be ordered to get a Rekieta Law green custom one. Or custom... I mean, not a custom one, but a custom order of them. Should we try and do it? Should I become part owner of Baldo? Should I do that? I'm trying to figure out if I should do that, chat. I've been invited. Dan the Welder. Rekieta Law, drink not required, but if you get a second, can you give a toast to my perfect wife and my beautiful daughter is almost 6 months old. Ever since our daughter has blessed us, my wife has become an even more beautiful woman and also a perfect mother. I want to show her your toast later. Cheers, brother. Dan the Welder. Dan the Welder. To your wife, to your 6-month-old baby girl, to the mother your wife already was, but is now showing, to the father that you get to learn to be, and to the daughter that we hope will all, of course, that we all hope will have a healthy, happy life, who will grow up to be something you could never imagine. That will be something better than you ever dreamed, and that will bring you more joy than you ever thought possible. Cheers to your family, brother. Peace. Ike Illis says, just received word that next year the Boston Marathon will be conducted around Nick's stomach. They anticipate that at the going rate, it will only require a single lap. Thank you. Thank you. Oops. Just a second here. All right, here we go. Diz Guy says, really early, but next April Fools, how about a SOV citizen law panel of some case? Wait, what do you mean a SOV citizen law panel? Like bring on sovereign citizens to cover a case? That could be ridiculous. Oh my gosh. Fire PA 498 says, Nick, take these boozy bucks off my hands. Will do. We'll gladly do. Let's see. Yeah. So I gotta talk more. Look, I've been talking with the CEO of Baldo all morning. He seems like he seems like an excellent chap. I'm gonna hopefully have an actual conference with them to kind of figure things out and see if this would work and would be funny enough. That's the trick, right? It's got to be funny enough. If it's funny enough, though, maybe. I like the Baldo so much, I bought the company. Could you imagine? Oh. Oh my goodness. Okay, next. We've got heroic effort. Accidentally bought too many locals coins earlier, so I'll send this a second time now that more people are here. Please check out at the heroic effort on Twitter for some cool art, especially if you love video games, and keep an eye out for the Rekieta painting I did in the locals chat. Very cool, the heroic effort. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see. Your Chilean friend is ready with the Brooks effigy I shipped to him for when Brooks is sentenced. He even got his base helicopter tour guide dad out of the retirement home to help with making a volcanic deposit to ensure Brooks burns in hell. Wait, your Chilean friend is going to drop an effigy of Darrell Brooks into a volcano from a helicopter? Are they videoing this? Please, if they've got to video that. They've got to video that. That's amazing. Wow. Team, wait, mama to two Howries. Mama to two Howeries says, this is 2 parts. I watched every moment, I think, of the trial. Then 5 days after, one of daughter's best friends and a kid I consider a second son, he calls me Mama. This 14-year-old was hit by a car. He had 8 broken ribs, broken pelvis, broken clavicle, broken leg, and 2 collapsed lungs, almost lost his ear. He is alive. The amount of anger and sadness it has brought is horrible. Prayers for Trevor, please. Cheers to Trevor. Much prayers to him. I hope he makes a full recovery, even though I know he probably can't. Team Ruby says, Nick, can I get a mailing address? I do a yearly calendar of my dog. Your kids may like it for the cute dog factor. Lol. You may like it because she's awesome. Yeah, Team Ruby. All of my YouTube videos, I need to start putting it on my Rumble videos too. All of my YouTube videos have the mailing address. I'll say it here. It's P.O. Box 97, Spicer, Minnesota, 56288. You can also look up Rekieta Law on Google and find the same address. That's where you can send anything. So thank you. Thank you for that. Let's see. I have no idea what's going on, by the way. I do have the stream up, just waiting for an update. Let's see. Does anybody know what's going on with the sentencing hearing? Do we have any update from like Court TV or anything? I guess I can check. Would have been cooler if I got P.O. Box 69. That'd be good. So a plane down at a golf course? That doesn't make sense. Okay, Brett Lemoyne. Oh, Lemoyne. This is breaking. Officials say there were calls placed into the dispatch center, threats, and the courtroom has been cleared so far. So that's so threats to the courtroom. Court's taking a 30-minute recess. So that's what's going on right now. Thank you, chat, for keeping me updated. Just remembering that I don't have a Twitter account, and so following the things I would normally follow on Twitter is really effing annoying. But while we wait, let me grift this one thing real quick as well. On your Rumble app or Rumble window, if you go right down here, you can hit this plus minus button. This plus right here increases the amount of Rumbles that we have. And that helps push this show up on the leaderboard. We've got 16,200 plus people watching right now, 3,600 Rumbles. If you like the show, if you like the coverage, if you like the jokes, please go ahead and hit that plus button for me. Really helps the show. Legitimately on Rumble, it really helps because it actually puts you on a leaderboard and people can actually find the show. And there's a whole big audience out on Rumble who don't know what they're missing with this show. Who don't know what they're missing with this show. And we would love to show them what they've been missing the whole time. So actually hitting that button really, really fucking helps. On your Apple iPhone app, it's right below the video. You've got a plus minus there. On your Android app, it's right above the video. Somewhere up here, there's a thumbs up button. Hitting that really, really helps, and I really appreciate it. So thank you. Thank you for that, for anybody who wants to do that. Also, here's a quick link to locals here on Rumble. And notice this, we are at 98.8 thousand subscribers. We're getting to that 100,000 number. And if you are not subscribed and you're watching for the first time, I do a nighttime show basically every weeknight at 11 p.m. Central. And Looks like Law and Crime may have dropped. No, never mind. At 11 p.m. Central Time, I do a nighttime show, and we do all sorts of daytime shows as well. So make sure and just follow along. Again, the best place to follow me is on Locals, but if you don't want to do that or you're unable to do that, not everybody wants to use another app or whatever, that's perfectly fine. Just go ahead and make sure you follow me on Rumble because we got lots of good stuff coming. Lots of good stuff coming. Tada Tie-Dye says, hey, Nick, can you smell colors with that glorious thing when you take mushrooms? I have not smelled a color yet. If so, you should try wearing some tie-dye next time. Head over to tadatyedye.com to get yours today. I'll throw that link in the description or in the chat. Tada Tie-Dye has been a supporter of the show, so check that out. If you guys are into tie-dye stuff, you can get some clothing. Let's see. Jonathan says, I'm Nick Rekieta and want to say that Radix Verum is streaming the trial on YouTube. Show her some love and maybe give her more views than a certain reptile. A certain reptile. Oh, that's what you mean. Got it. I didn't know exactly what you had. Oh, yep. There we go. Check out Radix Verum if you're over on YouTube. I need to have her on for some stuff pretty soon. Let's see. Nick can smell what you had for dinner while he eats his. That's true. That's true. Fire PA says, Nick, this testimony is really gut-wrenching, especially as a new dad. My son Peter took his first steps a few days ago. I held him a little tighter today while that testimony was occurring. So a toast to all the parents sitting through this. May no one have to suffer the tragedy these families have suffered. Yes, for now, it's a toast to the parents. Later, it's a toast to everyone because other friends and loved ones are going to be included. But cheers to everybody who's sitting through this and watching the aftermath of the violence that can be wrought by one man's hubris, narcissism, and petulant, childlike fucking anger. Cheers. Mama Tattoo Howery says this is Trevor's donation link. I'm going to share it in the chats. That in the Rumble chat, Odyssey chat, and the Locals chat. If people want to help out Trevor, he's the one who was just hit by a car. As with any GoFundMe type thing, I can't actually vouch for it, but if you want to check it out, if that's something that you believe is a good cause, then please feel free to support. Okay, here we go. Jacob McQuaid says nothing is more infuriating than fake praying. Rotten hell, Darrell. Yeah, he's looking for stuff to do with his hands, with his face, with his eyes, to hide out, just what an asshole he is. For lack of a better term for it. Jacob 1 McQuaid says this is the day Taser Coon will make an appearance in court. Unfortunately, he's not actually hooked up to an electrified ankle thing. I really wish he would get shocked just once for our comedy. Ridgedale says, pinged you again this morning in Discord DMs. Would love to figure out a date to have you on for a mansplaining panel. I know you're crazy busy, so I'm saving the topic for when you're available. Okay, I'll make it a point to get back to you today, Ridgedale. Will do. Ridgedale Brand is a good friend of the show. Good guys over there at Ridgedale. Maybe Kate says, if you need an editor for graphic novel, script, fiction, novel, blog, script, or ebook, or if you want a ghostwriter to do all the work for you, email Katie at redpenmedia.com for a quote. Ooh, there you go. Officials say there were, okay, so threats are still pending. Unclear what has happened so far. We're here. We're here either way. I might actually run to the bathroom real quick. Let me do that while we wait. I'm not going to play the song at all because when I play the song, people leave. I'm not going to do it. So I'll be back in like, just a minute. Okay. Be right back, guys. Okay, we're back. Woo! Sorry, I had to talk to Lady Rackets and see what was going on in the house. So many things going on in the middle of the day. All right, here we go. Okay. Well, we'll just put this back away for a little bit. Oh my goodness. Vinny D95. Hey, Noseman, I put my Gifts and Go in the shilling page on Discord. Had to take the 401k out to pay for it right now, but good news, orientation is this week and class starts next week. Awesome. Awesome, brother. Go get it. Make your lot. Make your lot. All right, here we go. Dan the Welder says, does Baldo offer sizes to fit micro penis? Not asking for a friend, asking for myself and my tiny dick. Well, it doesn't go on your tiny penis. It goes on your tiny balls. So I think it's a one size fits most scenario there, brother. Diz guy says, Nick, don't buy into Baldo. Stock market is so low right now. If you got loose cash, your kids will retire when this market corrects. Well, that's a completely different thing than what you're saying. Both can be true. Let's see. Inaz the Gregor says, I would like each victim who gives a statement to cut him once on the way out. Yes. Yep. Hold on. Let's see. We've got Synth Baby says Kathleen and her daughter Charlotte will be speaking today. Was Kathleen Jackson's mom? Is that who Kathleen was? Was Charlotte the 12-year-old? I didn't catch the name of the 12-year-old. So, yes, for anybody who is not aware, there was apparently threats called into the courthouse. They take those threats very seriously. Excuse me. They have cleared the courthouse and we're waiting for an update. So we're just here. We're just here, just waiting on whatever happens next. Torgo the White says, I'm waiting for one of these Catholics to just come out with, it is against the Catholic faith for me to wish evil upon you, but today I will be a bad Catholic. You're sentenced to hundreds of years in prison. I hope it takes less than one before your soon-to-be colleagues meet you in the prison shower with a shiv and send you to the endless fire. Such a fate is better than you deserve. Oh, Kathleen is the Y family. Oh, okay. Thank you for sharing that. I'm bad with names in general, so that was tough. Not a Robot says, fuck YouTube for censoring print, shoot, repeat. Yes. And everyone else that they censor too. YouTube is censorship is just not my thing in general. Hold on. Here we go. Let's see. You'd already asked your Chilean friend if he was willing to film the dump. He said no, since apparently after the end of Pinochet's regime, laws were passed that made volcanic dumping illegal, and he isn't going to film himself violating regulations. Oh, well, yeah, that makes sense. I'm just I'm just surprised at how how calm the victims are in this case. In some of these cases, I mean, you can find court videos of like victims families leaping over the bench to get to the guy to try and beat him down to death in court. And yeah, it's been rather civil. Even the statements have been rather civil today. Must be that Midwest nice going on. Tada Tie-Dye says, I didn't have enough room to say use code Hippie Nick to get 15% off your whole order. Thanks again, Nick. Hey, thank you, Tada Tie-Dye. America Float says, Darrell Brooks didn't get all charges dropped. I thought he Kobayashi Maru'd the whole deal. No, lol. He even tried to this morning, though. If you missed the very beginning of this, he did say, hi, my name is Darrell Brooks, and I'm here on a special appearance. Can I please get, what did he say? Can I please get a rendering of the proceedings so far? So he acted like he legitimately had not been in court all day. He acted like, oh, well, I'm Darrell Brooks. I am here. I'm not here in my third party capacity anymore. He's there as a special appearance. So a special appearance is something you would do when the court doesn't have jurisdiction, but you're there to answer and argue just the jurisdiction part, for example. Well, I'm here for for this hearing. The court does not have authority over me, does not have jurisdiction. However, typically you would have your lawyer appear for this. And actually, if you follow these online cases, Sargon did this in the Akilah Hughes copyright suit, where he was not properly served, but he did have an attorney show up on special appearance, on a special appearance for him to just say, hey, he hasn't been properly served. So he's not actually forced to answer in this lawsuit, and it should be dismissed. Of course, at that point, his lawyer then accepted service, and they proceeded on after that. But that was how that was handled. That was how that was handled. So very kind of like a weird inside look at what he meant when he said that, even though he's completely ridiculous about it. So, okay, what do we got going on? We're just here waiting. We're just here waiting. What do you guys want to talk about? What do you guys want to talk about? Oh my gosh, I got to redo all my windows now. I screwed a bunch of things up. The anniversary stream. Oh yeah, I guess I should talk about that a little bit. So tomorrow is actually my 5-year anniversary of creating content, which started on YouTube. It started on YouTube 5 years ago tomorrow. No. Tomorrow, the 16th. That was my first video upload, was the lawsuit part 1 and part 2. These were the Dick Masterson or Maddox versus Dick Masterson lawsuit. If you don't know the story, I was a fan of a show called The Biggest Problem in the Universe, which was Maddox and Dick Masterson, two internet satirists. Maddox owned the webpage, the greatest page in the universe. Dick Masterson owned the webpage Men Are Better Than Women, also wrote a book by the same title. And Dick Masterson also showed up on the Dr. Phil show as a professional chauvinist. So in all of that internet satire, these two guys meet, and decide to do a podcast together. It's called The Biggest Problem in the Universe. It was a great podcast. And after about 2 years, it just completely stopped. I think it was 107 episodes. They did weekly episodes. So it's just after 2 years, and completely stopped without warning. They started their own shows, and Maddox was not really talking about what was going on. Dick decided to eventually start talking about it, and shortly thereafter, Maddox would sue Dick for between $20 and $400 million. We don't actually know the amount because it was so poorly written, but people were kind of freaking out about this. I was in the Dick Show Facebook group as a fan of the show. And so I was sitting on my couch when everything dropped, and the documents became available on Twitter. So I checked them out and started reading them. And it took me about one page to realize how just stupid it was. So I decided to read the documents, just read through and explain what was going on while drinking whiskey. And I couldn't figure out how to upload like a 40-minute video directly into Facebook. So I uploaded it to YouTube instead. And that's how my channel got created. That's how it started. That's the beginning. So that was 5 years ago. The show is so much different now. And there's a lot of lore to that. If you have not watched the lawsuit, I highly recommend going back. Like, it is rare that you find cases that are that absurdly written, that stupid. And we had a lot of fun covering that. You can watch me go from recording little short, like these videos about stuff, to moving into live streaming for the first times, getting my first ethics complaint. Thank you, Kevin Landau, you dumb weirdo. All of that stuff happened during the lawsuit. And that's what started the channel. So I'm thinking of doing an anniversary stream tomorrow between the Brooks stuff and my nighttime stream tomorrow with Bronca. Tomorrow's going to be a packed day. I'm not sure how it's all going to work out, what everything's going to do or be, but I plan on kind of doing a recap of the major things that I've covered on the channel and just having a fun time with it. Maybe inviting some guests and stuff like that. We'll see what exactly is going on. But this is all happening, during Darrell Brooks. Tomorrow night is no tie Bronca, apparently. There's been a bunch of drama surrounding him lately. Probably not going to talk about that. Probably going to talk about other things and just have a fun show. Because I'm not super interested in covering the drama. We'll probably create new drama. I mean, that's kind of the way things go. But the idea is not to delve into that. It's not my favorite thing. But you never know what's going to happen on a Wednesday night. So that's where we'll be. Tonight there will be a show as well, of course. And we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with that. I'm thinking of something lighthearted, maybe. Because this is kind of heavy. So we'll see though. Should be some good stuff the next couple days. I'm really tempted to do the 5-year anniversary stream, at least partially on YouTube, to get people to know where I am streaming, to know that Rumble works, to know about locals. I'm not quite sure what to do yet with that, but everything will be announced on rekietalaw.locals.com. That everything will be there. So you can follow along. Let's see. What do we got? Rage LB says, me and my mom were in a scary incident when I was 11, 20 years later, and I still wake up to the screeching sound of metal smashing into metal. We got T-boned from a woman going over 80. Ugh. Oh my gosh. It's horrifying. And the trauma of these events, I mean, that's part of the real damage that happens to you. It's stuff that you go through forever, for the rest of your life. It will always be there. The Keno Pounder says you could always get on the FTX grift like Logic has. It's a pretty great story about egos going down in flames and crypto exchange thuggery plus 28 going on 75. Alameda CEO Jewess Caroline Ellison. We talked about it a little bit the other day. I mean, I never know what subject people care about or like what the grift is. I kind of just do my show. I kind of just do my show, and sometimes it aligns with what's going on in the world. Not huge on chasing down the subject personally, but you know, that's what we got. FTX is an amazing topic. I mean, it's, from what I saw, it's certainly interesting because you've got this huge Democrat donor. All of this money just evaporates into nowhere. Sounds kind of like money laundering and all sorts of other stuff. But you know, it's fine. It's just crypto being used to do whatever, probably filtering a bunch of money into the Democrat Party. Who knows? Let's see. All right, here we go. So what? Hold on. What else is happening in the world? I haven't checked because I woke up expecting to do just, you know, this coverage. And now it's like an SUV has been driven into the court hearing. Update from Wisconsin. Someone called dispatch and said they would serve justice. Cops think it might be someone on Brooks's side from talk radio host with solid law enforcement contacts. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously the only person that benefits from delaying this hearing is Darrell Brooks. Of course that is. I'm not going to play that video. Not during this. Oh my gosh. So yesterday, in the Rekieta Law live chat, based Fromars, our resident Italian, dropped a link to special needs slam poetry videos, which exist apparently. That's a thing. That's a real thing that occurs. Okay. Oh yeah, there's a University of Virginia shooting. I think did that happen in the middle of the night? Is that I feel like I was awake when that thing happened. Tactical Bear 157. Hey, Nick, love the show and debauchery. Wanted to show Black Metal Firearms as GoFundMe, a small family-owned FFL who's having their license potentially revoked by the ATF. And then there's a GoFundMe here for that. I'll share this. Whoops. Save Uncivil Law. Uncivil has the link, man. Uncivil has the link. If he wants to join, he is welcome to join at any time. One of the first people I sent the link to this morning. Oh my God. That's them. Look at this shit. Law and Crime is getting a Zoom call from Ram Zambriano. Good job, Law and Crime, having that. What are you doing? I guess it could have been Court TV. Don't actually know if that was Court TV or Law and Crime getting the Zoom call. But, or Discord call or whatever that was. Sheesh. Okay, to the people concerned about me shaking on stream, my leg bounces. My leg bounces all the time. It's I don't know if it's like ADHD related or whatever. I'm not having a seizure. I'm not jerking off. I'm not dying. I appreciate your concern. I'm just fine. My leg has shook for over 30 years. As far back as I can remember. It's that was a Skype call, whatever. You get it. Who get it? But I'm okay. I'm going to live. It'll be fine. My leg just shakes. It always has. It just bounces. I bounce my leg a lot. You may not know this about me, but I have to keep things occupied. Like I usually have to fidget with something to pay attention. And that's been forever. I used to actually read while listening to lectures, read something else, because then it would help me listen to the lecture. But my brain is a broken pile of garbage sometimes, but it's all okay. So, but I just got an email of someone who's concerned about it. And while I do appreciate that, but it's nothing. I'm not like stroking out. I'm not Fetterman. Today we're here to cover the trial of Darrell Brooks from Berkshire. XGS Wood says, Nick, I would bury him up to his neck next to a fire ant pile, slice his eyelids, and pour honey on his head. Gross. That's horrifying. Thank you. By the way, a big what's up to Pennsylvania for that Fetterman thing. A big what's up to Pennsylvania. Good job electing Fetterman. I'm very proud of you guys. It's always nice to have your ADA compliant elected official brought into office. It's good. It's good. Yeah, Congress, I don't think, was meeting the quota. I mean, which is surprising because all of them are retarded. But Fetterman really brings it to the next level. He does. Contrarian says, this explains how you can talk to a guest while reading and replying to locals chat. Yeah. Again, I have lots of practice managing multiple things poorly at the same time. So that is something that is true. That is something that is true. What do we got? Oh my goodness. That was too coherent for Fetterman. What Pennsylvania shows us is that Americans would rather vote for a retard than for a Turk. And honestly, I've never been more proud. Who said that? Alpha Snork says it's ADHD. I have to have background noise, stay focused, always physically stimulated ever since I stopped meds in high school. Riverbank Angle. We need state level electoral colleges. A lot of people have suggested that. And that might be the answer. I think Razorfist has a video on state level electoral colleges if you're curious about it. But that's the thing. No kidding, Ryan. No kidding. I ignore yours on purpose. Oh my gosh. I'll have to read this later. Still have communications ongoing with Baldo. Gosh, I'm so excited. I never thought I'd wake up one day and be talking to them. But here I am. Pinking 554 extra security. There are now at least 2 officers appearing to be SWAT with tack gear inside the Darrell Brooks courtroom. There's also beefed up security posted around the courthouse. This is the way to do it. Take the threat seriously, address the threat, but don't delay the proceedings any more than necessary. The uncovered lamp. Democrats can never, ever, ever, ever lecture me about political idolatry again. They elected Fetterman and a literal dead guy because the D next to their name. Voting Dem equal you a bad person. We also found out that single women overwhelmingly voted Democrat. which just goes to show what everybody has been, like Andrew Tate and so on have been saying, that young single women just want the D. But okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. I have to. Go. So many things. Yeah, the election stuff has been, the election stuff's always a disaster, right? I kind of just watch. I don't have any expectations anymore. As far as what's going on left, Republicans will end up with definitely 50 seats in the Senate. If Georgia is allowed to go, well, Georgia will go to a runoff, Herschel Walker versus Raphael Warnock. And it looks like, based on history, I think Warnock will win that runoff. Definitely will have nothing to do with like voter fraud or anything like that. It will all be completely legitimate, and we'll be told how legitimate it was. So that's nice. But I don't follow midterm elections. I follow presidential elections because I find them interesting and the drama develops. Like for midterm election coverage, there's a bunch of better people than me to do it because it's just not my thing. It's too much like looking at all these different states that I don't care about. I just know what my state's going to do every single time because they do the same every single time. They're horrible. Any comments on video and images like this? No. Of course, election fraud happens. Of course it does. The question is always, is the margin of the vote bigger than the fraud? And sometimes I don't think so. Julian Delfici. Well, it needs, at least now we can point out with evidence that any retard can serve in Congress these days. But Lindsey Graham was already in there. Hello, I'm Lindsey Graham. Here's what I'm going to do. We're going to go ahead and have a national bill to ban abortion right before the midterm elections and give the Democrats a nice talking point, even though it's probably unconstitutional for a national ban on abortions. But that's okay, my little friends. Fuck Lindsey Graham. This dude, like, why? Why you do this? Why you do the one thing that you shouldn't do? Like, you should not do this right now. This is not the time. Fire PA, what do you think of Lee Zeldin potentially being the new RNC head? Whoa, now you're getting deep into the politics that I don't care about. I couldn't tell you. I'm not the guy to talk about any of that shit. Like RNC, I don't even know these people's names. I don't know my own name most days. I'm not even dumping on these people. I just literally don't. Like, it is so much time to sit there and follow that stuff. Like, oh, who's the new RNC chair, the DNC chair? Where's the money? What's this? The money is in asses. That's where it is. And none of these people matter to me at all. I know they all run the world. It's fine. And they've rigged the system in favor of their own parties and themselves. And they're content winning or losing. They're perfectly happy with either one. And on a party level, because they know that they're just gonna, they're like the two Apu, like grabbing dicks, right? Together and shaking. Like, that's Republicans and Democrats. You could just, someone could Photoshop that picture and put a red shirt on one with a backwards R and a backwards D on the other shirt. And it'd be the most accurate picture of American politics that exists. It's complete bullshit. So I just watch it for the entertainment value. Midterms aren't super entertaining for me. Presidential races are, because there's a lot of drama that's involved. And I love election night when you're like following state by state to see what's going to happen with the president, but that's it. Okay, here we go. Gates of Above says, Nick, please do a toast and prayers for the loss I've endured. I lost a piece of me after that god-awful single woman D joke. Holy shit. A toast to what you used to be and will never be again. Looks like you got the D this time. But if you want my thoughts generally on why Republicans can't win, won't win, don't want to win, I did a video about it. Or what did I do? Did I upload that video to YouTube? Or was that just on gosh, no, I don't remember. Was that just on a live stream? Might have been. It doesn't really matter. I think it was on a live stream. Yeah. But yeah, so I did that video on a live stream, and I did that speech on a live stream the day after Election Day, and you can check that out. The Keno Pounder. This is Sam Bankman-Friedman's girlfriend, by the way. Oh yes, we'll play this real quick. So this is the FTX stuff. Okay. So here we go.
Use very little math.
What?
Yeah, absolutely could pull it off without my math degree. Use very little math.
This is the CEO.
Use a lot of like elementary school math. Being comfortable with risk is very important. We tend not to have things like stop losses. I think those aren't necessarily a great risk management tool. I'm trying to think of a good example of a trade where I've lost a ton of money. Well, I don't know. I probably don't want to go into specifics too much with that.
Anyway, so that's her. That's the person who is running this $1 billion Bitcoin empire. Good job. Good job having an idiot do it. I mean, the whole idea of but she says that stop losses are not adequate or are not good risk management tools are just dumb. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Okay. Bald Eagle 1787. No point in voting for president. Dems are always going to win. States that Republicans have to win allow universal mail-in voting, so those states are solid blue for every presidential election. We'll see. Maybe that's the way. Maybe that's the way. Oh, Nick is wrong about sovereign citizens. While we're doing video meme reviews, I guess let's check. Let's see what this will be good. Who is Cash Does Lo-Fi? Here we go.
So I'm just going to try to go over this sovereign citizen nonsense and hope you had some clarity. But the more I speak, the more confusing it's going to get.
Perfect.
So when let's start at the top, sort of what sovereign citizens say. One of the easiest things is this driver's license thing. They have the right to travel. Well, that's 100% right. You have the right to travel.
Do you?
You have the privilege of having a driver's license. So the first thing an attorney should be saying when they're talking to one of these sovereign citizens is, have you it's not excluded. There's a right way of a legal word. I'm not an attorney, so there's a legal way of saying it. Of gotten rid of your privileges and exercised your rights.
Okay, so here's the thing. So he's not an attorney, but he's saying the first thing an attorney should say to a sovereign citizen is, Have you gotten rid of your privileges and exercised your rights on the right to travel? You have a right to travel, yes. You do not have an unfettered or unimpeded right to travel, though, because your travel rights often will interfere or with someone else's private ownership rights. For example, I can travel, but I cannot freely travel onto my neighbor's properties without permission, or more appropriately, if they ask me to leave those properties, I can be impeded in that travel and try to go around them. You can travel on a public roadway, most of them, because they are public, which is interesting because sovereign citizens don't really recognize that. But you do have a right to travel. You do not have a right to travel by any particular means. You have no right to that. And oh my goodness, what's up, Kurt?
Hey, how's it going? It's good to see you.
Pretty good, brother. We're just waiting for the court to actually come back, and I'm reviewing this video about how I'm wrong about sovereign citizens.
Oh, good. One of the many things you're wrong about.
Yes, yes. But you know what I'm not wrong about, Kurt? I am now a Baldo affiliate.
I've heard tell. Loud and proud.
Oh yeah. You can
Baldo. And I want in on the podcast.
Yes,
I want
you
in
do?
on the podcast.
Doesn't that sound like a fun show?
It sounds like a lot of fun.
The hard part of it is figuring out exactly how to source the conversation each time, but I don't think that'd be that much trouble.
No.
So
this is the kind of thing I went to law school for. If my Baldo crosses state lines, is there a federal case? Now, I would note that there's
was it launched from a potato gun?
There is a case in both states because part of the requisite act, as long as any element occurred in any of the requisite states, both states typically have jurisdiction. So if you do this on four corners, that means 4 different states have jurisdiction over you. I'm not sure about the feds, but we could get into that too.
4 Corners is actually federal tribal land, so we do have a weird issue at 4
Ooh,
Corners.
That too. Okay, fun times.
Now, what about this though? You shoot your Baldo across state lines in an assaultive manner, but someone throws money back at you as revenge. Is it then interstate commerce?
Well, everything's interstate commerce. You know that.
Yeah. But anyway, so here let's take a look at this thing here. I've only done 40 seconds. Let's go back to the beginning so you can join me on this. Here we go. This is what I'm wrong about sovereign citizens.
Okay.
So I'm just going to try to go over this sovereign citizen nonsense and hopefully add some clarity. But the more I speak, the more confusing it's going to get. So when
I believe that,
let's start at the top, sort of what sovereign citizens say. One of the easiest things is this driver's license thing. They have the right to travel. Well, that's 100% right. You have the right to travel. You have the privilege of having a driver's license. So the first thing an attorney should be saying when they're talking to one of these sovereign citizens is, have you it's not excluded. There's a wrong way of a legal word, not an attorney. So.
We're not going to start it over, but here's Joe. What's up, Joe?
Yo, how you doing?
Pretty good, brother. We're just
I'm catching up. I'm listening.
Yeah.
I know. Just keep going.
Okay, here we go.
There's a legal way of saying it of gotten rid of your privileges and exercised your rights. If you haven't done that, well, you can't claim sovereign citizenship. One of the other main things of sovereign citizenship.
Wait. I'm sorry. To claim sovereign citizenship, there's a set of rules that you have to follow, and the first is that you you've discarded your privileges but preserved your rights. That's did I hear that right, or am I crazy?
Okay.
Yeah, apparently.
I'm gonna be frank. I've never looked into the whole sovereign citizen thing. I understand conceptually when it makes sense. I never looked into it. You guys, I'm gonna be getting an education from you. I can't imagine that to qualify as a sovereign citizen, you have to first adopt the label vagabond, get your little stick with the thing, and there's rules that you have to be traveling on your, and that's what is this guy trying to
wait? You have to follow a rule set that seems antithetical to the whole concept of sovereign citizenry.
That's what I would think. I understand sovereign citizen is you're basically saying I reject the government leadership and I'm my own little domain, and my domain is my domain, and I happen to be situated in the middle of the country of the United States of America, but I refuse to adopt that, and I shouldn't be obligated to adopt that. Am I missing anything? Is there more than that beyond that?
I'm a sovereign nation unto myself, Joe. I'm not
Okay.
bound by your constitution, and you have no subject matter or personal in personam or in rem jurisdiction over me or the corporate entity that shares the same name but in all caps that I am.
The corporate
All right.
entity. Okay.
Oh yeah. So the part of the system is that when you're born, your birth certificate is printed, I guess, in all caps, and they believe that creates a legal fiction of a corporate entity that represents you, that corporate person cannot be sued because that would require corporate personhood, which they don't really recognize or something. I don't know, but that's why they do the whole like I don't recognize that name. That's not me. Because it's in all caps.
Has this
That's
ever worked in any setting anywhere?
No.
Yeah. Okay.
Here we go.
Is if you're in the courtroom, you've already failed. But I'm going to start breaking down all of these ideas of why.
Just real quick, if you're in the courtroom, you've already failed. Well, one, yes, but two, not for the reasons you suspect. Because if you start yelling sovereign citizen nonsense at the arresting officer, you'll end up in the courtroom probably quicker.
People are saying these things and all the convoluted conspiracy theories behind them all, and then you can sort of get a better understanding of how they've managed to smash it all together and come up with these ideas. So one of the other interesting things is, like was brought up in the stream the other day, was about the flag being around, the gold leaf being around the flag, and that's maritime law. It's actually not. What it's actually supposed to be, according to the conspiracy theory, is martial law. So everything that is on daylight savings time and everyone that has that gold.
No, it's actually admiralty.
Oh.
Okay.
I mean, was he talking about noble gold? Because I want to know. I mean, is there, or birch gold? Is there, what type
Birch
of gold
gold?
is he talking
Well,
about?
birchgold.com/knows is where you should go to find out everything you need to know about gold and silver, even incorporating them into your IRA. But here we go.
Really? Tell me more.
Well, you got to go to birchgold.com/knows and click
Nice.
that green button for more information.
Oh, okay.
Birchgold.com?
I will.
/knows. Here we go.
The flag is under martial law. That's why they don't have ministries of war and only ministries of defense now after the Second World War. So they managed to conflate that into the maritime law stuff. The maritime law stuff for the sovereign citizens comes from the Cess1 KV Trust and the papal bull from the Vatican and Rome, because obviously you're born through a birth canal and then you come out into the world, whatever. But in the courtroom, you're in a dock, which is the dry dock, and the captain is the judge on the ship and all that sort of stuff, right? Well, that comes from the Vatican.
Okay, I don't know about being the courtroom is a dry dock for your vaginal canal birth.
Yeah,
I'm not sure, but on a ship, I mean, maritime law. Yes, when you're on a ship, the captain is the judge. He acts as judge with authority. Often from he would have acted with the authority of the state if it was a state-run vessel. Sure, that's true.
Where the Pope claimed every soul on the planet, every man, woman, and child, and anyone who didn't have a birth certificate, they sent off the conquistadors to go and murder and massacre everyone that didn't have a birth certificate.
Thank God.
So they're conflating that conspiracy theory into this maritime law thing about you being a lost soul at sea. And then they've mashed that together with like this capital letterization thingy. That comes from another guy who was an attorney allegedly of Bill Clinton. And he was doing these online thingies, maybe 2010-ish, something like that, when he was explaining the difference between grammar, past tense, syntax, and adverb, verb, and the difference of capitalizations and stuff. And you could, believe it or not, buy his package online for $200, and he'd explain it all. And he was the one who claimed, was given the idea of the definition of is in Congress and a whole bunch of other things.
Oh, thank God. This is getting really boring really quickly. We're back in court.
Excellent. Looks good in orange.
All right, thank you. Shortly before 10 a.m., there was an abrupt stop to the proceedings when I was asked by the sheriff to meet with him, and I was advised at that time that their communications center had received a threat to the courthouse. As everyone is well aware, it's now 11:14 a.m. The sheriff has assured me that this building is quite safe, very secure were his words, and that he has taken all reasonable measures to secure the courthouse. At this time, I am not going to stop these proceedings. We will continue. And
Good
I
for
will
you.
rely on the sheriff's department and law enforcement.
Well, look at
personnel
Darrell.
to
Darrell's
advise
a step
if
in the law.
anything changes. I apologize for the abrupt disruption previously, but
My leg shaking actually hit my
confident that we can
phone
go
and
forward
texted the
at
court
this
that there
time.
was a bomb. I'm sorry, it wasn't my
I know
fault.
when we took
It was my leg shaking that did
that
it.
break, right before that, Jen Dunn had been reading a statement from one of the juvenile victims, and there was a picture that was referenced. I would like to make a request for that picture to be made part of the record.
Thank you, Judge. We had anticipated that as well. We're prepared to display that at this time on the monitor.
And then will that be filed?
Yes, I can file that.
All right, go ahead.
So again, this is the note and drawing by victim KKK.
Aw.
Can you tell me the age of KKK?
8 years old.
Thank you very much.
Breaks my heart a little
Can you
bit, not gonna lie.
complete with that statement?
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
really heartbreaking.
I am completed with victim KKK's statement, and you can now see the drawing that was made by that victim on the bottom of his statement.
Oh, someone made the frogs
Thank you very much.
meme. We'll show it later.
Next, I do have the statement of
Amazing.
the mother of victim KKK and LLL to read for the court. I am not sure how or where to begin to try and put into words how November 21st of 2021 has impacted my life or my family's life. That was a night that I pray I could forget, say it has not broken me, say that I am stronger than a single moment, and move beyond as if it never happened. But unfortunately, as much as I try, this is something that haunts me daily. Our lives forever changed that evening. Mr. Brooks took an evening that was supposed to be filled with excitement, love, and holiday spirit and turned it into a real-life nightmare. November 21st of 2021, I witnessed the most horrific event I could ever have imagined leaving my house that evening. My children at the time of the parade were 11, victim LLL, 9, victim KKK, and 6, innocent, full of life, love, compassion, and excitement for the holidays. That evening, Mr. Brooks stripped this from my children, leaving them physically hurt, scared, angry, confused, traumatized, and forever changed with the visions of what happened that night. I saw absolute fear and pain in my children's eyes they should never have had to experience in their entire life. I saw my daughter, victim LLL, lying in the road crying and yelling, "Who would do that?" I saw my son, victim KKK, flipped on his back, crying in pain, not being able to move or feel his legs. I remember knowing we weren't safe and needing to leave, telling my children to run as fast as they could, and
Okay.
or back to danger.
There we go.
I remember seeing parents laying on top of their children in fear and trying to protect them the best they could from what was happening. I remember sitting at every stoplight while driving my children to the hospital, trembling to the point the car was shaking. In complete fear, every car pulling up beside me was the person who hit my children. Yes, Mr. Brooks, I remember. I watched my son not be able to sit alone in a room for weeks. I watched my children not be able to sit still without being anxious and fidgeting for months. I watched my children wake up with nightmares to this day. I saw gut-wrenching guilt on my husband's face for feeling like he didn't protect his family. And to this day, I feel anger and hatred more than I realized I ever could for a person I have never even met. But aside from all of that, I am thankful. Thankful that by some miracle, my family and I walked away that evening. Although I could not attend most of the trial in person, I did view either via Zoom or on TV. I viewed everything from the pre-trial, jury selection, and trial itself, and I am disgusted that a grown man could act the way Mr. Brooks acted during all of this. Mr. Brooks claims he was raised a Christian and his mother raised him better than he was acting at the beginning of the trial, but Mr. Brooks continued to be rude, selfish, and disrespectful, from sleeping during court, endless interruptions and outbursts, rude
Sleeping during
comments,
court.
facial expressions, and lack of remorse
Wish I was
for his
doing that.
actions and how he was treating everyone in court, from the prosecutors, victims, witnesses, and judge herself. I never thought Mr. Brooks could make
This is
myself
powerful.
feel victimized all over again, but he did. I keep remembering how Mr. Brooks was upset the detective in the investigation asked to speak to one of his children. I asked myself, it's not okay to speak to his child, but it's okay to intentionally hit two of my children and drive away? That's okay? Why my children? Why any children? How could someone do this? How could someone have no compassion for the victims, the families? We deserve answers. Our children deserve answers, true and honest answers. Never once did I see true remorse for anyone but himself or his family during the trial. Mr. Brooks also stated something along the lines of, anyone who knows him or spends enough time with him knows he would never do something like that. But Mr. Brooks, you absolutely did. Mr. Brooks hit my children and so many more people and never once stopped. Not only did he kill, injure, and traumatize so many that night, he decided to victimize everyone again by forcing them to not only testify as to what happened because he felt compelled to plead not guilty, but he also forced these victims and family members, including my husband, to face the monster that did this and answer the questions he felt the need to ask. How can someone face each person on the stand, knowing what was done that night, question them as if they were the ones on trial when all of the victims and witnesses were doing that night were creating memories? Unfortunately, memories were created, but not the memories I planned to have with my children. Instead, the fear I have seeing a maroon SUV driving towards myself or my family is now paralyzing. Seeing a vehicle drive too fast down any street makes me physically sick to my stomach. My children panic at the sight of an emergency vehicle. Seeing people run and yell unexpectedly, even if just for fun, makes my heart drop, and my mind brings me back to the night of the parade, hearing the screams, yells for help, and cries from that night will haunt me until the day I die. Those are the memories I have from the night. The only good that has come from this is Mr. Brooks will never be able to hurt another person outside of prison ever again. The guilty verdict and hopefully life plus sentence will protect anyone that may have been hurt by Mr. Brooks in the future, and that I can be thankful for. Please, on behalf of myself and my family, we ask Mr. Brooks to be sentenced to the fullest extent. Mother of victim KKK and LLL. Next to speak will be victim S.
You know, they just don't hit the same coming from a victim advocate like that.
I don't know. When she's describing the ongoing trauma they deal with, it's not something.
Notes, and I was wondering.
Yeah.
It was a little confliction there. Is victim KKK 8 or 9?
It doesn't matter, but 9 now.
Wow. Way to show no remorse.
The written statement read from the mother of victim KKK.
Objection hearsay.
I apologize. I'm just taking notes.
Just want her to get up and scream, it doesn't fucking matter. Why didn't you ask him while you were hitting him with your car? Piece of garbage.
My name's Kelly Grebo, and I was walking in the Christmas parade with my daughter, Adelia, on the 21st. I'm not one for public speaking, obviously. I'm very nervous. But I was given a chance to be the voice for my daughter, and I. That is what fueled me to stand here today. Now I can only tell you our story, but I believe the tragic events of that day have affected many of us in a similar manner. I can honestly say I have never felt the hatred I do for one person like I do this man. The very man that drove his vehicle into my 9-year-old baby girl who was excitedly walking in the Christmas parade. She was so excited to dress up that day as Cindy Lou Who. We spent weeks figuring out her costume and picking her hairstyle. She was excited to have her hair and makeup done and to help spread holiday cheer, to see her friends and her family that were there to be spectators at the parade that became witnesses to this horrible act themselves. So many lives were changed that day, although many of us, for the most part, have healed physically. Emotionally, many of us have been scarred. I have questioned whether those emotional scars will ever truly go away, remembering the roller coaster of emotions that day. And after being struck myself, lying on the ground and seeing the tires pass directly in front of my face and just waiting for the pain to begin. Being filled with absolute fear of not knowing where my daughter Adelia was or if she was okay, then running only to find her the way I did, the way so many of us found our loved ones that day, lying helpless on the cold, hard ground. My knees buckled the minute I got to her. Seeing my child that this so-called sorry excuse for a man ran a 3,000-pound SUV into her tiny little body. There are so many times when I close my eyes, I still see my baby girl laying in the street, helpless, not moving, just staring in complete shock, not even recognizing her own grandparents when they came to her side. Seeing that look in her eyes will forever be embedded in my mind. As a parent, we are supposed to be able to protect our children, and that day many of us were reminded of the ugly in this world, that no matter what we do, there will always be monsters like Darrell Brooks that are lurking around corners, just waiting for a chance to play those parts in our nightmares. Yet even after causing this much pain and destruction, he wasn't even happy with that. He didn't stop there. He took it upon himself to be his own representation, knowing full well he would be given the chance to question us as victims and rip open the wounds once again and show no remorse. I can tell you, sitting on the stand that day, reliving the horrific events, having him look in my direction brought up so many memories and emotions of that night. Hearing his voice made me cringe with disgust and anger. He changed our Adelia that day. He stole her innocent, happy look on life and replaced it with fear and hate that no child at the now age of 10 should ever feel. Although those feelings are warranted, she was forced that day to see the ugly in this world also. And her joyous outlook on the holiday season was stolen. I'm not sure if she will ever again attend another parade, let alone a Christmas parade. I don't know when the unexplained loud noises will ever not take me back to that day and make me jump, make my heart rate increase. However, I do know every day is a new chance. We have to take back our lives and give this man no more than he has already taken. We are now stronger than we ever imagined we would have to be as a family and as a community, and that he cannot have. He does not deserve that. What Darrell Brooks does, however, deserve is to be sentenced to the maximum time allotted for each one of his horrific convictions, as he has given us as a community a life sentence of these memories. Thank you.
Damn.
Finally, some righteous anger coming out. Everybody's been very reserved so far. I mean, the one mom was very sad, and he just do a let's pick this up thing. That was good. But it's nice to see some raw emotion.
Righteous anger rooted in pain is even more powerful.
Do you think we'll get a hard R today? Do you think one of the parents will drop the hard R?
No.
No. I want one of the I want the oldest man to do it. My wife of 62 years, you. The media would lose their minds. That's the main reason I want it to happen. Oh my God.
I don't know that they would, not for Darrell Brooks. I mean, normally I'd agree with you, but not for Darrell Brooks.
I don't know. I think we might even get it then. Darrell Brooks deserved his sentence, but this is inappropriate. you know that would become Cat 10 Barge, Washington Post would be just leading the charge with that one.
Yeah, the race is standing up there against him.
Oh my gosh. Fame and V says, check this out. Oh wait, I'll do that one later. That's got a video clip attached. That could be pretty good. The T-Man says, I'm going to launch a lawsuit as a pro se sovereign citizen. Your Honor, you don't have jurisdiction to dismiss my case. Did you see Elon Musk fire that guy over Twitter? The Twitter employee over Twitter the other day?
Good. Really?
Oh, God. Yeah. Yeah. Musk had a random tweet about why Twitter was slow and apologizing for it. And then one of the engineers pushed back on him and they had the back and forth. And then eventually the engineer's like, maybe he should ask in private over Slack or something like that. The guy's like, hey, Musk, I don't know if this is the kind of guy you want on your team. He's like, yeah, he's fired. Oh, shit. But the funny thing is Musk didn't ask a question in the first place. So like the response from the team member was completely unwarranted. I get it. I would have fired him too. I would have fired him the first time he said anything. Fire all these people. I don't care about Twitter employees. How long are we going to wait here?
Do you know how many victims are speaking today?
Like 60.
Wow.
it's I don't know if they're going to do all. I don't know if they actually have 60 because like the one lady.
Computers because we didn't have a power cord, but no, that one won't.
You didn't have a
He's gonna
power
run and
cord?
grab the power cord and then it should work. We had. Okay. There's a change between what we were using earlier and that's why probably it's not recognizing the computer.
I don't think we're going to actually have 60 though because we have different people speaking for multiple victims. Minnesota Conservative from my locals says 36.
You want to wait.
Oh. Thanks, Minnesota Conservative.
Conservative.
I got you.
Yeah.
Well, if only 36 people speak, maybe we'll be done with this today.
She said it will definitely have another day.
Wow.
Because she wanted to digest, and that was a mullet. Did you guys see that thing?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
magnificent.
He's committed.
I started this in 1986, and I'm not stopping today. Not for nobody, no how.
We may need Miss Gussie back for that.
Just hit, it's PowerPoint, so just hit enter.
I lost my track.
Looking back over the last 358 days, some days are a complete blur.
Or turn the microphone closer to you.
Can you turn the
My
microphone
God.
closer to you? Can you turn down the volume on your husband's hair, please?
Katie Pudliner.
It's like every time he eats a cheeseburger, it grows longer.
Looking back over the last 358 days, some days are a complete blur, others are vivid as yesterday. At 4:39 p.m. on 11/21/21, changed my life, my sons, my family, my friends, and the Waukesha community. During the closing arguments, the defendant spoke of family. His grandmother released her statement to the media speaking of family. Through the past 358 days, we have heard from the Brooks family that the defendant has a mental illness as a reason for his decisions that evening, except the decision making goes back further than that. It seems the decision was made not to get help, not to stay medicated, etc., instead to use it as an excuse for poor, selfish decisions. My family almost lost the only son, the only grandson, the only nephew, and that was not our decision. As a parent, I have carried the guilt.
Mean mugging Darrell Brooks.
That I
Look at
debated
him.
with my son.
Yeah, he's getting off.
Prayed that day.
Eyeing him
It was
down.
mandatory for his grade. The Packers were playing. It was cold and windy. I had to use a life
There,
teaching moment.
I'm down. That's fine.
We
We'll
made
share
a
in
commitment to the
context.
band. This was all part of it. He left reluctantly. I talked to him shortly after I found a parking spot downtown to make sure he was warm enough and told him the general area where I was going to
Oh,
look
leap
for a
at him.
spot to watch the band perform.
Please.
From 4:33 to 4:34 p.m., I watched the South Band march and perform in front of me.
You get
As
one
I
good
was
swing
packing
in.
up my blankets and chair into the wagon, I noticed what I thought was between a 2008 to a 2012 maroon red Ford Escape driving extremely fast past me. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I remember making the mental notes about the vehicle, the driver, turned to a friend sitting with me, and we were both in awe. Then we heard the screams and the sounds of things
I
being
shouldn't read
hit,
the chat.
like when you bump into a construction barrel on the freeway. From 4:46 to 4:58 was complete chaos. Fighting the crowd of people running out of the area screaming shots fired, trying to find my son. As I approached the intersection of Main Street and Barstow, the area went completely dark, maybe only in my mind. As I searched for my son, asking people if they knew where he was. A familiar voice behind me said, "He's over here." I turned to see him laying in the street with his feet pointing north.
First, enter your PIN to unlock the device.
Apologies. We had no idea what had
Angry
happened,
mullet
only
man
that
just
he was
chuckled.
tasting blood
Broke character.
and that his stomach hurt. Soon EMTs were there, and we went for a run up and down Main Street as he was being helped before they had a true plan where they were going to stage the injured. He was taken off the gurney and placed in the street to await an ambulance. This is where we met our first hero of the journey. A complete stranger came to sit with us and help roll my son while he was vomiting blood from his injuries, helped to keep him calm and comfort his fears. That was the 18 minutes that felt like an hour. I remember looking around as I waited. Not too far in front of me was a very young officer with his rifle standing guard. To my left were two brothers that we had known from the band and baseball. One lying on the street, clearly injured, the other standing by. I felt completely helpless as I wanted to go and help them. But I couldn't leave my son injured. They say everything happens for a reason, something I have firmly believed. At 5:16 p.m., we were loaded into the ambulance, as I refer to it as the little ambulance that could. While in the middle of everything, it had a coolant leak. The smell of antifreeze will trigger me forever. We made it out to a condom walk, and I learned after that it made another run after that people had died.
Yeah. Can you not?
While my son was whisked away to emergency surgery, I had to start making phone calls, returning text messages, figuring out what was next. Will he make it through surgery? How bad were his injuries? After 6 days at the hospital, we were sent home. My athletic son couldn't lift our cats, pour a glass of milk, put his socks and shoes on. He has a scar almost 2 foot long. And as a catcher, he questioned his ability to be able to play the sport he loves, the sport that he eats, breathes, and sleeps. After missing school and work for almost 2 months, we were able to start to get back and work up to a full-time basis over the course of a month.
This is
One
heavy.
lingering injury brought questions if he could play ball for what would be the first full season of his high school career. COVID had canceled and shortened the prior two. April 6th, he took to the field with that bandmate that was lying in the street just a few feet from us just 3 months earlier. As we tried to find a sense of normal in between doctor's appointments and procedures. Next one, please. Through the process and the journey of the judicial system, we have found a new family, one that can relate to the horror, the fear, the trauma of that night, changing our lives forever. The criminal complaint had listed 62 named victims, now survivors, 6 that gained their wings. What it did not include were the 16 jurors that had also become victims of the defendant's actions that night. While the named victims, their families and friends had to relive that night, they were experiencing it firsthand. Mrs. Edwards' statement asked that we forgive her grandson, blaming the mental illness, not encouraging him to take ownership for his actions. She said that she lost a grandson, his mother lost a son, his children lost a father. That isn't completely a true statement, as they will be able to talk to him, send him letters, visit him, hopefully in a maximum security prison. They seem to forget there is a mother that can't kiss her son goodnight, a father that can't play ball with his son, a brother that can't fight with his brother and still be his best friend. There are 3 children that can't call their mother for advice, go shopping, plan their weddings, or have them watch over them as they reach for their dreams. There are numerous grandchildren that won't get to go to grandma's anymore, get spoiled and sent home, hyped on sugar and love. There are teenagers that had to grow up way too quickly, having to make adult decisions about their future. There are girls that may never dance again without fear, their innocence taken away by a selfish decision. There is a grandfather that cannot tell the family stories anymore. He can't watch his wife dance. These families will forever be missing their loved ones. They can't call them, write a letter, or visit them. Nothing will bring back the son, the mom, the daughter, the grandma, and the grandfather to these families. Nothing can restore the innocence lost to these, ease their fear. But this community came together to lift up each other up, support each other, looked after those that were in their worst moments, celebrated the wins along the way,
How old
returning
is
to
this
the dance floor, dancing in the streets, and playing baseball. The prosecution team did an amazing job representing everyone of the plaintiffs in this case. Thank you. The victim witness team was so caring and diligent in keeping us informed, being whenever there was a question that came up. Pepper, who greeted us every time we came to the courthouse, she put a smile on everyone's face, brought a little humor or a caring snuggle. You can do the last one now. Your Honor, you are the standard that should be set across the country. Your patience, your diligence will never be forgotten. From the selfish actions
He's
of
15.
one person
Okay.
came to a community.
It's a big boy.
Came from excuse me. From one selfish
Corn and
actions
cheese-fed Wisconsin boy right there.
of one person came a community rising like a phoenix, stronger than ever, stronger together. I ask that you hand down the maximum possible sentence without parole.
He was the victim, this kid?
In prison, so
Yeah,
that
he was hit.
everyone in our Waukesha Strong community can heal, remember, grow, and never have to look back.
We do have a live
if you just
picture of his first date also right here. Here it is. So that's looking directly into the future from the locals chat. Thank you. And it sounded like the first two notes of that Curb Your Enthusiasm thing. When he moved the mic, I
I'm
was like,
Tyler Pudliner, victim O. Your Honor, I appreciate the opportunity to speak today and share my impact statement with the court.
it's kids from
It's
Wisconsin.
been a
but
long time
sounds like
coming,
he's
but I
from
cannot thank the
Arkansas.
courts enough for giving not only myself, but all of us who have been affected the opportunity to share our stories. First, I would like to start off with you, Judge Darrell. Thank you, Your Honor. We have all been going through these proceedings for almost a year now, and it is almost hard to believe that this is the first time that we've gotten the opportunity to communicate with you directly. I understand now that this is how the process takes place. Now, since the beginning of these proceedings, I've obviously gone through a lot of emotions as having been a victim and survivor in this case. I hate to say it like this, but it seems that for a greater portion of the year, and especially throughout the most recent proceedings, and my mother can confirm this, I've been somewhat angry towards you, Judge Darrell. And I would now like to apologize for that. Maybe it's because I either did not understand or did not want to become aware of how lengthy the process was. There have been multiple occasions where I have gotten very mad or annoyed due to your rulings that either didn't go the prosecution's way or that I personally felt shouldn't have been made. Obviously, there were also multiple occasions where these disruptions that would continuously be made by the defendant would take up way too much time and cause way too many delays throughout the trial portion of these proceedings. It would stress all of us out more than we should have ever been, to say the least. I would keep asking my mother, other families involved, the prosecution, and victim witness teams, why can't Judge Darrell do more to stop the disruptions? Why did she let that one testimony go on for way longer than it should have? But in all thanks to those amazing people sitting behind me, I was able to get the clarification and understanding that I need to calm down and help me understand that we were making steps forward in the process. And that we were going to finally arrive at the finish line as winners. That's why I wanted to start off by thanking you first today, Judge Darrell. I am very glad that we have finally arrived at this point in the process where I can say that you did an amazing job throughout the entire process. You have not only shown myself or just the court, but an entire nation and world, for that matter, that you conducted these proceedings with the utmost respect and decorum to all of the parties involved. Lastly, Your Honor, I want to acknowledge your sainthood. Your devotion to this trial can never be matched. Your fair rulings, passion for this case, and kindness to everyone is more than everyone could have asked for, and for that, I again thank you. You've truly become like a mother and a true hero to this community, and for that, we appreciate you, Judge Darrell. I would also like to thank this amazing prosecution team, Sue, Leslie, Zach, Tom, Christy, and Ryan. You guys have been the glue that has held us together throughout this entire process over the past year. You've all taken extra time out of your day to stay late and either be able to answer all of our questions or just talk and reassure us that even though with all those sleepless nights and countless hours of delay, we would be okay. I can confidently say that I don't think there could have been a better team put together to represent us as the plaintiffs in this matter. Just like Judge Darrell, all of you have shown the passion, blood, sweat, and tears and extraordinary effort that has been poured into this case to give us the justice that many have desired and deserve. Consider yourselves true heroes to this community as well. I would also like to highlight Jen and her extraordinary team at Victim Witness Assistance. Again, a group of truly amazing people that I can't say enough words about to describe their amazing work. If we needed a shoulder to cry on, they were there. If we needed to make that late night phone call to get the answers we desired, they answered. We can truly not thank you guys enough for all your hard work and unmeasurable amount of effort that you gave us during this case to our
Darrell
families.
Brooks over here with his
And you
eyes.
cannot forget about personally my favorite employee in the entire courthouse, Pepper. You know how they say a dog is a man's best friend. Well, Pepper is an entire community's best friend. I personally, and I'm sure that I could speak for all of us when I say this, could not be more thankful for all the donations that have been made
the best
or
reading
have
voice
made
of all
Pepper
of the
possible.
all
Jen and
of
her
the
staff have
victims
done an
so
amazing
far.
job keeping her in line. Well, she did what any dog does best. Gives us so much unconditional
Gonna
love.
have him read my next audiobook for me.
We feel like all the problems are gone. Once again, I cannot thank everyone who represented us as the state of Wisconsin. You guys did one hell of a job throughout this process and have truly become a special part of this group. Finally, I want to take the time to describe how the events that occurred on November 21st, 2021 have affected my family and myself. No one thinks that something like those horrendous acts committed by the defendant on 11/20/21 will ever happen to you. Christy, if you could please. I want you to look at that, Mr. Brooks. That's what you did to me that night. That's us in the ER, waiting.
Shit.
I remember bits
Wow.
and pieces, but that is what happened.
Wow.
If you could go on to the next slide, please, Christy. Throughout the past year, I have become very close to other families involved in this matter. All the pictures there have what kept me going. The sport of baseball and all the other families affected in that community. I've gained more little brothers than I can say, and an entire new baseball team to live out the rest of this life with. Next slide, please. I've also met so many new friends post 11/20/21. A new grandmother to add to such a wonderful family, another new brother in that instance that have just helped me get through everything. And it's kept us stronger through the whole process. Next slide, please, Christy. I've also gotten to become closer to other groups that were affected. Last Saturday, I marched with the Milwaukee Dancing Grannies in their Christmas parade. Veterans Day Parade. Yeah, my bad. Sorry. Coming together with other groups like this is something that has, again, shown that we are very strong. We are stronger than the defendant, and we are an entire community that has shown that strength. These memories are what have kept us going and will forever keep us going in this process. Next slide, please, Christy. As I stated before,
Thanks, Christy.
baseball is a sport that has specifically kept me going. Wrestling is another love. I've gotten
Christy,
to meet
by
some
the way,
very
name of my
cool
first
wrestlers.
girlfriend. Go
Braun
trivia.
Strowman, to name a few, and Ric Flair. A race car driver, a local race car driver that I pit for at Slinger Speedway, has basically been another grandfather throughout this entire process. He spent every day with us at the hospital for the week I was hospitalized, except Thanksgiving. I've gained another brother who's pictured there at that wrestling event with another part of my truly amazing and big family that I've gained out of this. Christian Yelich, a Brewer, and my favorite player and now manager of the Brewers Trade Council. Go to the next slide, please. Finally, this right here, this is me and my buddy Eric. We were both affected that day And we made the return within 3 months of everything happening to come back and play the sport that we love. We did not stay down. We did not cry. Didn't let it get to us. We came back stronger than ever. Yeah, we might have lost, but we played hard and truly showed this entire community that we are stronger together. And we are stronger than you. I just want to also address one more thing to Mr. Brooks. These are 2 quotes that have gotten me through this entire process. You can mark it down in your Bible if you want for this one. It's Romans 12:21. Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. The second one, also to go with his grandmother's statement, I picked it up from the book and movie The Shack, written by William P. Young. The quote is, "Forgiveness in no way requires that you trust the one you forgive. Forgiveness is not about forgetting. It is about letting go of another person's throat." And I do want to acknowledge that I am letting go of your throat, but I have not forgiven you. Thank you, Your Honor, for the chance to speak today.
Kid has a huge heart.
Speaking of huge things, I gotta say it.
Is he clapping?
The judge's face is too big.
What were your thoughts about her work? I didn't really watch the trial nearly as
I
much.
wasn't a big fan. I mean, I think she maintained the record well, but she didn't maintain control of the courtroom. She could have just excluded him, left him in that other room. She let him come back way too often.
My name is Sasha Catalan. I was 17 years old when the Waukesha parade incident occurred. I was in my last year of high school, thinking it was going to be the best senior year ever. Although I pushed through and made it to the end, it definitely was not easy for me or for any of us after that one night that changed our lives. I was in the Waukesha South marching band as a clarinet player. How am I doing now? That's really hard to answer because some days I get scared to leave my house, especially now since the holidays are coming around. Even when it's the simplest holidays, my mind always finds a way to go back to that parade incident. Since that day, I don't really know how to act on many events, whether good or bad. What I mean by this is that I don't really know how to show my emotions as much anymore. Before, I used to open up and could easily be read as a book, but now even my mom wonders what goes through my head, and honestly, I wish she knew. But I know that if I were to tell her, she'd be worried for me, which is the last thing that I want. Sometimes I think of what if situations since that day, that if I were to take the place of one of those people who have passed, if it would have happened better. Although I am grateful to have received a chance to continue and to make something out of my life for the better, I get haunted by these thoughts. I used to never think this way, which scares me the most. Not sure whether to live actively and freely, like as if nothing ever happened, or to watch my back on the slightest things. At school, I sort of didn't want to receive any help from those who offered. Not even my boyfriend, which hurt the most. Everyone hated me saying struggle to pick up and carry my books and binders, even carrying my backpack just over a shoulder. I wanted to continue as normally as I could back at school, but that was never going to happen. I've never felt so weak like that before in my life. I felt empty and I cried. It was hard to carry those books and everything, so I gave in and let those, including my boyfriend, help me out. Even the basics are hard to do, such as write. Either my hand shakes a little, or I would have to use a clipboard for support. Even now, then, my shoulder would pop along with my elbow if I were to simply stretch. I have to relearn how to play my favorite sports, especially soccer, when it came to kicking the ball, since I was injured on my right side of the body. I tried to learn to be a lefty, but it was hard. So I decided to heal and to not give up even with the pain of kicking with my right. To this day, It's hard to sleep because sometimes I do dream of that incident. I wake up sweating from my head with a slight fever. I instantly wake up and try to calm myself down as my heart starts to race. I have to hug something instantly to feel that I am not alone and that I am safe, such as stuffed animal, sweater, or blanket. My family has been even more worrisome and strict to me, even though I am an adult now. They instantly want to know everything I want to do. We have trust, but since the parade, my mom has been nonstop talking about me possibly getting into a car crash or her never finding me or something because I didn't aware her of a last minute plan to go eat or to simply go to a store. I understand I never want her to worry, but at the same time, she shouldn't have to be thinking of such situations. I want to pursue what makes me happy and to not have limits on myself or to feel not as confident because my mom would say that I'm better off with this since I'm safer. My life has not been easy, and I've accepted that it won't be as normal as before. All of this, I still struggle to this day. I just keep moving forward, but I don't know when the nightmares will go away, when I will be completely healed physically and emotionally, having those reenactments of seeing my friends in the band scatter or those on the floor. I just wish that day never happened. Definitely not the adulthood I thought I would be having now, considering I do not know what to go in for college. This is due to me having now an interest in the medical field or law school because of the parade tragedy and wanting to have justice served for everyone in this community. This is how I am to this day. Definitely not the same Sasha as I once was before. I may be stuck finding myself for a period of time, but I am trying my best to not let the incident that affected us all to get the best of me and define who I am and to define who we all are. Thank you.
It seems so broken.
Yeah, anybody who went through this.
I mean, I'm not judging.
And I have a statement from Sasha's mother to read, and then I have 3 more statements from members of the Waukesha South Band in this group, Your Honor.
Like her whole appearance and demeanor speaks for itself beyond her words, you know?
Judge Doro, I want to express in this letter my feelings since the day of the accident, so to speak. My daughter at that time was a student at South High School and a member of the band, in which some members, including her, were struck by the truck causing injuries. Since that day, I cannot get out of my head all of the screams of pain, anguish, and terror that were heard along that long street with no end in sight. Young children, elderly people, and relatives running to protect themselves. I had mixed feelings, and even worse, my daughter was in the hospital with a lost look and without understanding what had happened. There have been months of uncertainty, of sleepless nights, nervous breakdowns, and foolish thoughts. What hurts me the most is seeing how my daughter has completely changed. From being a girl who wanted so many things for her future to see her now so quiet, so distant, and still so stunned with many questions.
Be interesting to see what she was like talking before the
and so many
incident.
others.
If she became that like
The
kind of
hardest thing to
quiet,
hear is that she would have preferred to
reserved
give her
person
life
from it.
for that of some other person who lost their life. For me as a mother, it is very difficult to be able to tell her that everything will be fine when at the time I was not behind her to protect her from everything that happened. I know that many will say overcome it already, but nobody knows what it's like trying to stand on your feet when your world has no floor. I hope justice is done, and I am thankful to each and every one of you who has not left us alone. Policemen, doctors, prosecutors, angels, and all of those people who I could not name who were and are still here to support us. This is just the beginning for many of us, and it will be a long road, but I am sure of one thing, and that is that we will be able to get back up. Thank you very much. Waukesha, let's hug very tight because our children need us. Mother of Victim I. And this next one, they sent us some photos this morning. Are you ready for them? Thank you, Judge Doro, for your patience through this trial. Thank you to the entire prosecution team for being so well prepared for this case. And lastly, thank you to Victim Witness Assistance for looking out for all of us. My name is Donald Teagues, and I am the father of victim Q, or Eric Teagues. Both of my sons, Eric and Tyson, were marching with the Waukesha South Marching Band in the 2021 Waukesha Christmas Parade. Eric was a junior and Tyson was a freshman. They were there to play Christmas music for the people and start off the holiday season. That came to a quick end when you, Darrell E. Brooks Jr., drove through the parade killing people, injuring people, and ruining what was supposed to be a beautiful event. And we haven't been told when to do the photos, so Christy, if you can use your judgment, thank you. Darrell Brooks, you hit and ran over Eric along with some of his bandmates. Tyson, his younger brother, was just feet away from Eric when you hit and ran him over. Tyson witnessed his brother getting hit and ran over along with other bandmates. Tyson never left his brother's side during this incident. He even took off his jacket to help keep his brother warm while he laid in the middle of the street. He then had to call his mother and try to explain what had happened. As he stood next to his brother, he saw blood coming out of his ear, nose, and mouth, and his leg that was pointing backwards. He would just keep telling Eric he will be fine and that mom was on her way. He stayed with him until Eric was taken by ambulance to the hospital. Starting that night, Tyson had nightmares and had them for a week. He would wake up screaming and crying. And what made this even worse is he couldn't go to see his brother in the hospital. And my wife and I could not be there for Tyson the first few nights because we were with his brother in the ICU at Children's Hospital. My daughter, who wasn't at the parade, but went with her mother to the parade after Tyson called. She stayed with Tyson at the scene and at home when we couldn't be there. She needed to see a psychiatrist to help her deal with what she saw on the streets that day and seeing her brother lying there on the ground, not knowing if he would live. She had to be in outpatient care for 2 weeks to help her through what she saw. Eric was an aspiring baseball player for the Waukesha South baseball team and a select baseball player for Styx Academy. He was making his final push to get better and wanting to be scouted by colleges to play in college at an elite level. You took that away from him that November day. He spent 9 days in the hospital. 3 of those were in ICU. Eric suffered from a skull fracture, a major concussion, a C4 fracture, right shoulder fracture, 4 broken ribs, a partially collapsed lung, T6 through T11 fractures, and a left femur fracture that required surgery. He is lucky to be alive. The C4 fracture could have killed him. The femur fracture could have killed him, or the broken ribs along with the lung collapse could have killed him. His time in the hospital was very hard, dealing with nonstop pain from you hitting him and running over him like he was a speed bump. He had to lay flat for 4 days and wear a C-collar for 7 days because of the C4 fracture. He had a chest tube to drain the blood off of his lung so he could breathe. He had to undergo surgery to repair his severely fractured femur. On top of all of that, he was dealing with a severe concussion. He could not have any lights on or loud noises. He would have events of uncontrolled vomiting and would spike fevers. When he was finally able to leave the hospital, it was in a wheelchair, and he was in that wheelchair for over a month. We had to have a wheelchair ramp built for when we came home. Without the ramp, it would have been very hard to get him in and out of the house. My wife had to take off a month of unpaid leave from work. I had to take off 3 months from work to take care of him and get him to multiple doctor appointments a week. Darrell Brooks, you stated during this whole trial that you are a man, a God-loving man. You are not. A real man would have stopped when they saw they made a mistake. A real man would have admitted the wrong and would not have put all these families through this pain.
You get him.
God would have stopped, admitted to his wrongs, and asked for forgiveness. You sat there showing no emotions for what you did and pretend that reading the Bible was going to help you. But you, Darrell Brooks, are pure evil that is not fooling anyone. You don't know God, but you better start learning because where you are going, you're going to need to start praying a lot. You don't deserve to see the light of day ever again. You should never be able to see your children again. It's too bad this state doesn't have the death penalty because you would be put to the front of the line. I hope you rot in hell, have a miserable existence in prison, and that someone teaches you a true lesson in asking for forgiveness.
There we go. Thank you. Finally, some fire. Let's get some passion.
The next statement is
I only regret it wasn't the victim themselves saying it.
I know, gosh.
It's been nearly a year since the Waukesha parade incident, and I know my friends, family, and myself still remember it vividly. Personally, I have an injury that could affect me the rest of my life. Doing normal things like carrying groceries or even my school supplies to classes have proven to be more of a challenge compared to what it used to be. And some mornings I'm not even able to lift my arm past my shoulder. It's hard, but I'm living through it because I refused a long time ago that I would have this man, someone who thought of no one and nothing past the incident, control what I can and can't do. I can't remember vividly what happened, just pain sparking up from the back of my head and my shoulder and people standing over me. It wasn't until I woke up the next day after everything and tried to stand up did I realize how much pain I was truly in, and it only got worse the following days. My progress in what I can do with my injuries over this difficult year has been positive. I've rebuilt most of my strength, but I've been told time and again from my family, friends, medical professionals, it may never be what it used to be, and to remember that this may be it. But that's only a possibility to me. Nothing is set in stone. Medicine is a practice because we never have all the answers. I was lucky to have family and friends who could help me physically, but nothing was permanent. All it took was a single thing to throw all progress out the window. If I wake up lying on my side, I already know that that day is going to be painful because simple things like sleeping hurt. Emotionally, the only constant support I've had is that of my friends and family. I've chosen out of my own free will not to see medical professionals for my mental state because I hold the belief that therapy is great and can do many great things for people, but what I do here and now has a bigger impact on myself. Putting a pause on my life to think about what happened to me and the people I know isn't worth it. I wake up at least twice a week to terrors of what happened, seeing and feeling the same things as that night and the days that followed. The endless possibilities of what could have happened, not just to me but others, whether I knew them or not, flood my dreams and scare me to my core. I remember my parents the day after. I had been dead asleep all night from stress and finally running out of adrenaline to find out that they hadn't slept. My father chose to stay up in the living room where I had been sleeping to watch over me instead of recuperating himself. I may not have completely understood then because I didn't want to, but after a year of dealing with the outcome, I understand. Being who I am, I hide what I'm feeling a lot. Right after the incident, I remember friends coming up to me and seeking comfort, to which I had no problem with, but there would be triggers in what they would say that would bring me back. But I pushed it away to comfort others. Humor is the world's medicine, and like most traumatic situations in my life, I've applied humor to this now. I'm sensitive to who I'm with, but when talking, I try to think of something witty or humorous so that I can jump over the obstacle or burden of trauma, and to put it plainly, sadness. This past homecoming, my friends and I had gone to the dance, and one of my friends was driving us to eat afterwards. The place was on the far side of town, and the quickest route was through downtown. It wasn't their fault at all, but we were stopped because a group of people were crossing the road, and it was right near where I was hit, and I panicked. My vision went blurry, and I had flashbacks of the night. My friends had noticed and helped me through it, and we found a better route. I can't remember a time before having that bad of a panic attack where it's hard to breathe, and knowing the reason behind it is just another reminder I won't be the same, much like most people who
I'm
were
gonna take a break. I'll join you guys later.
All right, buddy. Talk to you then.
Later, brother.
During the time of the trial, I've stayed away from news on what's happening. I've overheard conversations with family members. Sometimes it's brought up within my friend groups, most of which have chosen to be understanding of my choices and move away from the topic. Mentally, this past month, I've had more terrors, not always while I'm sleeping, but when I zone out at school or at home. I never show a reaction because I choose to keep that in, but I do change in how I stand or sit, and I noticed I'm more jumpy around people after experiencing these terrors. Hearing about what happened within this case has been a stressful time for everyone in my family. I tend to not sleep as well as I normally do, even on good nights, and I find myself panicking over small things such as schoolwork more than I ever have. Thank you, Victim H.
One more to read.
And the final statement from the band is from Victim K. At the time of the Waukesha holiday parade, I was your typical carefree teenager. As a 17-year-old at Waukesha South, I had only just begun my senior year, a time that some might argue to be the best year of high school. Sadly, that all changed in a mere instant. I was marching in the parade with the Waukesha South Band, playing the sousaphone, parentheses tuba, when Brooks appeared out of nowhere, plowing into me from behind. He dragged both me and my instrument upon the hood of his vehicle for what seemed like miles, before eventually running me over entirely. Luckily, I was swiftly rushed to Waukesha Memorial Hospital by an officer by a squad car for emergency treatment. I was completely alone during this time and positively terrified. The ER medical staff was utterly shocked that I had even survived such a forceful impact. I suffered multiple injuries due to the impact, including ligament damages, deep tissue contusions, and both a sprained neck and ankle. Post-evaluation, the doctors explained to me how my instrument had likely saved my life. Saved my life. Those words still echo loudly in my head. While my instrument may have helped to protect me, my life, as I knew it, was entirely destroyed by Brooks that evening. I spent several weeks on crutches, then followed that up with multiple braces. I felt completely disabled, as I was unable to walk or even move without constant pain or assistance from someone. Outside of the injuries I sustained, my entire body ached for several weeks, and I felt like one giant bruise. This lengthy loss of mobility ultimately resulted in the loss of my only employment, my part-time job. However, despite my injuries, it was the sheer horror of the events of that night, coupled with the unwanted attention after the parade, which sent me into a downward spiral of misery and depression. Everything I had experienced and continued to deal with had eventually caused me to lose all focus, so I fell behind at school. I simply gave up on my studies and school entirely after the accident. I hated all of the extra attention it brought. Consequently, I was not able to graduate on time with all of my closest friends and peers. That was one of my lowest times, which of course only added to the darkness and depression I was already trying to navigate through. Any physical injuries that my body sustained as the result of this crime do not begin to compare to the mental massacre I have been forced to battle every day since then. My dreams have been assaulted by the images of that night. Bodies were strewn everywhere. Victims were sobbing and crying in pain and fear all around me. My horrific dreams have all but forced me into a constant and chronic state of insomnia. I have been unable to enjoy any form of restful slumber in nearly a full year. I also cannot bring myself to revisit the downtown Waukesha area at all. I become completely stressed even being near the area where I was hit. This is disturbing on a very personal level. My mother is a Waukesha native born and raised. She would often reflect upon her love for this town, the events and parades, and the community as a whole. Our family used to spend so many days together in the downtown area, but not now. Now I become physically ill just considering going downtown, and it hurts to know we can no longer share those special family moments together. In addition, I now suffer from panic attacks in any crowded public settings. I cannot even enjoy a simple sporting event or concert because I have developed a hypersensitivity to screaming crowds. They send me into a complete panic, putting my head on a swivel and always watching for danger. The PTSD and hopelessness that I continue to suffer as a result of that November day continues to be an ongoing battle, warranting decades of therapy. Mr. Brooks is sheer evil in its vilest form. He should never again know any sense of freedom. I hope that the rest of his days are haunted by the videos, images, and stories shared by each and every victim. I hope every night his dreams are teeming with visions of those 6 innocent people who perished in the wake. I want him to suffer like all of us has, every single day until he takes his very last breath. His refusal to accept any responsibility for his actions deserves no less. I would strongly urge the court to extend the firmest sentencing possible for every single guilty charge. On behalf of myself, my family, all of the victims, the dearly deceased, and all of Waukesha, please issue Brooks the maximum penalties possible. Victim K.
Get him out.
That is the end of this group.
And he's, of course, gone. He's,
Yeah.
of course, gone.
But you're right. It's not nearly as powerful coming from her reading these
An hour
statements and
or so
hearing.
break, but I do think it's also important that court staff and everyone here get a lunch break as well. So we will break for an hour-ish. I'll plan to be back
30
here at
minutes, man.
1:15.
What?
All right. Thank you, everyone. We are in recess.
An hour. You have an hour to kill now, brother.
I know. What's up, Aussie? How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, good. Can't complain. Sorry I'm running behind. I would have been here a couple of hours ago, but it was a rough day at work yesterday, and apparently my body decided to need more sleep than I thought it did. So
could have been here a couple hours ago. I thought you said could have been here a couple hours ago. I was like, damn, Aussie's coming in hot.
Yeah.
No, not quite so much. No.
Well, welcome to it. It's just a long day of depressing impact statements. I mean, frankly, that's what we're going to be dealing with today.
I suppose it was to be expected. I mean, we were looking at 16 hours over today and tomorrow, or are they going beyond tomorrow, do you think?
No, it'll be done tomorrow. They're moving through them pretty well today, and it sounded like the state was fairly confident that they would actually get all of theirs done today. Because they had asked if the judge, hey, if we get this all done, can we just be done in one day? And the judge said, no, I really want to do 2 days. I want to let the statements sink in. So it seems like they'll probably wrap up today. Who knows if it also sounded like perhaps Brooks's statements will come today and the judge will do sentencing tomorrow, which would make tomorrow pretty short.
Okay.
Yeah. But tomorrow that should be like under an hour, you would think. But
well, reading, it depends on how she does sentencing, but yeah, it should be pretty fast.
Unless she, you're right. Unless she reads, on this charge, I'm sentencing you to 25, which may happen.
Which they also may. I'm trying to think. I think in Halderson, the way they did it was they sentenced him on the main charge, life in prison without the possibility of parole, and then reserved the sentencing on the rest. Basically, if you get out, we'll have a new sentencing hearing type thing. Like if you appeal and win this thing, but it'd be. I mean, to me, it seems like she should just render the 6 life sentences without parole, reserve the rest for the court to issue sentences at a later date if he somehow appeals, because he's never going to appeal. There's no need to issue him 2,700 years in prison or whatever he faces.
And then break that down into months, which is going to be like 24,683 months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do have some super chats to read here.
Please.
Rumble rant. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. It's getting to that part of the day where my body says sleep. Team Ruby says, I don't normally waste energy on hate. I will make an exception for him. I may have to send him a bag of dicks to eat in prison. If you go to www.dicksbymail.com, you too may make that happen. So my chat is proposing something here. Aussie, what do you think? Should whoops, here we go. There we go. What do we think about this? Should we get this made? The lawful lotto.
The lawful lotto.
So you really got a sponsorship from them?
Yes.
That's
oh, so they came through? Wow.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I have an affiliate link right now, baldo.com/nose with promo code nose. Get 5% off your Baldo.
Wow. Such brilliant.
Did they mention whether or not you can get it in Rekieta Green?
You are the perfect marketer for Baldo.
The Rekieta Green is possible. I would have to make a large bulk order because the manufacturer changing the color requires a certain number of sales. I do know the price on it. It's almost worth
almost worth it,
but it's really expensive. It's really expensive, but I'm in ongoing talks with them. I'm very excited for lots of opportunities. I'll send it in the private chat.
Oh, that's funny.
Here we go. All right. So, yeah. We'll see what happens.
Sorry, I saw something funny.
We'll see what happens with that. Fac Uniga says, I love Mullet Guy, but I'd really love something like you, Darrell Brooks, have caused me to dedicate myself to the destruction of blacks. Oh my God. So, something that would actually impact him. Wow. I don't think that's the thing with the young victims can't say anything like that. They can't. That's why we need a full-on old man. A full-on old man with nothing to lose to come out and drop the spicy thing.
It's not going to happen. I'll tell you right now. You can.
I know it's not going to happen.
Sit here rooting for it. It's not.
It would just spice up the hearing. That's all.
Oh, I agree with you. That would be amazing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just to see, because it's almost like an expression of this is how much rage I have that I can't even like control myself. But these statements are all prepared, which is why I wish. Yeah.
Well, I mean, of course you're going to prepare. These people can't. These people. That sounded way worse than I meant it to be. Victims of serious traumatic events can't be expected to stand up and just off the cuff deliver.
I'm not
statements.
critiquing. I'm not critiquing that.
I heard some critique.
Statements. No, there's no critique. Stop being so. I wasn't being all judgy. I was simply saying, people aren't going to write into a speech. You know, you schmuck on a. I hope you die in hell. Well, maybe that they'll say, but they'll cut out the hard R.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think? I think
I just think it depends how good someone is at public speaking for it. I mean, I think there's plenty of people out there that they can give themselves the base points of what they say, and they could easily drop the hard R or the C-bombs or whatever if they get impassioned about it enough. I mean, Joe, we've seen you rant, dude. Let's be fair.
Yeah, you've never heard me drop the hard R. Now, maybe
you haven't been run over by a black supremacist.
Maybe if there's is there a black victim there? Is there a black victim there?
No. This is Wisconsin still.
I was going to say, this was Mayberry, right? I mean, he basically ran through. I mean, it was, right? I mean, that's everyone there was a white victim.
I mean, I think, a
black victim might. A black victim might.
I don't want to suggest it's Mayberry. It's still a suburb of Milwaukee.
Right.
Like it's a pretty ethnically diverse area, but I think, the parade was not very ethnically diverse.
Right. So.
Yeah. Let's see, what do we got here? Eagle Scout 316. They should strap him to a board facing these victims so he can't look away, and add a month of solitary whenever he rolls his eyes. I think they should just smash his fingers with a hammer.
Yeah. It's cases like these which make you regret that whole 8th Amendment thing. Because it's like you can get really creative if we allow for cruel and unusual. And this guy really earned it.
There's several circumstances where it makes you feel that certain things could be more instituted.
Although I can imagine that the guards will probably leave him in cells with people that they know are going to, basically make his daily life a living hell. And that's what we'll never know. That's the thing. We'll never know if that's what ends up happening to him.
Well, we'll know if we get a news story.
I mean, that's but only if something permanent happens. Only if he ends up getting shanked and killed. I'm saying if his life is a daily hell where he's living with some guy named Bubba who has like a real fetish for black guys, we'll never know about that.
Right? Yeah, it's true. Yeah, but you got to wonder who actually is in prison there. And so Nate was on earlier, and he was kind of talking about this. You do have white supremacist gangs that are in prison. Prisons can get very, very tribal. And he has a lot of black supremacist rhetoric on his Facebook page, something that was largely left out of the public trial. And again, I know people don't like it, but for the purposes of the trial, I don't think that would have been the most appropriate thing to bring up. I think it would have kind of clouded the issue a little bit and not really had any legal basis with the charges that were filed against him. So with that, though, it's very possible that people on the inside will know exactly what his stances are, and that could go very poorly for him very quickly.
No.
John Moes says, so is the hanging today or tomorrow? Tomorrow is the day he will be sentenced. Tomorrow's the day he will be sentenced. So
it's so I've never watched a sentencing hearing before. It's so bizarre in the sense that the testimony is almost the exact opposite of what you hear in trial, because it's all just it's all emotion and things that would largely be completely deemed irrelevant, inflammatory. And that's what the testimony is designed to inflame the passion of the judge, which is so completely different from anything you would see during a trial.
Yeah, it's really weird. I'm not the biggest fan of victim impact statements, honestly. because our system is not actually supposed to run on ideas of vengeance, revenge, and inflamed passions. But you know, the victims have a right to, they have a right to speak. This is one of the only rights victims get in a criminal trial, is the right to address the perpetrator of the offense at sentencing, because you don't have a right to be called as a witness. You might not be called at all. You can't force the state or the defendant to call you. And so there may never be a time to tell your story. And this is the time to tell your story. So
well, once they're adjudged guilty by a jury who hasn't been inflamed, to me, I don't, and it's also, you have to recognize that since the appeal is being made directly to a judge rather than to a layperson jury, I think it's an appropriate way to handle things, to give the victims a chance to find to feel like they're getting justice, that at the very least they're being heard, and not that they're muted throughout the entire process. I think it's part of their healing. These victims need it. I think that it helps them.
I agree with the sentiment. I just don't want to overstate judges' impartiality, judges' perceived impartiality, because every judge believes they can listen to like testimony about a little kid being chopped up by a murderer and remain dispassionate, and literally none of them can, because they're still
Of course
people.
not. They're human.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And we wouldn't want them to. I don't want, like, people have talked about AI judges and stuff like that. I don't want AI judges.
But isn't that part of justice? That it's like the judge actually has the humanity to appreciate that, you know what, when they're hearing different heinous acts that have already been adjudged guilty by, you know, hopefully a dispassionate jury, although rarely that's the case. But once they've been adjudged guilty based on, you know, the facts and evidence that have been presented. So now when we're trying to figure out what is the appropriate amount of level of punishment, I think taking emotion into it, I think that's fair. I think the impact, you know, maybe if you have like, we look at an eggshell skull case as being different. You know, if someone is more ruined and now we know this person is guilty, so it's not leading towards the guilty verdict and maybe and wrongfully condemning an innocent. But once we know this person is guilty, I think that I don't really have a problem with saying justice actually demands that if it's an eggshell and there's more damage to this person emotionally, mentally, or whatever, and someone else bounced back from it and doesn't feel that damage, that maybe the perpetrator in the case where they cause more damage should be facing a stricter sentence.
The problem with this one is the sentence is basically mandatory on this one. So it's like, now it's all just literally about recognizing that right.
Right. Right. And also the healing of the victims, you know, the 15-year-old getting to do his thing and get up there and stand. That's why reading the statements in this case, that woman, the advocate, reading the statements, I guess they're watching and they see their statement being read and feel like their voice is being heard, but it seems less directly helpful to them.
Yeah, I agree. But you know, you get to do it however you want to do it, and that's part of it. What I would like to do is finish this weird sovereign citizen video. There's a couple minutes left where I'm wrong about sovereign citizens. So let's just take a peek.
So that's been mashed together with all that as well. So what it really comes down to at the end of the day is no one really knows what the hell they're talking about. And they've managed to smash all these conspiracy theories together and come up with all these weird and wonderful ideas. And a couple of them have come around because there have been videos of like, there's an old guy, I think everyone's seen it at some point, sitting at the back of a courtroom going, I am the living man. And he won his court case. Well, he didn't win his court case because he was the living man and he was a sovereign citizen. It was because of something completely and utterly different. But it doesn't matter because then they don't look into it that far and then they think it's about that. It's not. So is there some validity to the sovereign citizen or state citizenship? No one really knows. There's a couple of people that claim to, and I know the channels that have done that and they disappeared in like 2008 and how they were doing it and the legal paperwork they were filing, but it has nothing to do with his claims of all any of this other stuff that this guide that Steve was reading out on the channel the other day about how to be belligerent in the courtroom and doing any of that. It was nothing to do with that. It was about moving the executor, the trustee, and the beneficiary of the trust around. So the executor, which would be the judge, the beneficiary would be whoever gets the benefit or the payment from the trustee, whoever would be being charged with whatever it was. Now, it was also, you've never seen one of these sovereign citizen actual real cases when they're going on about being a criminal trial. It's always a civil one, which is completely, again, different. Now, there was a guy from another fake country that doesn't exist.
What am I wrong about? Why am I in this video?
Talking about it, and he was explaining how to move your trust
Oh,
out.
did he put your face up?
Trust.
Yeah. This is his Rumble video.
Oh wow.
It's my face, and it says like that I'm here. The title is Sovereign Citizen, is Nick wrong? Maybe. Like what I'm still waiting to figure out what I'm wrong about.
What did you say about sovereignty? I guess we're waiting for that. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out.
And he disappeared as well. So it's this massive, convoluted, like 4 or 5 conspiracy theories wrapped up into one thing. And the one main thing that always comes back to, did you get rid of your privileges and execute your rights? Well, if you haven't ever filed that paperwork with the right authorities, well, you're not a sovereign citizen. Because at the end of the day, when you walk into the courtroom, paperwork is king. And if you haven't filed the paperwork and you haven't got the right thing, well, all you're doing is just talking nonsense in the courtroom. Now, going back to what they're trying to do in this Darrell Brooks trial.
Okay, hold on. I'm mildly confused.
Mildly?
Because I'm not sure if he's saying that that's actually valid, because he seems to be criticizing sovereign citizens throughout most of his video. But is he saying that you have to file this thing to be a sovereign citizen to then, and like that's the thing? Because that's not
what
true.
It seems like. That's what it seems
That's what it
like
sounds
he
like.
believes.
That's
I'm
not
wondering,
real. There
where's
is
the
no
office
filing...
of sovereign citizenry? Is that a federal office? Is that a state office? The office of sovereign citizenry? It probably would have to be federal, right?
There is not a filing of getting rid of your privileges and reserving your rights like that. I know that the sovereign citizen guys all like read that same thing. Like, I have reserved my rights in this matter, but like, you don't have to actively reserve your right unless the only time you would have to do that is if you are specifically waiving something. And then you might say, I reserve all other rights under the waiver. If you're trying to make your waiver extremely specific, but like the number of times that would come up is so limited that it's weird to even mention it in a criminal trial.
I guess they would feel that via their participation, that could be an implied waiver. So they want to be clear that there's no implicit waiver that should be taken through their participation in the process.
Yeah. By participating, they aren't waiving anything.
I'm simply saying that's probably, we're talking about the mind of someone who's arguing for sovereign citizenry, and now we're trying to dissect like what's the thought process here.
Yeah, I'm very curious. Oh wait, so Renogenic says yes, he's agreeing with you. No, he's saying that that's what happened in one case that was won, even though that's not why they won. Okay, all right, here we go.
He is just trying to talk as much nonsense in the courtroom. So that's why you know that this whatever sovereign citizen guidebook Steve was talking about on Rekieta's channel, again, is not valid in any way, shape or form, because it's not actually trying to get you to exercise your rights, get rid of your privileges. Privileges are things like your birth certificate, your driver's license, your passport, bank accounts, which is all inside the privilege system. And I can go on for hours about how that privilege system is supposed to be set up and how they, all of the intricacies behind that. But I don't know if that's helped clear anything up or make it all worse, but there we go.
Okay, so not wrong is the verdict I give myself. And I am the judge. So I guess that works.
The Pope has spoken.
I'm still very confused.
Were you speaking with infallibility when you just said that, or?
Yeah.
Okay, so there you go.
I always speak with infallibility, except to the Minnesota Lawyers Professional Responsibility Office.
I saw that.
All right, here we go.
I saw you going off on the Minnesota Professional Responsibility and threatening that you're going to be going all the way to Supreme Court if they.
Yeah, if they try, yeah, if they do that, I will.
Yeah, I mean,
what else do you do?
I agree with everything. I agree with everything you were saying there. I think that it's ridiculous to pretend that your chosen profession would have an impact on your First Amendment rights. That's just not It doesn't say that anywhere in the First Amendment, to my knowledge, that if you choose to be a lawyer, you're operating by a different standard than anyone else. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Now they might have.
Why
they might
would you
have
give up your
authority-
rights?
Right. It doesn't really. When you're acting in a way that has nothing to do with representation of a third party, so how can one argue that you're serving as an attorney at that moment? So it
I don't know. Why don't we ask a real lawyer? What's up?
Look at that.
What's up,
man?
How's
We
it
have
going,
to-
buddy?
Good. How you guys doing?
Oh, we're just sitting here watching these totally not depressing impact statements.
It's hard, man. It's hard to like sit here and work while I'm listening to this in the background. I'm like, this is gut wrenching, brutal stuff to listen to. Like when the dude was complimenting Judge Doro, I was like, I don't know how she's not just like bawling, crying when this guy is thanking her and admitting that he was frustrated because she was so respectful and kind to this monster throughout the process. And now he kind of has a better understanding as to why she did that. And he appreciates it. I mean, that's just like, if you're a lawyer or a judge, it's like, that's what it's about, man. Helping these victims and doing the right thing and holding people accountable, but doing it the right way and showing you can do it the right way. And justice will prevail when you do it the right. I mean, that was like, oof.
I'm two things on that. One, the hardest one for me to watch was Jackson's mom. That was really rough. Nate had to tap out after that one. The other thing is, how has no one just killed him?
When they said there were threats, I was like, was it the dude with the mullet threatening to go over the bar and just put his hand? He said, I took my hand off your throat or whatever that quote was. But I was
forgiveness.
Well, then we found out that was a 15-year-old kid. I thought that was the woman's husband at first. One, because I didn't think parents would let their children leave with mullets, leave the house anymore. So I figured that had to be.
It's a new day.
Yeah. But
he's trans mullet. So
I was like, that's a meaty boy. I'm one hit on Brooks. That could be a finisher if you do it right. So, but I'm surprised because that no one's really made a genuine effort to go after him. But it's like what you said, like if you do it right, we're doing this thing right, you get good results. And of course it's always funny for a video when it gets done wrong, but it's not really good for the production of justice. So
right. No, that's for sure. I mean, it's been, people have asked me, you know, I've gotten some like Instagram messages and stuff like, have you ever seen a criminal defendant react like this when you're in court in a sentencing? I'm like, there are probably some clips of some criminal defendants that literally take joy in what some of their victims say at sentencing. So, I mean, there are monsters in the world and legitimately evil people down to their core. So yes, unfortunately, we've seen this before. We've experienced it before and worse. I had a case when I was at the state that the dude just like laid his head on the table the whole time and like was basically just like going to sleep while all the victims were testifying at his sentencing hearing. I mean, you'd be surprised how people act when they realize they're going to prison for the rest of their life. And that's where Darrell Brooks is at this point. And he even weirdly seems to empathize at times. And then as soon as somebody's like, you're a monster or you're a horrible excuse of a man, then all of a sudden he's offended. It's like he doesn't think he did this still. It's like he's like, yeah, I'm with you. The guy that did this sucks. Oh, you think it's me?
You think I suck? Oh yeah. That was that other Darrell Brooks. Did you see though that when he started, he did appear as Darrell Brooks today, but
sure
then
did.
he pretended like he hasn't been there the whole time. that's like
Let's just forget about that, Judge. I don't want to frustrate the process. Yeah, I'm Darrell Brooks, but I'm still here on behalf of myself or whatever.
Can you render me an accounting of the case? That was actually funny. I got to give him some credit. Like he's still got jokes, even though he's going away for a long time.
And he's going to have his kid speak on his behalf. He's got family members, including his children, coming, I guess.
Did he say one of his kids? I know he said his baby mama, the mom of his youngest kid.
I thought he said one of his kids was going to testify. I don't know. And the other thing I'll tell you, one of the reasons, so something that I do is I will listen to a lot of this on 2x speed or 1.75 speed. And I feel like that makes it more bearable, frankly. Like when it
Sure.
sounds like they're speed reading or speed speaking, it makes it less to where I'm going to like stop what I'm doing and have to like swallow my heart during some of this testimony. So I may have misunderstood if he said the mother of his child versus his child. But yeah, a lot of this, like you're saying with Jackson's mom, it was like brutal, but on 2 times speed is a little more bearable, I think.
Yeah, I do the opposite. I listen to it at normal speed and sometimes go, what was that? What was that? What was that? And miss what was said. So it's entirely possible he also said that one of his kids would be speaking. But damn. No, it was we'll see. That's a brave person to go in there and offer a statement on behalf of the perpetrator in a case like this. There's not much you can do sometimes, but just kind of plea for mercy. But no one wants mercy here. Like no one wants that. And it kind of rings hollow when you're like, yeah, he's actually a good boy. Just, ignore the fact that he ran somebody over or like 60 somebodies. Right. That'd be good. That'd be good for him.
I'm guessing we're going to hear some mental health discussion. That's what I'm guessing. We're going to hear some plead for mercy there, but I mean, they realize, I think it's minimum mandatory life, right?
Life without parole. Once you find guilty of murder with intent in Wisconsin, that's what you get. And he was 6 counts of that. So,
and that was the prosecutor's pretrial offer, 6 life sentences. You can get 6 life sentences now, or you can get 6 life sentences later, plus 280 years or whatever. That's basically what it looked like. So I don't really know what they're thinking they're going to get coming and asking for mercy or whatever, but
yeah,
judge's hands are actually tied.
Do you think there would have been, I mean, there's no way a prosecutor could have offered less, right? Like there's no way, not on a crime like this.
God, no.
No.
I mean, I guess, but to save tons of money in tax dollars and to still allow these victim impact statements and to offer 1 life sentence. I mean, I don't know. Based off what happened in Parkland, I agree with you, because even life without parole is an injustice to a lot of these victims. So, I would talk to the victims, and if they wanted 6 life sentences, I'd be down for that as the prosecutor as well. To me, as I look at it, as you think about it as a business decision as a lawyer, if he pleads to 1 life sentence without parole and we don't have to do the trial and put all the witnesses and all the victims through the trial and all the shenanigans, and he pleads to 1 life sentence, he's going to prison for the rest of his life without parole. So it's literally the same thing. But again, we're dealing with people. And
but you're talking as a private practitioner. I would imagine that if you're serving for the public, the politics that comes into it, of walking away from this trial where the entire world wants to watch him get convicted, or to think that, not only that, but to think that you laid up on this guy who's clearly a monster in any way, shape, or form. I would think that that would be politically really damaging, unless you could justify it by saying that there are terrible holes in the case that could actually enable him to walk altogether, and that this is the best the best way to secure a life conviction. I think politically, you have no choice but to go forward with this trial.
Yeah,
no, the optics of it are
the only
terrible.
thing you'd take.
Yeah.
The only thing you'd take as Darrell Brooks is something less than life without parole. Like getting 1 doesn't matter. 1 or 6, you're there forever. So it's like, unless you're going to give him what, let's see, 40 years of the possibility of parole as a plea agreement or something. Like, unless you're going to do that, there's
no way they do that. There's no
right.
Yeah. And Joe, you're right. I
can't.
don't have a government working bone in my body, so it is hard for me to kind of put that hat on. But even as
neither do I, but I just imagine,
Yeah, but I'm thinking as a prosecutor, like, and how I think about it would be the amount of time and money spent on this case. I understand it's very important. There are a lot of bad people out there that we have to prosecute as the prosecutors, and this does make that more difficult when we put this much time and this much money and manpower behind this case. It could affect other cases. I realize this is, in everybody's mind, especially the victims, it's not their fault. I realize this is the only case to them, and I understand that. But there are victims that feel that way in literally every single case. where a victim is involved. So I do think that that's important to consider and think about. And that's why I'm saying if I was a prosecutor and I was going to give it all, one life sentence would be the least I would go. And Nick's right. Brooks would never say yes to that, obviously. Why would he?
Yeah. I mean, especially because he was not guilty. It was someone else who did it. As we all know.
Like he still thinks that. I mean, it really does.
And justice will prevail on appeal. Tammy D in the locals chat says, Mr. Tragos has been named Daddy Peter to chat. The ladies here have been very, very bad, and we all need a good spanking.
I don't have the locals chat up right now. I guess I probably should. After last time, I'm not sure my eyes can take it.
You're gonna go in there, take a mop and bucket with you.
It's very unhealthy. The problematic offensive says health problems for years. Finding a way to support family and free speech. Please look at Patreon and Twitch details. Thanks for what you do. Reach out. Judge is hot. Patreon.com/the problematic offensive. All right. So people can check that out if they want to do that. People can. I'm not going to share that meme again. It was an accident. God, you guys are the worst. Oh, here, someone did make the election meme that I mentioned earlier. This is why I don't like covering midterm elections, because this is what is happening. This is it.
Yeah. I was railing for 30 minutes about Mitch McConnell yesterday. Because this whole thing with FTX, it's both parties. They both were getting. This is why we have the war in Ukraine. This is why there's all propaganda for it. I don't know if you want to, switch into talking about that topic or not. But
I mean, we have like 40 minutes of literally nothing to do. So we can talk about whatever.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm sorry. The whole war in Ukraine, the propaganda for it is both parties. We're just basically looking at this as their own payday. We'll ship money to Ukraine. Ukraine will send it to FTX. FTX is sending it to both of us. And then Mitch McConnell takes that money to basically skunk the election of 2022.
Mitch McConnell hides the money where his chin used to be.
He gave $9 million to Lisa Murkowski to beat Sarah Palin. Like, that was his big concern. I have to get this Republican, not that Republican. If that doesn't tell you everything.
Yeah. It's just a mess. I don't know. I don't follow enough of it though to really like have super educated discussions on it, because I can't care that much. It's too much work.
They're all, I'll tell you right now, they're all the same.
Well, yeah, that's true.
If you come from Kentucky, you're in Congress, it means you're Republican. If you come from California and you're in Congress, you're probably, or New York, you're probably Democrat. And if you moved and traded places, you would trade your colors, and you would basically, alter your message just mildly, but not believe in any of it, because all you really can't believe in is yourself. And it's awful. It's
Someone told me once that the most surprising thing to the founding fathers, they looked at how the world is set, or how America is set up today, it would be that being in the government, in one of these branches of government, would be your full-time job. Yes. And you would be rich doing it.
Mm-hmm. Become rich. Right. And both parties. It's both parties. They're both, they're the same thing.
And you'll do whatever you can to stay and have your vacation homes and your private planes and your security. I mean, it's way too cush of a job, if you ask me. It should be a lot harder, and then we'll see who actually wants to do good and help people.
Oh,
seems straight.
Nick had a great idea. He was saying, you want to win an election? You know what they should be doing? They should be voting themselves that they get paid the median wage that our military gets paid. That's what they should. You're not going to spend the rest of your life doing this if that's all you're making. You don't have some sort of side deals where you're getting, brushed under the table. But the idea that Maxine Waters goes to becoming worth tens of millions of dollars by earning $60,000 a year. Nancy Pelosi, and the same thing with the right also, both sides. It's just what do people actually think is happening? What do we believe is happening? Like, how naive do you have to be to think that this is not just some sort of inside scam by elitists? It's awful. And like I said, it's really both sides. If you think your side is better, you're fooling yourself, because you're team blue or team red. You're fooling yourself. Both sides suck. So.
That's universal as well.
The nose side.
There genuinely should not be anything there should not exist a career politician. Not when you, I mean, it's something that I ranted and railed about for a good 30 minutes the other day. Over here, if you make it into Parliament, if you get kicked out, you get a golden parachute for pretty much the rest of your life. Our prime ministers get like $200K for the rest of their lives per year. I think that is complete bullshit. You should not be getting paid for basically doing nothing, as far as I'm concerned, because half the time they do nothing at all. But why exactly is that particular job, once you're out and you're able to run your own businesses, do whatever like a regular person, why should taxpayers be subsidizing you for the rest of your life and giving you travel and all that sort of shit? And it's ridiculous.
I like Texas. Texas, I think they pay their state congressmen something like $8,700 a year, and they have session every other year, and that's it. Like that's what you get. You're not sitting there doing your full-time job. You're not. I mean, in Minnesota, they don't get paid a lot. It's like 44 grand or something, but at federal level, it starts at 183, and that's just the pay. That's not including their housing allowances, their per diems, because if you're an out-of-state congressperson, which almost all of them are, except for like the 3 DC residents, you get paid travel, you get your meals paid for, you get a housing allowance for a place in DC. So in their actual compensation packages are somewhere near $500,000 to $600,000 a year to start. It's crazy how much they get paid. Maybe it's 400,000, but it's a ton of money. They also get their free health care, the Senate and House health plans for the rest of their lives for them and their immediate families, which is huge.
It also is like you think about how this cycle starts. My partner's been following and really into that Theranos case with Elizabeth Holmes. And it's like, yeah, okay, so she's going to go to prison. She was one of the youngest billionaires ever or whatever. And so who's her significant other now? And who does she have 2 kids with? Some other super rich person, right? So you become a senator, a congressman or whatever, and you get into these parties and into these circles with these people that are just so rich that you usually end up with one of them anyways. I mean, look at a lot of their significant others, and they're also rich. And so it's like you just get into this world that is literally the real definition of elitist, not like someone who has more money than another person, but it's like literally you can't dream of entering a room that they are in or a group or club or whatever that they are in.
Yeah, your money can't buy you in because you'll never hear that the room exists.
Exactly.
That's when you've hit the beauty levels of elite.
I've heard the same about a Rekieta live stream.
Exactly. Yeah, your money can't buy you in here. You can
Money's
try
no good here.
You try. You make enough super chats, and I'll think about it.
Well, this is why you can't run for office, because if money can't buy you, well, then what do you?
Yeah.
What's the point?
Yeah, that's the only reason.
To be clear, money can buy me, but it can't necessarily buy your way onto a stream. Tammy D wants me to follow it up, says Rekieta Law, the locals chat demands an ass picture from Daddy Peter for rating purposes only. So they're gonna need you to post ass in the locals chat, and you'll get an out of 10 rating. So
I'll put that on my calendar.
Excellent. Chat, we know to expect it soon. Hako,
I think the chat's calling for you to make a calendar. So
Hako Joe says no power cord. Russell Greer must have been in charge of getting a cable, but the longest one Radio Shack had was 6 inches. That's still one of my favorite stories. Russell Greer had all the evidence against Taylor Swift in that small claims court case in Utah, and he just didn't bring the HDMI cable, so he ran to Radio Shack, and all they had was a 6-inch HDMI cable. Wait, 6-inch HDMI
cable. Go get Lady Rackets. She can show us.
This is a good time to bring up your new sponsorship right there. So
yeah. Baldo.com/nose with promo code nose. Make sure you use the promo code to get 5% off your Baldo. 3 of them have sold during this show, so I'm very, very proud of that.
Beautiful.
Fantastic thing. No, so his HDMI cable, he couldn't get it to connect to the computer, so he couldn't present his evidence, and so he lost. That's why. It's not because he was suing Taylor Swift for not recognizing him in an Instagram post after he totally recorded a fly song for her. That's not why he lost. It was all the evidence. Deccan says, give me back my mullet. Okay, Peter, what'd you think about Mullet Man?
Dude, I'm all for it. I loved it. That I thought, first off, that dude had some charisma. And I know you said I can't believe his mom let him walk out with a mullet, but I think you rock that mullet, it says something about you. He's not worried about what any of us are saying about him. All right. He's there. He's telling his story. And I thought he did an awesome job.
I just want to say, I want to correct the record mildly. I said I didn't think a mom would let her child walk out with a mullet, so I assumed it was her husband. And
clearly you have not seen the under 18 mullet championships.
I have not.
He was doing a lot of this too. A lot of this before he spoke, just to make sure it was all looking right. I was like, yeah, man, you're looking good, bro.
So what is it? What's the grift amount to get you to buzz the sides and go for it?
Really, I'm not sure that exists. I'm not sure. It's kind of like your political.
Everyone has price,
fight,
Peter.
you know?
Everyone has price. Il Sarto, does without parole always mean without parole? It sounds like there's some caveats. In Wisconsin, I'm pretty sure it means without the possibility of parole. They will never get out. You would have to appeal that rule or that sentence to have the possible chance of parole. Of course, a governor could always commute a sentence, which would allow them to not be pardoned, but to come out if they thought that was an injustice. There's a weird ethical hypothetical question we had during the pendency of this trial, which was what happens when we can easily and cheaply extend life forever medicinally? Would it be then cruel and unusual punishment to withhold that life-saving care to someone who is convicted, or to give it to them knowing that they'd be in prison forever? Like, what do you do there? Like, what if you download their brain into an AI and make them live in prison for the rest of their lives? I don't know. That seems horrible.
Only if we could flick that brain every 10 minutes. Just a lot.
It's all an episode of Black Mirror, I'm pretty sure. No Opinion says you also need to take into account that the money laundering from the U.S. Ukraine to FTX to Democrats, cough, which I think Joe was just talking about. I don't need to take that into account. I assume political corruption at any and all levels because I have worked with the local watershed district, and I assume political corruption at all levels, including that one. Let's see. Here we go. Next, we've got Icky Fu. I have a question. If court is recessed, are you still in open court? I mean, no, you're not in court when the court's in recess. It's just at that point, it's just a room.
You're physically in court, but not like in court.
Yeah.
I think what they're asking is technically, are you still on the court record? And no, you're not.
No, the record's off when they're in recess. On the record, Fire PA, hey, anyone know where the Epstein guards are? I have a job proposal for them. We just fell asleep at the same time again. Lying in State, have Joe do a Birch Gold advert. Why should he do that?
Why? Why Joe? Why specifically saying Joe? Why me?
I don't know, because the owner of Birch Gold is Iranian.
Yeah, everyone assumes that he's somebody named like Goldstein, but
yeah.
Are they assuming connection that Joe used to produce porn the same way as the founder of Birch Gold, or what?
I don't know.
Like, are we thinking that's what the link is?
Is it worse? Is
the
it
smile?
Bigger...
The smile.
I don't like talking about college. So.
Is it a bigger moral wrong to produce pornography or sell gold in an IRA and 401k? I don't know. You think they'd sponsor a stream discussing that? Not a Robot 101. Rekieta Law, please ask Joe the Jew question you had from last Friday now that you have him here. Thank you. What question is, like, I think it was from chat and I don't even know what it was. So someone would have to remind me. Fire PA, FTX should have invested all their money in Birch Gold. Outcome would have been much better. It's true. It's a hedge against market volatility and inflation. And they had market volatility to the tune of losing $16 billion.
Yeah. He was worth 26 billion, that guy, as of March.
And then he lost a bunch of it. You'd think you'd set aside a couple.
Well, he did. Don't you understand? That's the thing. He started this thing with an escape pod, which is because basically he had a back door where he can move billions of dollars that it wouldn't trigger any sort of warnings or notifications to anyone else. And that's what he did before filing bankruptcy. So yeah, he had an escape pod. We don't know where those billions of dollars are. And that's why he wanted to run off to Dubai and basically live with his hottie girlfriend. So
I'm sorry, his hottie girlfriend?
I was speaking euphemistically. So.
Okay.
Did you see the clip of her in an interview that was circulating on Twitter?
Yeah, we watched it. We watched it a little bit ago, where she's basically saying stop loss isn't effective risk management. She can do everything. You do everything with just basic math. Like that's fine for investments.
Yeah, with basic addition and subtraction, she's good to go. This is the corporate whiz that our political elites basically say, we're going to put our money here. This is where we're going right here. These two people who look like they just walked in off the street. Okay. All right. There you go.
So someone sent this video to watch, but it's 16 minutes. Audit the audit. Cowboy schools cop after being stopped on a horse. Like, it's 16 minutes. Hold on, let's see. Maybe the thing is short.
Animal cruelty, and is brought to us by Dreadhead Cowboys channel.
Oh my
Be sure to check out
gosh.
the description below and give them the credit that they deserve. In a video posted on August 18th, 2022, an officer from the Cook County Sheriff's Office witnessed equestrian Adam Hollingsworth, who is
Hello,
known in the
fellow
Chicago area
equestrians.
as the Dreadhead Cowboy, riding a horse on the right side of a road located in Cook County, Illinois, and approached him in his cruiser.
What up, brother? I can't stop. I'm traveling, bro. I'm on my way to work. I'm traveling, bro.
I'm traveling.
I can't. I'm running late. I can't, bro. You don't supposed to never cut a horse off. You never cut a horse off. Learn the law. You never cut a horse off, brother. If you hurt my horse, you're going to get sued. Go ahead and hit my horse.
Riding on my horse, you can get your
traveling,
Porsche,
brother.
right?
And I'm detained.
You are
Okay,
detained.
that's all you had to say.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
he told you to stop.
Why am I detained? I'm traveling. Why am I detained? Is it illegal? Is it illegal? Yes, it's illegal. Get a white shirt here. What do you mean a white shirt? Get a white shirt here. Where's your driver's license? Get a white shirt. I'm not giving you nothing. Get a white shirt.
Get a white
I'm not
shirt?
getting off nothing. Get a white shirt. Get a white shirt.
So he's refusing to stop when I stop to talk to him.
The officer claims it is illegal to ride a horse on a public street and orders Mr. Hollingsworth to display his driver's license and get off the horse. Although it is fairly unusual to encounter a horseback rider on a public street in 2022, in most states, including Illinois, it is entirely legal to ride a horse on a road. According to the rules of the road published by the Illinois Secretary.
Real quick, it would never occur to me that riding a horse on a road would be illegal.
Unsafe is what I would think. If the officer thought there was a safety issue, then I think he's within his right to stop it. But I don't know what the safety issue would be. I wouldn't automatically think it was illegal.
Right. Because if you can ride a bike on the road, you should be able to ride a horse on the road, or really effectively anything. You would have to follow a more pedestrian approach, or not pedestrian because that's the opposite end of the road or the opposite side of the road, but anything with like a non-motorized vehicle or a non-street legal vehicle, you'd have to follow those types of rules. But I don't see any reason why you couldn't do it.
It's different than a bike because the horse could make its own, it could react to a horn or in a way.
Well, agreeing that a specific safety issue would be separate, but just the general concept of like, can you ride a horse on a road? Well, I mean, sure, I guess. I don't see why not. I don't know what the white shirt thing is. Do you know what the white shirt is?
No.
He's like, get a white shirt on. Some of these people are strange. Someone says, he's impeding traffic. Well, he didn't appear to be impeding traffic. He was on the shoulder, it seemed, or near the shoulder. Cars would be able to go around and pass reasonably, just like if it was a piece of farm equipment, for example, which often impede traffic temporarily until they can go around. But yeah, I do agree, like not on an interstate. Interstates, you can't ride a bike on an interstate and you can't walk on an interstate. Those have different rules to them. So here we go.
Secretary of State, quote, horseback riders may use public roadways. The exceptions are controlled access highways and most expressways.
Okay,
Likewise, Section 11-206 of Act 5 of Title 625 of the Illinois Compiled Statutes states that, quote, every person riding an animal or driving any animal-drawn vehicle upon a roadway shall be granted all of the rights and shall be subject to all of the duties applicable to the driver of a vehicle, except those provisions which by their very nature can have no application.
So
Under
white
the
shirt is
statute,
apparently
it
a
is generally
supervisor.
legal for an individual to ride a horse on a public road.
I thought he
But
said get a
according to
white
Section
shirt on.
11-711 of Act 5 of Title 625 of the Illinois Compiled Statutes, the Illinois Department of Transportation may prohibit the use of a so-called controlled access highway by pedestrians, bicycles, farm tractors, implements of husbandry, funeral processions, and any
Ooh, I'm an
vehicle
implement
unable
of
to maintain
husbandry.
the minimum speed which the highway is posted, or other non-motorized traffic, such as horses. If the department determines to ban certain types of traffic on the highway, it is legally required to erect and maintain official signs stating the applicable restrictions. Therefore, as long as the road was not a controlled access highway with properly erected signs, Mr. Hollingsworth was within his rights to ride a horse on it. Additionally, while Section 6-101 of Act 5 of Title 625 of the Illinois Compiled Statutes requires an individual to have a driver's license or permit to, quote, drive any motor vehicle upon a highway in this state, and Section 6-112 states that drivers must display their license upon demand to police officers, no such requirement exists for riding a horse. Although Section 106...
I don't know if he was charged, but the police can ask you for a driver's license as a colloquial way of asking for identification of who you are. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to produce a driver's license. That would be a question of charging. And if he was charged with failure to produce a license while riding a horse, then he would have a defense. But I mean, if the guy's just like, show me your driver's license or whatever, like, I don't have a driver's license, but here's my ID, because when you're detained, you do have an obligation to identify yourself properly to law enforcement. That is true.
7-14 of Act 5 of Title 725 of the Illinois Compiled Statutes allows a peace officer to, quote, stop any person in a public place for a reasonable period of time when the officer reasonably infers from the circumstances that the person is committing, is about to commit, or has committed an offense, and to, quote, demand the name and address of the person and an explanation of his actions. The statute does not authorize officers to demand a driver's license or other identifying documents during the investigative detention. For this reason, it is likely that a court would conclude that Mr. Hollingsworth was not required to give his driver's license to the officer, even if reasonable suspicion existed to conduct the so-called traffic stop.
Get a white shirt. Get your sergeant or lieutenant.
Give me your driver's license.
I'm not giving you nothing. Listen, can I get a sergeant or lieutenant over here? I don't want to talk. I'm traveling. I'm running late for work. I'm traveling, and y'all, it don't matter.
It's true.
It don't matter.
Does not matter.
Okay. Get a white shirt over here. Get a lieutenant over here. Why are we still talking? Y'all don't even know who I am, and y'all want to bother me.
We're trying to find
It don't matter. It don't matter who I am. It don't matter who I am. Y'all detain me for no reason, bro. I'm gonna be y'all gonna let me go in a minute. I'm gonna be let loose in a minute. Don't touch my horse. Don't touch my horse.
Yeah, why are you touching his horse?
Don't
That's
touch
weird.
my horse. You scared my horse. You scared my horse. Whoa.
park the horse.
I'm not parking.
Park the horse?
I'm parking right now. What's the problem?
Give me 2 white lines, brother.
For me.
Take it out of reverse.
Do y'all know the law? Do y'all know the law?
All the cars
Yeah,
stopping
leave it
just to
alone.
see what's going on. They literally just stop right there.
Don't out of y'all self. Y'all don't even know who I am. Y'all listen. I prove cops like you. Y'all don't know the law, and y'all just pull people over, wasting my time. Wasting my time for what? You never cut in front of a horse. Learn the law. You never turn your sirens on a horse. You never blow a horn on a horse, because you can start on my horse.
That seems like a safety issue to me. Like, what if I need to put my sirens on because somebody else is doing something and your horse is there and I startle your horse and now I create a whole safety issue because you're on a horse.
Right.
Right. Yeah. That's a weird conundrum. And maybe audit is going to show us about the no sirens or whatever, and trying to not spook the horse. I don't know. But did he turn on sirens? It seemed like he just drove up on him and said, "Hey, stop the freaking horse."
I'm not sure. I thought there were sirens on at some
It could
point.
be. I just don't remember. So here, let's see.
Mr. Hollingsworth argues that the law prohibits the officers from cutting in front of a horse or activating their sirens or blowing their horn on a horse. The Illinois Secretary of State's Rules of the Road instructs drivers to, quote, never sound a horn when near a horse or other livestock, as the sound may frighten it and cause a crash, and to meet or pass horseback riders with caution, being prepared to stop. While there do not appear to be any statutes.
Okay, let's briefly just say that the Illinois Rules of the Road, unless they're incorporated specifically by Illinois statute, are not going to apply in a legal sense here. And they're certainly not going to apply to officers conducting a stop, because
that's not even what it said. It definitely didn't say you don't blow your horn on a horse or turn your sirens on or cut off in front of a horse as a cop. It's definitely not what it said.
Yeah, because you can't put a siren on your car normally, but police
also
get to
can't
do it
speed.
all the time. Right. Police get different, they get different options here. So
That specifically codify these requirements. Section
Here we go. What do we
11-703
got?
of Act 5 of Title 625 of the Illinois Compiled Statutes states that, quote, a person driving a motor vehicle shall not, in a reckless manner, drive the motor vehicle unnecessarily close to, toward, or near a bicyclist, pedestrian, or a person riding a horse or driving an animal
This
drawn
does
vehicle.
not apply to a police
violation of
officer
this statute
conducting
is
a
Class A
stop.
misdemeanor if it does
No.
not cause, quote, great bodily harm or permanent disability or disfigurement to another, and a Class 3 felony if it does. Although Section 11-205 of Act 5 of Title 625 of the Illinois Compiled Statutes authorizes emergency vehicles such as police cruisers
I know a
to
bunch of people
disregard
like
certain
videos like this. I
traffic
hate them.
regulations when responding to an emergency call
Same.
or when in the pursuit of an actual or suspected
I
violation.
always
of
think
the
like
law.
just
The general rule
like
is that the traffic code applies to
explain
quote,
to the cop you can
drivers
ride your
of all-
horse, show him your ID, and hopefully you can move on.
Yeah. Okay, so he's saying the general rule applying to people conducting
all
a stop.
vehicles owned or operated by the United States.
Hold on, I'm going to go back just a second.
Pursuit of an actual or suspected violator of the law, the general rule is that
Okay, well, here's the problem. He was a suspected violator of the law, and the cop has immunity under the good faith exception. The cop can be wrong, and I don't really agree with the good faith exception. However, a police officer can be mistaken about an alleged infraction and conduct themselves accordingly, so long as it's done in good faith. If
Well-
the police officer believes that the guy is illegally riding a horse on a roadway, he can conduct an investigatory stop.
If that belief is based on the cop's lack of knowledge of the law, though,
I was
does
gonna
that
ask,
mean
yeah.
that that's a justifiable stop?
It's still a good faith exception.
It's good.
I mean-
so the good faith exception is subjected to the cop's knowledge of the law.
Okay, if the cop goes, I remember reading in an obscure statute that a horse can't be on a controlled access highway, for example, and he conflates that with a roadway, and he pulls up to this guy and says, whoa, you can't have your horse on a roadway. That's going to fall under the good faith exception. You're not going to get a 1983 claim and win that like any day of the week. No way.
Because the mistake of law by the officer is considered good faith. That's essentially what you're saying. And
Yeah,
that,
they
to me,
get that all
sounds-
the time.
Yeah. I don't know. That seems a little strange to me. I'm not saying you're wrong as far as how 1983 is applied. I'm simply saying, to me, justice doesn't feel like justice because
No, I hate it. I hate the good faith
the cops
exception.
the cops who are charged with enforcing the law should be held to the strictest standards of actually knowing the law. Now, if it's an area of law where there's room for determination as to what's right and what's wrong, whether, let's say there's some amorphous confusion as to the type of roadways where they're permitted or they're not, that's fine. But once you have a clearly defined expressway versus a road, now his error on the law, let's say he thinks it's illegal for someone to And he says, I saw some obscure thing that said it's illegal to chew bubble gum while you're driving. So that's why I have a good faith belief that you're violating the law, because I saw you clearly chewing gum and blowing bubbles while you were driving. Because I thought, I read somewhere it's very distracting and can cause an accident if someone chews gum. So now he goes off and he pulls someone over based on that. You tell me that's not a 1983 violation?
I mean, that one's a little bit more ridiculous. So
I had to draw more ridiculous
be,
to make it clear that, because in principle, it's the same thing.
In principle, it's the same thing. But the question is, does this cop have a good faith belief that a law is being violated? And then what's the harm? The harm is he's subject to an investigatory stop and let go. Then what do you got? What are you going to do? Now, if he's charged, way different, right? Like way different claim.
If it leads to charges for another crime. If that stop leads to charges for another crime, is that
right?
not...
If the detention is more than just incidental and momentary, so he gets arrested and taken in, yeah, I mean, then you have a way different thing there. But at this point, like, just to stop, if a police officer thinks you are in violation of the law, they can put on their sirens and detain you. They can do that pretty much with impunity. It doesn't mean that they can go further
back
than
on
that.
the record and state versus
look at that. Here we go.
are as they were before. I do want to make just a quick record. I am aware, I didn't realize I'd gotten an email this morning from one of my staff members that Mr. Brooks's mother had written in requesting some Zoom information. She provided some email addresses. I don't need the email addresses because we have simply provided the Zoom information to her to provide to the individuals that were indicated in Mr. Brooks's list. But she did ask that the email addresses remain sealed, and she provided an example of what could be described as a threatening email to her. And so based on that, I will have a redacted version of that email made available for the public record. It will have those email addresses blocked. And then the original will be filed under seal.
You're right back. I'm going to hit the bathroom real quick.
Again, given that threatening type of email and the reason stated in the request. Just would note again, I didn't ask for the email addresses. They were provided, but under the circumstances, I think that's appropriate. Okay, with that, I presume the state has the next group available.
Yes, we're ready to go, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, then go ahead, please.
On November 21st, you killed my mother. And in this courtroom, I watched you run her down and her broken body slide across the concrete. This woman loved and she was loved. You ran her down like she was nothing. And since that day, you have shown no remorse. You'd offered no explanation for your atrocities. It offends me that you're sitting here breathing while she is not. You are a monster. You deserve contempt and death. Sadly, with no death penalty in this state, I can only hope they lock you away someplace so deep the rats chew on your fingers at night. As for me, this will never be over until the day I'm pissing on your grave. I think it would be fair to say that for your crimes, even God hates you.
Wow.
No
You
notes.
could just tell me. Oh, go ahead.
Wow.
That was memorized.
Yeah.
The son of victim.
2.
Yeah, he said that to himself like 30 times before getting up there.
Easily.
If I could first thank the court, you, Your Honor, and your staff for getting us here today. I don't know how you did. You kept this under 4 weeks, and this is all going to be wrapped up, before the first anniversary, and that means a lot. So I thank you for that. And if I could thank everybody at the prosecution table, our real-life Avengers. I mean, you guys did everything you could for us, and I'm forever grateful. Thank you. And I couldn't not thank Jen Dunn and her staff. I mean, she took all of us, supported us, made us into a family, and without them, I don't think I could have gotten through this trial. And Mr. Brooks, I hope as I read my statement, you continue to roll your eyes. I hope you continue to laugh and just show how bored and unmoved you are by all of this, because I think that's important. It's important for the world to see that evil can be a tangible, living, breathing thing. I think it's important for the world to see what human rot looks like. And to all the survivors, every time he puts his hand on that empty cavity where his heart should be, I hope you all smile, and I hope you take solace in the fact that today is our day. Today is for us. Today is so we can take our handful of dirt, throw it on his grave, and move on, because that's what we all need and that's what we deserve. My name is Chris Owen, and I'm the plaintiff.
Of course, I missed this
I'm here
guy.
on behalf of another
You
plaintiff,
missed the guy
my
before
mother,
also.
Leanna Joy Owen. Lee Owen was a mother, a grandmother, a best friend, an apartment manager, and a dancing granny. The reason none of the witnesses saw her in this courtroom is because she was executed by a child-killing sex offender. And we are both injured parties. My whole family is an injured party. To my kids, Lee Owen was Nanny. And Nanny spoiled her grandkids every chance she got. On every birthday, she would call and sing happy birthday to their voicemail so they could hear it the first thing in the morning. She went on a tour of my son's summer camp. She danced in the same parades as my youngest daughter. She wanted my oldest daughter to use her car to learn how to drive so she could teach her like she taught me. And all of that has been ripped away. But the defendant's conscience is clear. To my dad, Lee Owen was the love of his life. They met when she was 16, and he taught her how to drive. From that point on, they stayed in each other's lives. And even though they divorced, she was still his best friend. They spent a lot of time together, and she was the only one who could get him out of the house. Now my dad has nightmares of her body flying through the air and shattering against concrete. But Mr. Brooks' conscience is clear. To my brother and I, Lee Owen was our mother. A mother who, even when she was struggling, was always there for us. She was supportive of us. She always told us how proud she was of us. Growing up, all my friends and my brother's friends knew they were welcomed at our house. When they were in trouble, having problems at home, or just had to get away, she always let them stay as long as they needed to. And for years, every time I came home from the Marine Corps, she got all those same friends together so I could see everybody and spend time with them.
Oh, he's a Marine.
She was the one
Makes
that made
some
sure
sense.
everyone got their Christmas list out on time. She made the best eggnog I ever had. And she made my grandma's mac and cheese whenever we were together. She recently renewed her passport so she could visit my wife and I in Turkey and travel the world with us. She also couldn't wait to visit Machu Picchu with my brother. It was her dream trip. Out of all the places in the world, that was the one place she had to visit before she died. And now the best we can do is lay her ashes there. But Darrell Brooks' conscience is clear. And I believe him. Out of everything he said in this courtroom, I believe that is the one truth he told. I mean, how else could he make a witness look at each of his battered friends that he ran over and ask, how do you know who this is? Throughout her life, Lee Owen was a hardworking woman. That's why when she found herself on hard times, she was able to overcome them. Even though it took years, she dug herself out of a deep financial hole so she could live the life she wanted, the life she deserved. And she was in the middle of doing just that on the evening of November 21st, 2021. And I know this is corny and cliche to say, but Lee Owen wasn't 71 years old. She was 71 years young. She was one of the most active people I knew. She just didn't have it in her to sit still. She always had to be moving or doing something, and this often involved people. She was very social and loved being around those she cared about, and people loved her back. She had a knack for making you feel good about yourself without even trying, because she always found the good in people. Even when it was to her detriment, it never dissuaded her from helping people any way she could, without judgment, without demand for repayment or feeling she was owed anything. She did it because she knew it was the right thing to do, and it made her feel good. She accepted people for who they were and made people feel good about themselves. That is what the world lost, and you have the audacity to tell this court that your conscience is clear. I'm sorry, Mr. Brooks. There's not a human with a soul on this planet who could snuff that light out, who could steal Lee Owen from this world and have a clear conscience. And that is why you hear the term monster. That is why you hear the term demon. You know, I saw you that day. It was just after you ran over the Catholics. I saw you hanging out of the window, looking back with a smile of satisfaction on your face, laughing at an inside joke that at the time I didn't get, the punchline escaping me. I didn't get it when my mom didn't respond to my texts. I didn't get it when she didn't answer my phone calls. I didn't get it the first couple hours my brother spent looking for her. I didn't get it until my wife sent me a video of you running over children in the parade. That's when I got the punchline. And it hit me like your red SUV, Mr. Brooks. I saw pure, unrepentant evil in your face that day, and it disgusts me that you are allowed to exist. And I know the answer to the question that everyone keeps asking. I know why you did this. You did this simply because you were not in a cage. That is what I find mind-boggling. And how dare anyone say the system failed him? The system failed every one of us whose only mistake was to bring their families in the vicinity of Mr. Brooks. That poor excuse for a man should not have been on the streets. That is the failure, period. But enough about him, because today is not about him. It's about us and what we lost. I lost my mom, Lee Owen, and I wasn't always a good son. I could be selfish sometimes. I could be mean. But no matter how angry or standoffish I got, she would bend over backwards for me, even when I didn't deserve it. And now I can never tell her I'm sorry. I can never tell her I should have been more grateful. I can never tell her how much I need her in my life. Yeah, shake your head. Shake your head. You know, because that is what you took from me. And there's nothing this court can do that would provide justice in my eyes. So all I ask is that you rot, and you rot slow.
Damn.
Those two brothers both just gave it to him.
Yeah. You missed the one before who was talking about how he can't wait for him to die so he can piss on his grave.
Yeah, I've been told by like a million people. I was so mad.
He had it memorized too. No notes. Just went. All right, I've got a 2:30, guys.
Thank you for the
All right, brother. Thanks for hanging out, man.
Enjoy, but I know you're not going to.
Great seeing you, Peter.
Rest of
Peace,
the
brother.
families and
See you, Kurt.
acquaintances of the folks associated with this horrible case. My name is Michael Carlson, and I'm appearing here today both as an individual and a brother to one of the victims of November 21st. I'm here today as well as a plaintiff joining a criminal complaint against Mr. Brooks with a claim against him for the damage that he has brought not only to Waukesha, but to my family. And I'm also appearing as a posthumous spokesman for the victim, my sister, Tamara Durand, who can't appear here today on her own behalf because Mr. Brooks killed her. In my personal aspect, I wish I could as easily forget about Mr. Brooks as he has seemingly forgotten about himself. Every day since November 21st has been framed by what he did in my own life and our family's life. It is the reality I wake to. It is the reality I head to work to. It is the reality I confront as I try to fall asleep. It's the reality I confront as I go about the things I do during the day, my attempts to work, attempts to manage a household and be present for my children, and maintaining any sort of notion of normalcy in our life. But all these actions are simply a pantomime, Mr. Brooks, to forget that my sister was so stupidly and so needlessly killed by you. Perhaps you can forget what you did, but I can't. November 21 looms as a ground zero day in the story of my life, as I know it does in the life of so many others. I appear today also as a plaintiff. Mr. Brooks, you asked the court to identify a plaintiff many times during the course of the trial. Here I am. I'm one of many. We, the people, have brought this case and these judgments against you, Mr. Brooks. They reflect our values as a people and are enacted through laws passed by our legislatures, enforced by our law enforcement, and administered through our courts. We, the people, find you guilty. A lifetime is a long time to think and to spout nonsense. And Mr. Brooks, I want you to take no comfort in your future here in this comic book cartoon world that you've created for yourself, involving the flags and barcodes and birth certificates. This is all nonsense, the stuff of teenage boys on the internet.
Lol.
That's not why you're here today. That's not why we're here today. We're here today and you are here today because you got in a car and instead of hitting the brakes, ran over children, elderly, and my sister Tamara. I don't want you to live in the comfort of that delusion as you live there in the court, as you live there in the prison, convincing yourself that you're the victim of something, of some crazy internet conspiracy. You're not, Mr. Brooks. You're guilty only of your own actions on that day, actions that you had an infinite number of times to stop. Any number of times you could have just hit those brakes, turned the other direction. As it stands, I'm a plaintiff, but I'm not a victim. The victim is Tamara Durand, my sister. She can't appear here on her own behalf because she's dead. She died when Mr. Brooks killed her on November 21st. Because Tamara cannot be here to speak, I will speak for her. Darrell Brooks, you took my life. I wish you hadn't. I had people to live for, people who needed me. My parents who are aging, my children who need their mother to help them make sense of their worlds, to cheer them on, to help them into their adulthood, to become friends with them. I have my grandson who relies on me, his grandmother, as much as I relied upon my own grandmother as I was growing up. I had people who needed me to cheer them on, to have me bring goodwill to the hospital bed where they were, or their families in the waiting room, who needed the comfort and prayers I brought to them in their moments of pain. I have friends who need to hear from me and families that need my early morning phone calls. I had places I wanted to see and things I needed to do. The only saving grace is I didn't know what hit me. And who would have ever guessed? Who could ever believe it? It's no surprise to anyone who knew me. After you hit me in that car, I got back up and kept dancing. I hardly skipped a beat. I didn't know you, Mr. Brooks. If the picture were reversed, if you were the stranger in the street in pain, needing care or comfort, know that I would have helped you. I ran towards pain and I ran into danger in my life. All you had to do was ask, and you might have danced along with us. It was a parade, after all. We both died in vain on November 21st, Mr. Brooks. I died to life, and you now die to the world. We leave lives behind, family behind, children behind us. We both leave dreams, we leave choices, we leave successes, we leave failures behind us. I died to mine in an instant, you died to yours over countless days. May the God I'm with grant you the courage to confront what you've done and to remember your own name. It's the least you might do for all these that you've left behind us who can never forget. Mr. Brooks, I'd also like to acknowledge that over these last couple months, I've sent you a couple letters in prison urging you to stand up, to be a man, to grow up, to accept accountability for what you've done. I also use those letters to share with you the love of the God that I believe in and that I know my sister Tamara believed in. I use those letters to share with you, especially the story of the final act of Christ on the cross, where he is hanging between two murderers, and he turns to the one and he gives them forgiveness. I urge you to remember, Mr. Brooks, that there were two murderers on that day. One who mocked the holy living in God, and one who accepted accountability for who he was. Your Honor, I urge you to provide Mr. Brooks a lifetime in prison to please contemplate that story and to remember his name and to contemplate which side of Christ he wishes to hang on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That one would have been better placed not right after the fiery
The
brothers.
family of Victor is going to speak next.
Still very powerful.
We do have some minors with them, so I'd just like to give the camera a second to adjust for that. And also, one of the minors does wish to make a statement and is somewhat vertically challenged. I'm wondering if she should stand over so that you may see her, or
Sure. Be taken out before I have them come up. I believe Mr. Brooks was attempting to get the court's attention. So let me address him quickly.
I wanted the order of the court, if I may, really quick, pertaining to the last speaker. I have an issue.
No.
Oh
no,
no,
absolutely not.
No.
Please, the court. We
Eat a
can
bag
address
of
it later, or if you want to address it now, I'm not sure.
These are sentencing remarks. I'm not going to interrupt those sentencing remarks to have you address him individually.
No, I'm not talking about addressing him individually.
No, absolutely not. You can sit down quietly.
Mr. Brooks, we're going to continue.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what
sit there
you
and
could
shut your mouth.
possibly bring to the court's attention about a speaker who's already made a statement.
A very valid issue that I can bring to.
Oh, that's unfortunate that you have an issue. I'm really sad for you, and I don't care. Please burn in hell.
Move the fuck on.
Disrupt what's happening right now to address that. You need to put it in writing.
Why are you talking to him? Just be like, no, moving on.
Put it
Don't
in
acknowledge him
writing.
as a person. He's not a person.
Please put it in
Might be
writing.
the only thing he's ever been right about.
Paper
That's the
then.
same person you had to work with the father of, right?
Go ahead, Ms.
It
Dunn.
doesn't matter.
Take off that stupid mask while you're at it, you douche. He's putting it in writing. I'm sure this will be really productive. Who gave him a pen?
Like I said,
The
the same
record
person.
speaks for itself. All of those issues were previously put on the record. There's no need for you to make any
That is him
commentary
though,
about
right?
it.
You did work with his father though, right?
Mr. Brooks, stop. You interrupt me again, you're gonna risk going into the other courtroom. I'm not gonna have
So
you
you gonna hold me in
degrade
contempt?
the integrity of these proceedings.
Oh, please hold him in
Lend to
contempt.
what's going on
Do
right
it.
now.
Hold him in contempt. You can do it now.
Derail
It's so great. Just do it.
Always
Hold him in
talk about
contempt.
trying
Give him
to-
another 6 months.
As if
I believe in you.
the plan, like somebody coming
Mr.
here
Brooks,
to
I'm
derail
advising
something.
you to be quiet or I will clear this courtroom and under Illinois versus Allen, you will lose your right to be present while the remainder of these individuals give their statements.
Okay, well, come on with it.
Come on with it.
Once they
Come on
start,
with
I
what?
expect you to be
Come
quiet.
on with it, because that's
No.
what you've been waiting to do the whole time.
Piece of shit. Listen up and listen what she has to say.
All right.
God damn.
There we go.
Sir, you're gonna have
There you go.
Sorry.
Oh,
I
fire.
can't tolerate that from anyone. Mr. Brooks, my admonishment to you is the next person's going to get up and they're going to start their statement. And if
Okay, yeah, but you
interrupt-
made it seem like I'm trying to purposely interrupt that,
Mr. Brooks,
and I don't think
I'm
that that's
turning
fair to do
them.
that.
Please be quiet.
Okay, yeah, I still have the First Amendment right to be heard and
No,
to
you don't. Shut up.
speak. I still have that right.
Mr. Brooks, this is a
No, you don't. Shut up.
sentencing hearing.
I don't
The
care
trial
what it is. You're not
All
going to
right.
continue.
He is arguing
You're
with
not-
me. He is now
You're not going to
forfeited his right
continue.
Don't care what it is.
Continue.
While he's moved to the next
You
courtroom,
piece of
and I'll make
shit.
the appropriate findings when I'm able to.
Well,
Can I get a finding of fact?
Get to the afternoon session. Is that a judicial finding? Is that lawful law?
Whew.
Better regret not having the electroshock collar on him now.
He never had one. God, they
I
needed
know.
one. They needed one.
What he needs is like to put those earphones on that create a slight delay between speaking and hearing, so he hears himself with a slight delay, because it shuts you down hard.
Oh yeah, the thing where if you hear your voice back a slight second later, yeah. Actually,
Yeah, you can't.
It's really
speak.
funny watching
It
people
totally
try
shuts
that.
down your speaking ability.
Yeah, I've
that'd
had
be
to try
really
and-
effective.
I have to try and order food sometimes when I can hear my own voice, like come back like 4 seconds later. It drives me crazy. Oh, I hate that.
Yeah. If you there's like a mode on the voice mod thing where you can actually put that will do that delay, and you put in your earphones. It literally shuts you down. You can't talk.
Yeah. And the only thing I think is the only thing I think the problem with removing him is that he's then not there for the victims to talk to, right?
Yeah.
Like, because that's part of the whole thing is that the victims get, it doesn't seem like much, but they get to look him in the eye and they get to, and he has
Yeah,
to
you
hear
should
what
have
they
bound. You should have gone with bound and gagged him, or find him in contempt. That'd be fine too. I find you in contempt, I'm going to tack on 6 months.
Yeah, but I mean that doesn't do anything to him.
it makes me feel marginally better.
I like the binding and gagging solution. It is a valid solution. She can do it. It doesn't prejudice his rights in any way. He's disruptive during a hearing where he doesn't have a right to. There's no valid objection here. So what is it? Why aren't we doing that?
Yeah, especially at this stage. There's no jury. He's been convicted. There's no prejudice. So
yeah,
go for it.
You could do it in front of a jury too. That's the amazing thing.
You can do it in front of a jury. It's just that there's other additional considerations on top that aren't present here.
And now they're gone. That's what I'm.
Yeah, now they're gone. So whatever considerations they were don't exist. Yeah.
I will. Man, give me a Rekieta Law ball gag. We'll put it on there. Got a nice
Excellent.
logo on the other side. I'll provide them to every courthouse in America.
Will you ship me a free ball gag?
Free ball gag? Sure.
Yes.
If I get a ball
I'll
gag.
wear it on stream. I'll wear your branding for you.
Have to put a disclaimer down the bottom. Today's gagging provided by Rekieta Law.
Here we go. What do we got? Can you explain what does holding in contempt mean and why it's now?
By the way, I saw that you had like almost 100,000 subscribers on Rumble. So congratulations, by the way.
Thank you. Yes, we just crossed the 99,000 subscriber threshold on
Does Rumble give you a play button?
I don't know. We'll find out. Maybe. If you're not subscribed on Rumble, click the damn button, y'all.
That does not mean you should not subscribe to locals, though. Get over there.
Right. We are at 99,000 though on Rumble, and we're at I don't know what's going on with law and crime here, and we are also at 5.82 thousand Rumbles. So if you have not clicked the plus button, click the like or whatever, the thumbs up, whatever your stupid app says. If you've not done that, please do so. I really appreciate it. It helps push, this show up onto the leaderboard. And I really like being high up on the leaderboard and letting Rumble know there's a very big audience here of people who are looking to enjoy their platform and to help them improve it.
Yeah.
So let's do that. And that would be wonderful. We'll just wait now, I guess, for them to come back.
One of you guys has to teach me how to set up browsing or streaming to Rumble and stuff.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, it's a bit of a learning curve, but once you get there, you get there. You'll be fine.
Aloe Patones asked why. So what is contempt? Being held in contempt, and why is it okay? Why is it now okay? It was always okay for Darrell Brooks to be held in contempt. He has not been held in contempt yet. What it means is that the court basically will put you in jail for an infraction of the court's rules or disruption of the procedure when you will not observe the rules of decorum. So they will put you in jail. The court has I believe they can do, is it 6 months or a year that they can actually issue? It's quite a long time.
Yeah, well, 6 months they can do 6 months so basically on their own initiative.
Yeah, and there's no hearing for it. You can certainly appeal the court's decision. You can ask for reconsideration. You can then take that to an appellate court. But the court has broad leeway to hold you in contempt.
Yeah.
It doesn't really apply to Darrell Brooks so much because he was facing 6 life sentences and extremely likely to be found guilty on all of those. So adding, a couple days of contempt time didn't do anything. If they had removed him from the courtroom and held him in contempt by taking him to a jail cell, they would have to probably shut down proceedings for the day. And it would have caused unnecessary delay during the trial. So that's why when we were talking about it on the show.
You're not muted, so if you're going to keep talking, I'll have to mute you.
I don't care about me.
All right, so I've muted him, as you can see here.
But
he was not muted initially.
It wouldn't have produced
I
much.
will advise there is a
back
headset
then.
next to him should he wish to put
Well, when you
those
hold someone in
on.
contempt in the middle of trial, that might have an
Into
impact on how the
actions
jury
that
thinks about him. But
than
at
I
this
have
point,
in the
that's
past
irrelevant.
due to the nature
Yeah.
of the proceedings, the history.
But it's also irrelevant
of
to hold
Mr.
him in
Brooks's
contempt.
outbursts during
Pretty
the
much, just
trial,
other than
and,
symbolic.
Right.
him attempting to address an issue that was addressed by
I
this
think
court the very
if
first
she
time.
gagged him, like physically gagged him,
Had Mr.
that
Brooks
would be
in
something that would make the
courtroom
victims
dealing
feel a
with,
little satisfaction that we're shutting him up.
victim
He's gotta listen
sees
to this.
father and this court certainly working with him in the past. I stand by the record that was made at that time. All of that was put on the record, and It's not an issue this court frankly needs to address today. It is frankly a blatant attempt by Mr. Brooks to be disruptive, to take the focus off of what I think is some very emotionally charged victim statements here today from those who have been involved with the dancing grannies and people who lost their lives on November 21 of 2021. I warned him a couple of times, even in my words, backtracked a little, told him I would have the state have the next victim make the statement. And if he then interrupted, I would have him removed. He wanted to debate with me. He interrupted me repeatedly. And at that point, there was also an outburst by a member of the gallery. I addressed that. And then I indicated the courtroom would be cleared. I think I owe it to the individual who was kicked out, because I've given Mr. Brooks this opportunity on many occasions. If that individual would like to come back into the courtroom and can do so
Bravo.
respectfully,
Bravo.
first they are invited back in by this court.
Good.
Mr. Brooks, I will also advise you that you are welcome back into this courtroom
No.
if you can abide by the rules of decorum and civility.
Just bind and gag them. Just
You have a
saves
right
all
to be
time.
present for this sentencing hearing. You do not have a right to interrupt the court, to disrupt the court, and to be defiant, which is how I would describe your very recent behavior. And that is why this court, under the authority in Illinois versus Allen, did remove you from the courtroom. I have the ability, of course, with the technology. He's able to hear, he's able to see. We are able to see him. He's muted right now.
I would
while
buy
attempted
the
to have him
the
appear
guy who
without
said,
being muted.
"Don't listen
he,
to this piece of shit,"
spoke
I'd buy him
over me.
dinner.
If he wants to come back in before it is his turn to speak to the court and present individuals who wish to speak on his behalf, he needs to simply ask the bailiff, and then, of course, abide by the rules of civility and decorum. It's, of course, a very emotional day for many people here, if not all. And I think even more today than any other day.
Stop talking now.
Respect needs to be what guides everyone in this courtroom, and not interrupting and not having outbursts, no matter how difficult the situation may get at times.
Can you imagine
So I've
this
made
woman
the
explaining to you how
record.
much she just really
I
doesn't
will
like green beans?
unmute,
And she can't believe that you forgot that she doesn't like green
But
beans?
if there is any
Like, it's just
interruption
because they're
whatsoever,
green and
I'll
they're these long
have
bean
to,
things. And it's
mute
kind of
him
weird that
once
when you
again.
split them
So
open,
the
there's like
unmute
little
is
other
off.
green beans
Once again, I
inside, and they
confirm
have
that
that
the
weird
technology
water
is
in the
working
can.
and,
They just can't. We don't need to have that water. Maybe you should drain it before you put them in the
all right, what do
pot.
you
But
need
I
to
like
do?
to add butter to the green beans, but you never add the butter. Just shut up, woman. Just stop talking, for the love of God.
She's like those she's like those referees who, when they get on Monday Night Football, they're like, holding, the offensive lineman had his hands on the jersey, was tugging on the jersey,
You'll
which
be able to
impeded the
hear. You may not
defensive.
be able
It's
to
like,
see
yeah,
the
we get it. It's
individuals
holding.
speaking. I would note the podium is behind him in any event, and I don't believe he's turned back at all during this hearing. And it's standard, really, protocol for an inmate to remain looking forward. So I don't see any issue with that. He will be able to hear. With that,
We'll need to screen share for the next speakers, Your Honor. There's some photos that we'd like to display, just to give you a heads up on it.
I believe Madam
Just
Clerk
seems
will be able to
infuriating.
see that for us.
It's wild.
When we get that up and running, then the next person can come on up. Looks like it's working.
Takul says, pretty sure this is the same dude that Lightfoot hired as a census cowboy and eventually got sent to
thank you,
prison for riding a horse
Sir,
to
as
death
a
on an
reminder, if you would
expressway.
At least let me know
Damn.
your name if you want to, or son of victim so-and-so. That would be very helpful, as I am trying to take notes of everyone who is making a statement. No, you are not muted. I expect you to be quiet as the proceedings continue.
I was just asking, was I muted? I didn't know.
Why unmute him if you want him to be quiet? Why even
I'll mute
bother?
him.
I'm sorry for the interruption, sir. Please continue, or please start.
My name is Marshall Sorensen, and I am son to a murdered mother, Virginia Sorensen. On a day that I was planning to put up a Christmas tree with my family, I received a call from my dad that would turn my whole family's world upside down. When I answered the phone, my dad told me something happened to your mother during the parade and she didn't make it. I said, "What do you mean she didn't make it?" My dad proceeded to tell me that she was killed. Of course, I didn't believe him at first, but when I hung up the phone, reality set in. As I wiped the tears from my eyes, I thought to myself how I was going to tell my two little girls, as they wait in the other room to put up the Christmas tree, that they will never see their grandma again. As a parent, one of the hardest things to endure is to see your family in pain. Witnessing my daughter's hearts get shattered into a million pieces in an instant that night, trying to understand what happened to their Grammy, is something I wish to this day I could make go away. I love my mom unconditionally, and so did my family. My mom would jump at the opportunities to spend time with my daughters. I was blessed with having that opportunity with my mom, but my girls were cheated out of that because of the acts of one evil person. Mr. Brooks, you had mentioned that you will never be able to get the chance to hold your grandchild. To that, I say good. Maybe then, while you're locked behind bars, you will experience a little bit of the pain that you inflicted on 6 families when you killed their loved ones during a Christmas parade. My family will never get the chance to hug my mom one last time and say goodbye because of your actions. You will never understand what you took from my family, and by your actions in court, you don't seem to care either. You murdered my mom, and for that reason, I'm asking the judge to sentence you to life in prison without parole. I continue to have a hard time understanding why such a loving person like my mom had her life ended in a tragic way. But I do have some peace knowing that she left this earth doing something she loved. I encourage people now, after a year, that if someone asks you how my mom died, Virginia Sorensen, that you respond with, "Let me tell you how she lived," because that is what made her so special to so many people. When I was a kid, most of my superheroes wore capes. As of today, myself and family, we have a new one, and she wears a robe. Thank you, Judge Darrell. Words cannot express my family's gratitude with the time and effort you put into this trial. I want to also thank Sue, Zach, Leslie, Detective Casey, Jen, Pepper, the witnesses, the jury, for the sacrifices they made so justice could be served. Lastly, I want to thank the city of Waukesha for their community of love and support they displayed toward our family during this time. Going forward, my family will refuse to live in fear because of the acts of one evil person. My family will continue to attend parades, and at this year's Waukesha Christmas Parade, we plan on walking with the dancing grannies. We will do this in remembrance of my mom and show that we are stronger together. I ask you today to please remember the picture shown on the screen during this year's Waukesha Christmas Parade. This picture was taken before a previous parade. My hope for you is that it reminds you of the true representation of what the Waukesha Christmas Parade stood for before this tragic event, which is the unconditional love between families while celebrating the spirit of Christmas. May angels watch over you and you remain strong. I would like now to bring up my daughter, Brooke, to say a couple words about her grandma. She held the banner with my mom at previous parades, as shown in the picture above.
What are you doing, Brooks?
Thank you for being here, young lady. What would you like to tell me?
Hello, my name is Brooke Sorensen. I'm Virginia Sorensen's granddaughter. The things I miss about my grandma are me and my sister Mackenzie doing foot races around the driveway, and my grandma would do commentary and time us. She always She always cheered us on at all of our activities. I would DJ at dancing granny parties and carry the banner at parades with my grandpa while Grammy danced. When we would get on the school bus, she would say reading is the key to learning to be nice, kind, brave, and angels watch over you. After school, we would talk on the porch. Other times when we came over to our house, we would play games together, go to the playground, have drawing contests, dance parties, and work on granny routines. She would give us snacks when we watched some of our favorite movies like Polar Express and Coco. When we first found out that she was gone, I started to cry, and I would cry every night. I missed her so much, and still do today. Darrell Brooks, you took her from me, my sister, and my family. The things we will miss the most are not seeing her again, her smile, her laugh, being able to talk to her, and doing fun things with her. My sister and I pray every night for our Grammy and our family. Grammy, I'll see you in my dreams.
Aw.
What a beautiful kid. I'm glad they didn't put
That
our
last
camera.
part was, I was
I'm glad
okay till that
I'm being
last
told
bit.
Mr. Brooks would like to come back. Before I do that, sir, I need a pledge from you that you will abide by the rules of courtesy and decorum, and you will not
Bind and gag him in the courtroom, please, for the love of God. Just
Yes.
do it.
Not gonna interrupt.
Is
All
it?
right, then I will give
Just
him
put
that
the wrist
opportunity.
shackles around his throat.
Come back. We'll clear the courtroom while we do
Every time he
that.
opens his mouth, it should tighten.
Take a brief recess.
Just bind and gag him in place, please, for the love of God.
Oh my God.
What is with all these chances? This is the worst part of this judge, is she doesn't have enough authority. She's fine in her rulings. She's great in her legal reasoning, but she doesn't maintain enough authority in her courtroom. And it's
Yeah, and
infuriating.
And she's had enough practice with this guy to know.
Yeah.
87 MCSS. This is a two-parter. One, I'm catching up on 1.5 speed, but I can tell you horses on roadways are dangerous. In 2009, I hit a horse, and that accident left me paralyzed in a wheelchair. Granted, that horse was not being ridden and had gotten out of someone's stable. I went to round a corner on a back road at night and saw nothing but horses. Had no time to react. Oh, no, they're definitely dangerous. Any sufficiently large animal is certainly dangerous to hit on a roadway, but that doesn't make them illegal. And yeah, the guy was right. It's legal for him to ride that horse on the roadway, but some of the stuff he was saying was just not super correct. But yeah, that's fine. We'll have to see how Darrell Brooks. What do you think? Do we think he hasn't been too disruptive today, just the one time really, but do we think he's going to continue now that he's pledged to not be disruptive? Do you think he's going to hold to that pledge?
No.
I don't know.
No. Look at
Let's see. Julian Delfiki says removing him gives Brooks exactly what he wants. Avoidance. He's hating this and she's placating him. Terrible.
Mm-hmm. She's right. I'm not sure. Is it Julianne?
Julian.
Oh, okay.
That's a male name.
No, I didn't say. I didn't hear you.
No, I know. I was just letting you know.
Right.
No,
He's right. He's right. He's trying
Yeah.
to avoid this whole thing. That's what this is. And if instead he would have the humiliation of being gagged, that would be an actual punishment, where he actually sit there face to face, while these people get to look him in the eye, and he is visibly muted. That would be actual justice.
B. Frederick 78. Rekieta law, him being removed actually really pisses me off. I've been pretty lenient on my opinion of the judge despite her lack of control of the courtroom, but this is a travesty of justice for the victims. He should 100% be bound and gagged and left in the courtroom. This is bullshit. I actually agree. Like, I think you have binding and gagging. You have the case site for it. Just bind him. Just get it over with. Make him sit there.
Out of curiosity, what kind of gag would they use? Like, are we talking an actual ball gag, or do you think they just like use a material and put it through his mouth?
I have no idea.
That's what they have on hand. I've seen them use duct tape before.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Kyle Bogue. I just turned 41 yesterday, and as someone who just weeks ago still had one grandparent still alive, that little girl's speech just fucking broke me. Yeah. It's tough. I mean, some of us are blessed to have our grandparents well into our years. I lost my last grandparent a couple years ago, but I had all of them for quite some time. I mean, into my 30s, I think, for all of them. I think I was over 30 before any of them passed away. And so, yeah, to see some little kid have to lose their grandparents so early, and from this, not because they were like late born in the litter, you know, from this is just awful to see. Thank you, Kyle, for that. Iconalis says, other thing Nick missed from the first man was he said, I hope they bury you so deep the rats nibble on your fingers.
Oh yeah, that was great.
Shit.
That was a great
That was on
line.
fire.
Tortheo says, I was banned from Emily Baker's chat because I said Darrell Brooks is a monster, not a human, and monsters are fit to be slain. If I wasn't clear, F Emily Baker, Brooks is a monster fit only to be slain. Wisconsin is lacking for not having that option.
Stand, and the other monitor, which is closer to Mr. Brooks behind the clerk, has been working the entire time. Zach may be coming in to look at it, but we'll keep going while that happens since we are able to see and hear that way through the monitors. So please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I think this guy might be good. He has the look of someone who'd be good.
I guess we're going to take a pause then as we look at that. Sorry. I didn't know it would cause that disruption. Can the state put something up and I'll.
Dude.
That was like way earlier.
Are we putting ourselves through this?
Great, it's working. All right, my apologies, sir, for that interruption.
Judge, I bumped the power button.
All right, well, there's nothing on.
Yeah.
There's nothing on it at the moment.
Okay, yeah, as long as you got that, you should be fine.
Please.
Pretty quick.
No, we're gonna keep going, sir.
I just wanted to apologize for Albert. That's all. It wasn't to.
Okay, now
address
shut up.
anything.
You apologized.
Thank you. I really do. All right, go ahead, sir.
My name is Sean Sorensen, Virginia Sorensen's oldest son. Without warning, on a joy-filled Sunday in November, our family and others were devastated by an unfathomable act of evil. My mother, Virginia Sorensen, Jenny, a loving and devoted grandmother to 6, mother to 3, sister to 3, and wife of 56 years to my father, and friend to countless others, was taken from us for no comprehensible reason. My mom didn't let her age of 79 slow her down, be it the dancing grannies, her horses, dogs, cats, chickens, travel, working as a medical records nurse, holiday get-togethers, the occasional brandy old-fashioned, and having sleepovers and movie parties with her grandchildren. She enjoyed the company of others and was always up for an adventure. She never tired of listening to her grandchildren's dreams and inspiring them to shoot for the stars. She was so proud of all 6 of them in this photo: Carter, Claire, Gabrielle, Savannah, Brooke, and Mackenzie. She was killed doing something she loved and enjoyed with the dancing grannies. And although we were denied the chance to be with her when she passed, we know she was surrounded by friends and the caring strangers who sought to save her life. So we find comfort that she not die alone. She was a compassionate person. She was always telling us, God bless you, or angels watch over you. She will be missed with an aching emptiness in all our hearts. Judge Darrell, thank you for overseeing this trial. You define excellence in your profession, and we are so grateful you were assigned to this case. Thank you to the 12 jurors of this strong community who carefully and unbiasedly listened to the evidence and brought back 76 guilty verdicts. Thank you, Sue Hopper, Leslie Basie, Zach Witshaw, and the entire Waukesha District Attorney's team for ensuring Mr. Brooks would not escape the consequences of his despicable actions. Thank you, Detective Tom Casey, and the many law enforcement officers of Waukesha and other jurisdictions who investigated, collected evidence, and testified to ensure Darrell Brooks will never be a free man. Detective Casey came to my dad's house in the early morning hours of November 22nd to deliver the heart-wrenching confirmation
I can't tell sometimes
that my
if his
mother had
eyes
passed,
roll or if they're just
and he has
weird.
greeted us every day in court since then. I want to thank the Victim Witness Program, Jen Dunn, her staff, and their best comfort dog, Pepper, for their kindness and constant comfort to all the families affected this past year. She and her office have been a rock for us to cling to when events have threatened to emotionally overwhelm us. I want to thank the Waukesha Women's Center for supporting Corey Runkle and Erica Patterson in their testimony against Mr. Brooks and his abuse, and the good that the center does for other abused women. I want to thank the first responders and medical personnel at the parade who rendered aid to the injured and attempted to save my mother's life that night. And a nurse that we met at the memorial one night by chance, Sarah, who held my mother's hand that night. But she was already dead. A severed spine, multiple skull fractures, pelvic fractures, and her Christmas hat wedged under the windshield wipers of the Ford SUV.
Oh, Jesus, that was her.
There was no ambulance ride or hospital stay. She was gone in a split seconds after Mr. Brooks smashed into her. But she will live on forever in our hearts. Finally, I would like to thank the Waukesha community and thousands of others for their outpouring of love and prayers to the families and victims of this unspeakable tragedy. I have few words for Mr. Brooks. Just saying that name brings anger and hatred into my heart. And I want to move forward after this sentencing with the happy memories I hold of my mother. I sat silently almost every day in this courtroom, bit my tongue, restrained myself from jumping over this divide to administer my thoughts of justice. As Mr. Brooks droned on about where the plaintiff was in this case, who the plaintiff was in this case. You've already heard, there are many plaintiffs here. I'm here right now. I've been here all along. And now he gets to hear from me and will from many other plaintiffs before this day is over. He is simply a repulsive man who has shown zero remorse for his actions and depraved indifference to life. His fake tears in court were never for those harmed, but only for himself and the freedom he has lost. His narcissistic behavior, disgusting trial antics, and defiance to accept any accountability displays how truly unworthy he is of anyone's forgiveness. While we lost my mom instantly, I hope his 76 sentences pass in a slow, miserable, depressing existence as a reminder of the many lives he shattered. There are two others I hold culpable in my mother's murder. Dawn Woods, the mother who knew her son's felonious criminal history and penchant for violence, yet bailed him out of jail for $1,000 after he assaulted Erica Patterson by running her over with Miss Woods' Ford Escape. She continued to allow him to drive it and enabled his violence and murders that Sunday afternoon. The other is John Chisholm, the Milwaukee County District Attorney, whose misguided and ill-conceived bail reform policies led a violent, multi-convicted felon back into our community and onto our streets while already out on bail from a previous violent felony. Mr. Chisholm disregarded his duty to keep the people of this community and state safe.
Yep.
From
Call out the
repeat
state.
criminal offenders and allowed a career criminal
Do it.
to snuff out 6 innocent lives. He is a coward who hides from the accountability for his office's negligence.
Yeah.
If he had a tiny single sliver of integrity, he would resign.
Nice.
Once, as Mr. Chisholm said, 3 simple words to these victims and families: I am sorry. At least Miss Woods, in her many media interviews, has the humanity and understanding to say those words to the families affected. 6 families have been bound together forever in grief. 6 families have lost loved ones who were cherished.
I like this
and
guy.
can never be replaced, but forever remembered with love. 6 names I will now never forget: Jane, Jackson, Bill, Tammy,
What if he forgot
Lee, and
Right
Ginny. As my mom
That'd
was
have been
fond of saying, angels watch over us. And I know now there are 6 more watching over us. Judge Darrell, my request is simple: maximum terms of imprisonment, every single charge, life without parole for all 6 counts of intentional homicide. Thank you, and all who played a role in bringing justice to the families in this community.
Guy, you're a piece of shit. Oh, geez. Sorry. That just came out. The Uncovered Lamp says to riding a horse down the
David
street.
Sorensen.
I got to say,
Virginia
nay.
Sorensen's husband.
Oh,
for
no.
56 years.
Oh, he's wearing
I'm
Fancy
wearing
Granny's
this
shirt.
Fancy Granny sweatshirt in her memory.
Aw.
Few thank yous, first of all. Thank you, Judge Darrell. You earned your angel wings in this trial. Thank you to the jurors and those who testified who had to experience the horror of November 21st of last year all over again. Thank you, District Attorney Sue Upper, Leslie, Zach, and her excellent team. Thank you to Tom Casey, Waukesha Law Enforcement, first responders both on and off duty at the parade, medical personnel at the parade, and the area hospitals that cared for the injured. Thank you, Jan Dunn, and your caring team in the victim witness office, especially my new furry friend, Pepper. Here's a thank you that nobody knows about. Thank you to J.J. Watt. He's a professional football player for the Arizona Cardinals, who gave this community money for funerals for the victims, 6 family funerals. Finally, thank you to the kind and compassionate people of Waukesha County, state of Wisconsin, and others from around the country and the world who have helped the victims of the Waukesha Christmas Parade find comfort, shared in their loss and sorrow, prayed for the injured, and offered words of caring so that we may heal both physically and mentally. Although I have very specific thoughts on how I and the parade families would want revenge on the convicted for what he did, I hand over his fate now to God. So I will let God determine the revenge I ask for, be it a week, a month, a year, a lifetime. I think it's fair to say the convicted is an evil animal, and I hope that God's wrath falls upon him. It actually started before the trial did,
Fair to
because
say, I love that.
he took away his own
So polite.
God-given name. Didn't want to be known by his name. Refused to accept him. I refuse to accept him as a person that deserves compassion or mercy. I too regret Wisconsin does not have the death penalty, because if someone ever deserved it, the convicted most certainly does. Life in prison is too kind. That Bible on your table will not do you any good for where you will end up. I have struggled this past year with Jenny's loss. It was to be her last parade. She was going to retire.
I suppose it was.
I will
This is
continue
Darrell
to
Brooks.
struggle with the loss. I am lucky to have family to care for me and wrap me in love so that I can start to glue together the shattered life I now have. I know Jenny probably saved our two granddaughters who sit behind me their lives by carrying the banner that day in their place, and I thank God for that. The life that Jenny and I built over 56 years of marriage was forever altered nearly a year ago. I will carry on in this new life with help from my family and friends. The life I was once able to share with Jenny is gone, but it has strengthened my family's closeness and in a way made us stronger for the great challenges we have ahead of us. I feel sorry she will not be able to hold a great grandchild or see all of her grandchildren be successful in life, but I pray to her and know she is watching over us. My Christian faith and church have helped me cope with my sadness and find hope and love over hate. My friends have lifted me up in their prayers. My family carries my burden with me. My dogs at home give me a small measure of comfort when I am in need. Angels will watch over all of us and give us strength. Now I want you to use your imagination a little bit. When it thunders, I imagine that Jackson is blasting a home run over the fence. When there is a rainbow, I will imagine the dancing grannies, Jenny, Tammy, Lee, and Bill, with them dancing along its lines. When there's a ray of sunshine poking through the clouds, I will imagine it is Jane smiling down on us. When it snows like it did this morning, I will imagine God's love giving us a blanket and comfort. When I see a blue light, I see this community's commitment to help heal and support each other. Judge, you have witnessed the same evil I have. You have endured a very emotional and draining trial as I have. I ask for the full punishment within your power. I ask you to send this evil animal to life in prison with no chance for parole for the callous murder of my wife and 5 others and injuring 61 others. He should never have the opportunity to hurt another person and has forfeited his right to be a free man ever again by his violent actions against innocent lives, both young and old. You are a very evil, evil animal. Amen.
Yeah.
I'll
Guys,
take the animal insult.
I've got to fly, but if I can make it back in, I'll try. But
All
I
right.
gotta get some work done. Good seeing you guys.
Peace, brother.
Take care.
I have one very brief statement.
Damn, that one was
from
brutal.
a young woman who
That
was
one hurt.
working with grannies, and then we have, I believe, 3 statements from one more family before the next group will have to be brought in. This is a statement from a young woman who was holding the banner with the grannies, and she marked down that the crime made her feel sad, mad, scared, and then also wrote in valuable. Asked if you were the judge, what would you do to the offender? She checked, send them to prison, and then her own idea of make the offender go through the physical and emotional pain I went through.
She made it so if he had any conscience.
Can we start up? Yeah, they go
The old man got me. He's got me. I'm sitting here. I'm like, nah, you're cool. You're good, man. You're good. Don't worry about it. You're definitely not going to tear up. It's okay. I'm just like a fucking old man.
Thank you. My name is Taylor Kulik. Standing next to me is my oldest son, Robert. I am the oldest daughter of my mother, Jane Kulik, and it is on her behalf that I will be making a statement today, as she's unable to speak for herself. November 21st, 2021, the day my life was forever changed. The day my mom was murdered. It's still hard to believe that my mom was killed while marching in a Christmas parade. I will never forget that day. When I received the phone call stating that my mom had been hit, I rushed to the hospital to find her. Within minutes of arriving at Waukesha Memorial, people of all ages flooded into the ER. Many injured, many searching for their family members, just like we were. It was complete chaos. After 3 hours spent searching and waiting, finally, a nurse came and asked us to sit down. My heart sank. I listened as they told us how my mom was unconscious when she was loaded into the ambulance, that they tried to save her, but the damage was too severe for her to fight. She was dead upon arrival. She didn't even make it to the hospital. It hit me like a ton of bricks. My mom was just murdered. She was dead. I did not sleep at all that night. All I did was cry. I sobbed for the loss of my mother. I bawled for the pain of my children losing their grandmother. And I wept for the rest of my family as we had all just lost an absolute gem. Next picture, please. I still cry, even as we approach 1 year without her. This year of all the firsts without my mom has been difficult, to say the least. Every holiday, birthday, and monumental life moment, each of those moments another reminder that she's not here. She was known for giving cards on every occasion, and she showed up to everything she was invited to. She was always present because she genuinely cared. You could tell by the way her smile lit up the room or how contagious her laughter was. Her presence alone was just a sense of comfort, a feeling of home. She was supportive, encouraging, and just so laid back that you couldn't help but get along with her. These are just some of the reasons we all love and miss her so much. Next picture, please. Her name was Jane Kulik. Her sister called her Pain, so she was Auntie Pain to my cousins, and known only as Grandma to my kids. But for me, her name was Mom. Mom and I were super tight. I could talk to her about anything in the world. We used to text each other almost every day, talk on the phone almost at least once a week, and go out to lunch, just her and I, every other week. Every day, I'm missing those text messages. I miss hearing her voice on the phone and receiving her adorable voicemails, or seeing her face light up when I unexpectedly pop up at the house. To simply say I miss my mom is a dramatic understatement of my true feelings. I'm devastated, a bit lost, and I can't fully describe how it feels other than a piece of me is missing. My smile is not so bright. I don't laugh the same anymore because I'm just not the same. I have never experienced such a painful level of sadness for so many consecutive days. I have never felt this level of heartache for myself or for my kids. Even though we talk about it, I can only imagine how my kids have felt this past year. Not only are they coping with the loss of their own grandmother, but also they've had to watch me, their mom, grieve my mom. My oldest son is dreading his upcoming birthday, just like we all did this year, as it's his first in 15 years without her. My mom always said they had a special bond, and they really did. She had a unique bond with each of her grandkids, as she did with each of us. My other son, Darius, was worried that he would forget his grandma's voice. And my daughter, Kylie, is finally able to talk about her grandma without tearing up. Each
like
of my kids
husband
had a super close
sniffing and
relationship
tearing
with
up,
their grandma.
or kid or whatever?
And they're all missing her deeply. We were all so close. From family game nights,
Honestly, thought it was one of you
barbecues,
guys trolling.
Sunday drives, to family vacations and beyond. We really did a lot together. We've tried to continue all these things without her, but they're different now.
That's her
As the
son?
kids say,
Okay.
it's just not right without grandma. Some things will never be the same without her. Everywhere
ain't me,
we go,
bitches, I cry
there
quietly.
seems to be exactly one empty chair that she should be seated in. A perfect amount of empty space in a family photo where she should be standing. Or a little moment of silence where she should be laughing or adding to the conversation. Empty space. That's what it feels like. Empty, broken, shattered. Our family has an empty space where one of our members belong. An irreplaceable person was taken away from us abruptly. A member of our family unexpectedly gone. The rest of us left with a broken heart, shattered by the murder of an incredible person, left with an empty space that only she could fill. You can go to the next one, please. At this time, I would like to address my mother's murderer. Whatever your name is, I don't care.
Shit.
You ran over my mom like she was mere roadkill. The only reason you hit the brakes that day was to get her off the hood of your car. You targeted her with your vehicle, and you hit her on purpose. You don't deserve to be here. You do not deserve forgiveness. You somehow still get to talk to your mom, but mine is gone forever because you killed her. It's astonishing to me that any person could have absolutely zero regard for their fellow human being. Since you call yourself a man of God, then you know that the only punishment you are deserving of is death 6 times over. And I can't wait for the day that I hear you're dead in prison.
Whoa, shit.
Thank you.
Damn.
Take your time.
Based.
Drop it like a hammer.
I'm not exactly sure what this gesture is, the tapping on the chest, but
I wish you'd fucking stop it.
I feel you. That guy's an asshole, whoever
My
did it.
name is Alicia Kulik, and I am the youngest daughter of Jane Kulik. I've tried to figure out where to start, and there really isn't anywhere specific to start off with. I can't put all of my emotions onto however many pieces of paper because there's just not enough, at least in my mind. I've waited for this day, both anxiously,
damn it,
yet ready to share my piece on the matter. I'm here speaking upon behalf of my mother and the rest of my family, and my twin brother standing right next to me. I've been to most of the trial that I could make it to, as it is my first year in college, and my mom would want me to put my schooling first. I have many emotions on this subject, but without a doubt, the most extensive emotion I feel is grief. At the time of this tragedy, I was 17 years old, and I was starting my senior year of high school, which most people would think should be your best time of school. But for me, it was anything but that. I was starting my college journey, at least trying to. My mom managed to take my brother and I on at least 2 college tours before she had passed. It was my last prom, my 18th birthday, and of course graduating, all of which I did not enjoy. Not one of them. The joy of these things were stripped away from me quickly on November 21st of 2021. I can tell you every last detail about that day, up to the clothes I was wearing. I can tell you what show I was watching, as I am thankful that I was sick that day and couldn't be at the parade to see what many got to see, unfortunately. I was bummed at first because I was sick that day and I couldn't see my mom march in her first ever parade. She was really excited. Granted, she's marched in parades before alongside my brother and I through WPRF, but this time the light was supposed to shine on just her. I don't think that it had been 2 hours since she left that my dad got a phone call from someone my mom had been marching with, stating that she had been hit by a car. At first, I thought my dad was just upset about something over work, because that's kind of common. Or what my mind went to was that maybe the after parade traffic was pretty bad and she collided with another car, not a car to person. I remember the first thing I did is my dad told us all to run and get our shoes. And before anybody got into the car, I called my best friend. And I told her that my mom had been hit and I didn't know the extent to which, how bad the situation was. And I would fill her in whenever I could. On the way to the hospital was when reality quickly set in. And oh, how I wish I was right. I wish that it was just this. I just wish that it was a car-on-car crash, not an SUV to person. As we got closer to the hospital, the drasticity of this incident was quickly revealed. Ambulances were surrounding the hospital, and the waiting room was a triage. I will never forget the things I saw that day. I will never forget the chaos of parents searching for their children, demanding answers as we were for my mom. My dad rushed into the back. He had this sweatshirt on that had an ambulance symbol on it that he just thrifted and used it to his advantage. I specifically remember seeing the extreme dancers with gashes in their head and cuts all over their body and blood all over their clothes. In one direction, I saw one girl, probably no older than 10, seizing in her wheelchair, and the mother just screaming, not knowing what to do for her precious child. In the other end, I saw a girl that was on a blanket on the floor. She was screaming every time she was touched. And when we couldn't find out any information about where my mom was, I quickly knew. Quickly my brain knew before my heart did the outcome. I'd never thanked my dad for this, but I appreciated the optimism and the composure he kept during the longest waiting period of my life. He was optimistic, saying that God would make everything okay. And we'd even joke around a little bit about my mom while she was dead. When a doctor finally approached us, I was in the bathroom. I had to take some time away from my family as I didn't want them to see I was upset. My older sister, she pulled me out and she told me that they finally had some information. And when they brought us back to the room and told us to sit down, you just know. I had to prepare myself for what I was about to hear. Hearing that my mom had deathly injuries in her head and her lungs and all the rest of her organs, and she was deceased. That is the words that he used. She was deceased. That is something that I will never be able to unhear, along with what I saw in the triage of that hospital waiting room that day. Oftentimes when I hear sirens, I'm scared. I'm scared that another family has to go through what I went through, what my family went through. And it's terrifying. that in the world we live in, something like that can happen in the blink of an eye. We were driven home by a squad car that day, considering none of us were in good condition to drive. And I'll never forget all the phone calls I had to make to tell our loved ones that my mom was dead, that she didn't get the chance.
Finally, someone with smaller
She did
shoulders
not
than
get
me.
a say in the matter.
Whew, thank God.
I remember calling my best friend, all of my best friends, and they stayed with me till 3 a.m. And my boyfriend, they all did. And the next day, I didn't even want to get out of bed. I couldn't. I still spend every day just waiting for this nightmare to end. As I think that second day, it still hasn't fully processed yet that my mom was no longer with us. I never would wish on my worst enemy to have the burden to share such horrible news that nobody ever prepares you for. After all is said and done, I couldn't get out of bed for a few days, nor did I have much of an appetite. The next few days consist of me trying to put together this new life, all of which still doesn't sink in sometimes. But other days, believe me, it does. Even though I've received so much love and support from the community, my friends, and my family, I've never felt so alone.
The guy's 18. She
I don't
said
think
is her
I'd
twin
ever
brother.
be capable of feeling this much pain in my life. But here I am. I'm watching my siblings and my nephews and niece and my cousins and my aunt and all the rest of my family going through this. It's just terrible. Up to today, I've experienced every holiday officially, besides my oldest nephew's birthday, without my mom. And they've all sucked. Every last one of them. I slept through most of Thanksgiving. Christmas was probably the most depressing of all. It's supposed to be a time of cheer and joy, but how is this supposed to feel any of these things with my mom being dead? It was her favorite time of year, which made it even harder to enjoy. Every time we went to church, the song Silent Night came on, and she'd always cry. And now I do the same.
Oh, Dad, I gotta go hug my kid.
I also had my 18th birthday, 2 months after she was murdered. If it wasn't for my sister planning an amazing party for both my brother and I don't think I would have gotten out of bed that day. She was the woman that brought me into this world, and it didn't feel right celebrating without her. I had my senior prom without her, and she didn't get the chance to tell me how beautiful I looked, and then embarrass me with a bunch of pictures. I had to walk the stage at my high school graduation without my #1 supporter cheering me on in the crowd. I received scholarships, and my mom didn't get to tell me how proud of me she was. I spent most of my senior year in the guidance counselor's office, catching up on all the missing work that I had, simply because I couldn't focus in class or at home because I was too sad. There was a classmate in my school that truly understood what I was going through besides my friend and family. The day after the parade incident happened, she called me and she asked if I was okay because her family had experienced what I had. Her little sister was part of the dance team, and she was there and saw her sister get hit by this SUV. And as bad as it seems to say, I was glad in that moment that I had somebody that could relate to my situation that wasn't family. I felt for once that I had somebody that I could bond with that truly understood the emotions that I was feeling. I'm so glad that she didn't get to experience the extent of what I did and having to lose a loved one from the moment, but she came close. I love you guys. Quite often, I also think about my future as I think about my past memories with my mom. And although I wish I could say present memories, I don't have any. I think about how my mom won't be at my wedding, and I'm going to save a seat for her but she won't be there, and she won't get to see me say my vows or get married to the love of my life. And she won't ever get to see my future kids, and they won't know what it's like to have a grandma that spoils them, and how I have to be the one with the burden to tell them of what happened to their grandmother and why they don't have one. I won't ever get to ask my mom for parenting advice as a first-time mom. You, Darrell Brooks, took these experiences away from both me and my brother, as he will be in the same position as I am. And I wish I could say that I don't carry anger in my heart, but that's just simply not true. I'm angry that all this could have been prevented if you had just stopped. I think about how my mom saw what was coming, and she knew that there was absolutely nothing she could have done about it. I'm angry because, as if my mom flying over the roof of your car wasn't good enough for you, you slammed on your brakes to get her off and continued to run her over. She wouldn't even had a fighting chance because of you. I'm angry that all of us had to relive this trauma, as you sat in that chair for weeks, not giving a single crap about any of these people. I've watched as you mocked the Bible and people's religion and the fake tears that you put on.
Such a good
I've watched
point.
that
Literally,
you gave
just
your closing
stop.
statement about
That's all you
asking
had
the
to
jury
do.
to
Just
do
stop.
what they think is right, when you couldn't have just done that yourself in the first place. I've waited for you to have a reason as to why you did all of this, so that maybe somehow I could get the slightest bit of closure. But I never will. A lot of people have asked me how I feel about the verdict. I feel happy that he was found guilty on all counts. Well, the jury found him guilty on all counts. But it doesn't do crap for me, because that won't change what happened to my mom. She will not be coming home ever again. She will not ever make me another dinner. She will not ever attend my wedding. And I'll never get to hear her voice or hug her again. So really, it changes nothing for me. The only thing that it gives me at this time that I can say is that I know our justice system has persevered and that they have done my mom right. And I thank you all for that, as long with all the other victims. My life will never be the same because of you, Darrell Brooks. I have not enjoyed a single day fully since my mom has died. I'm depressed. A lot of the time, I don't watch certain shows anymore because it reminds me of my mom. I don't do certain things because it just hurts too much. I spent most of my summer inside instead of enjoying the sun and the warmth that we only get for a short period of time here in Wisconsin. I spent it inside, being sad. You don't know what it's like. I had to be in that waiting room, and my oldest nephew was texting me and asking me what is wrong and where his grandma was. And I couldn't lie to him. I had to say something. I was there when we had to break the news to my nephews and my niece that their grandma was not coming home. And I saw the tears run down their young, innocent faces and broke them. My nephew Darius, he's always been into video games. But recently, all he does is stay in his room on the video games. And he doesn't really come out much anymore. And I can't help but think that's because of this incident. That he can't see my mom smile. That she was taken from all of us way too young. My mom was the glue that kept this family together. And without her, we've been falling apart. We've been struggling to stick together. Because nothing's the same. And I blame you for that. Every piece of it. Thank you.
I was trying not to laugh. Chat fucking destroyed me. Hold on. This one, there were so many, but this one did it. I couldn't take it anymore. Oh God. Sorry. So someone was talking to me recently and asked me, does justice ever feel like justice? And for that girl, the answer is obviously no. It never will.
The definition
what would be sufficient
of an angel is a person of exemplary conduct or virtue. They are tasked to keep thee in all ways. Jane Kulik had many roles and relationships in her life, all of them purposeful and endearing. The impact in her many lifelong friendships were far-reaching and will forever be felt. Jane had spent 52 years on this earth before she was ripped away from us by you on my daughter's birthday, which should have been a happy day. She was simply enjoying and celebrating the start of the season she loved best by handing out candy with her coworkers during the Christmas parade. That morning she went to church. She called her niece to wish her a happy birthday, planning to call her later in the day and spend time talking and relaxing with her family before getting ready to go for a pre-parade lunch and Packer game with the last people who would see her alive. Jane considered those close to her as family. She had several families and roles within them. Some of them were daughter, sister, mother, wife, grandmother, aunt, and best friend. If you had gotten to know Jane, you would have known how seriously she took those roles and relationships. Her people were everything, and her biggest blessings and motivators were her children, Taylor, Jacob, and Alicia, husband John, her grandchildren, Robert, Darius, and Kylie. She was happiest when surrounded by all of them, planning trips, hearing about daily growing glows, having game night, and even just falling asleep while enjoying a movie together. The Benz Houston family was honored and blessed to spend 42 of those 52 years with Jane as our family. There are too many memories to list that include her. Memories that were both big and little life events. We would often hear stories of how her and her coworkers joked about her clumsiness, would be dressing up for the holidays, looked forward to and celebrate each other's milestones, or just plan to hang out. She was there for everything and for everyone. If she could not be there in person, she made up for it through weekly phone calls that would have you laughing yourself silly and creating a plan much like the one we had made the night before to go shopping, make cookies, just a fun holiday celebration. She was always willing and happy to help out, positive, never judgmental, spreading grace and patience to all she encountered. She loved, honored, and held dear her people and their places in her life.
Our places in her life were forced to change instantly on November 21st, 2021. Our places in her life became now the people that were responsible for helping to keep her family together and keep them strong, help her children and her grandchildren make it through everything. You changed our place in her life. You made it forefront and you made us helpless because we
don't feel that we could do those things the way she could have. We feel inadequate and broken because of you. The evening of November 21st, 2021, everything changed. That evening, Alicia sent me a message saying, "Auntie, Mom's been hit and we don't know where she is or where they took her." We immediately drove out there to find her and helped make several phone calls to area hospitals to find her. After several hours of not having any answers, we finally decided to go sit in the lot of Waukesha Memorial, where her children and husband were trying to find out information and were under a lockdown. We couldn't even go hug them. After hours of not receiving confirmation, Taylor finally sent the hardest message I have ever had to read. "She's dead. She's dead." My daughter collapsed to the ground, and I turned to my husband and begged and cried for him to bring her back. I wanted her back. To tell you I know how we all moved and survived after that would be a lie. In the hours, days, and now a year following that night, we have all talked in the quiet hours when heartache, loneliness, nightmares, and anger set in about how much we miss her. For validation of our feelings and questioning of those same feelings, things we shouldn't have had to question. The question asked most by us is if Jane would have granted you grace. I know my answer. I know that she was the type of person that would have, never saying anything bad about anyone. But for us, it's just not that simple, sir. This is what we do know, though, as Jane's collective whole. We will and never could ever forget her. We mourn the fact that she missed her twins' senior year in graduation. We mourn the loss of her presence every day, and especially at family functions. We miss the long weekly phone calls on Wednesdays and Fridays, reminiscing about old times, people we miss in just our daily lives. We miss her hugs, the smell of her hair, her trying to hold in a laugh when we would make faces at an inappropriate time. And as we say, we miss the 47 faces of Jane, much of which could be seen in the pictures taken just hours before her death. We are angry she will never be the mother of the bride or have the mother-son dance at her children's weddings. We are angry she will never get to make stronger bonds with the newest members of our family or hold the grandchildren and family yet to be born to her children or even ours. We are saddened that you feel you are suffering because your life has changed. For us, it changed the night you ripped her away from us and drove by with her body on top and slowed down and ran her over. You say you have a clear conscience. How can you suffer if you have a clear conscience? At least you will always still be able to make the phone calls, write the letters, and visit with your people. We simply cannot, sir. Above all else, we are angry that Jane became known by people more because of the day she died and the way she died than because of who she was. Taking all of that into consideration, we ask that you please hand down the maximum sentence for each conviction that you possibly could. The definition of an angel is a person of exemplary conduct and virtue. They are tasked with keeping their people safe, keeping them cherished, and keeping them loved. Those are all the things she did. So by that definition alone, Jane was an angel on earth. Thank you.
Thank you.
For your honor.
All right, then we'll take a 10-minute break and have you set up for the fourth.
All right. 10-minute break. That's fine. Wait. Fucking hell. Here we go. How you doing, boys?
Pretty rough, man.
Yeah.
Some easy ones.
Yeah.
Pretty rough.
That mushroom hair. I couldn't take it. I could not take it. Chat, you are asshole. You did me way too dirty on that one. To anybody out there, I try not to, well, I laugh at everything all the time. Because that's how I do things. Whether, you know, be happy or sad. But I try to be respectful when these people are talking, because like, whoo, that one just got me. That one did me in. I couldn't do it. Matt P 7705. My dad died a little over a year ago, and it's still hard to deal. I cannot imagine losing him from something like this. My heart is broken for these people. Yeah. Yes. Absolutely. Again, there's a loss occurs whenever loss happens, but there's something about having something taken from you that makes it worse. That makes it
It's jarring.
Yeah. It's jarring.
Yeah.
There's no, you know what though? What the hell? Take that, Aussie. First of all, that was for saying jarring like that. Second of all, that's because you're not on camera.
Oh, for fuck's sake. All right, hang on.
No, you're gone now. You already lost.
Meh.
You're not going to get promoted back to the top row.
Okay. I'm fine. I'm down under. I'm where I'm supposed to be.
That's right. Kino Pounder says, keep in mind that FTX had about $9 billion of outstanding debt. It's going to be a cold winter for people who put their financial future in the hands of bankmen. Does anyone else find irony that Bankman lost a whole bunch of money? A guy named Bankman? Sarah 207, Amish use horses on roadways every day. Yeah. Insanity Pepper, the judge is sure quick to shut down a victim, but slow as molasses to shut down Brooks. Tortheo, not that it matters in this case, but can the judge use the eye rolls as evidence of no remorse and a reason to throw the book at him? Yes. Yeah. Sentencing, judges are allowed to consider basically every factor. They're allowed to consider behavior. They're allowed to consider their impressions. They're allowed to consider a lot in how they do their sentencing. Now, some states kind of truncate a judge's authority on sentencing by making them stick within a guideline. Like Minnesota, there's a guideline grid based on prior criminal history, severity of the offense, all of that stuff. And you pick a box, like you go like this, and there's your box. And then you have typically a range within that box. Maybe it's like 24 to 33 months or something like that. And then they'll pick within that range. But other states have a lot more flexibility and leeway. That's just how Minnesota does it. But yes, they can consider those sort of things. Now, in Minnesota, if you wanted to go outside of the box, you would have to come up with some reasons that are legally justifiable for it. And eye rolls would not be sufficient. Like no remorse would not be sufficient. You would need some other aggravating factor that's kind of codified in law to further deprive someone of their rights. Torthea, wait, read that one. Wijackhole. Does the baldo work for those that only have one ball? Asking for a friend. I do not know. I'll try and get an answer on that. WG Roy, Cowboy Dreadlock was sentenced to a year in jail for animal cruelty in 2020 during a BLM protest. There you go. That was the guy we watched on the horse earlier.
Yeah.
Go for Big Guy 911. I'm actually impressed at the self-control of these deputies. No opinion. Is this expected to last multiple days? I've got things to do, so I got to jet for a bit. It's going to be tomorrow. Tomorrow they'll be done. They may get done with the statements today. In fact, I kind of hope they do. I don't know. I think there were 36 of them planned, and I don't know how many we've been through. I'm not keeping count. Is someone in the chat full of autism?
Just send some tonight. I know the judge said she's going to do it tomorrow, but what does she have to think about? She doesn't
don't
already
know.
have her sentencing memorandum written. I don't know what we're doing here.
Kurt, she talks for 38 minutes anytime he speaks. She's just going to wait and prepare a speech, I guess. Flawedzilla. Hey, what's up, brother? Says you are getting crazy views over here on Rumble. Congrats, bruv. Inspirational to see a real dude like you succeeding regardless of the adversity. Respect. Hey, back at you. Back at you, pray hands flawed. We still got to do a show together sometime. And hang out, man. I still mean to do that. Things just got all jumbled with, whole being banned from everything. Let's see. We've got Mick3718. I need one of their guys to say, you were looking for a plaintiff. Well, here I am, motherfucker. Look me in the eyes and ask that question. Someone kind of did. Someone said, I am the plaintiff.
There were a couple of them that said that they were plaintiff, and I think that was really appropriate because, God, it's just been
One woman said she was the state of Wisconsin, basically. That was pretty cute.
Yeah.
Earlier on, like fourth or fifth woman to speak said something like that.
Was that the one that said we are the people that have found you guilty? Was that a different one?
It was a different one.
Okay.
Said something a little bit more explicit. I found cute at the time.
Let's see. Sheepsidian. I'm reminded of a story I heard as a kid. Not sure if it's real or not, but a man took someone's life. He was then ordered to visit the family daily and pay them $1 with each visit until his sentencing was done. The man broke over time as he got to know the family better and what it was he took from them. I'm fuzzy on the details. Forgive me. I'll try to find that story. Sounds fake to me, but heartwarming. Yeah, I think that was in response to me saying justice doesn't feel like justice. It just doesn't. Like you can't. You'd rather have your loved one back, typically speaking, unless I don't know, maybe they were an asshole. But you'd rather have them back than some jail sentence for some weirdo. That's the problem.
Perfect world, I'd let them have both.
Right. Right. Next, we've got.
It's very emotional for me. It's very, very difficult to listen to these people. They all have a lot of pain to share, and I'm actually a person, and
oh yeah, God forbid we should show emotion for this.
Yeah, no, this is tough. This is
watching Darrell Brooks's continued emptiness is the most infuriating thing. I still don't know exactly what this is supposed to be. Whether it's I got you or I feel you or it's just some sort of self-comfort gesture, I don't know, but
yeah. Tortheo says it looks like it's beginning to rain. No. Marslance, I believe the first man whose mother was killed was the same man who told him to burn in hell, you piece of shit.
It did sound like it.
I'm getting spinning wheels on the trial stream from time to time here, so
maybe he's been shanked in the intervening 5 minutes and I'll go home.
I'm honestly like, I'm just, when you have a certain number of victims, you just wonder like when it's going to happen. Like when someone's going to Gary Plow.
I'm not saying we're not going to prosecute you, but I can see this office has other priorities. So
here we go. Alpha Snork says, I'd take my brother back and he was a major asshole. So there you go. Rumble username, Nick, you need to call out the locals chat. I was promised a wretched hive of scum and degeneracy, but since I joined the chat to watch people rage at an inhuman monster, I've seen almost nothing but cute animal pictures in support of the emotionally infirm. But in seriousness, even my stony heart is being moved by this. Yeah, man, this is heavy. This is very heavy. Very heavy stuff. So it's but the
Someone to know who
locals,
he's going to actually have come to speak for him. Last I heard, he had 9 projected, including his mom and grandma, but I wonder how many of them will actually show up.
he should have subpoenaed Derek Chauvin to deliver his defense statement.
Okay. Any particular reason, or just for the meme?
Because who better? If this man can support Darrell Brooks, why can't you? Let's see. Torgo the White. Were I one of the victims, I'd confront the judge about violating my rights as a victim to face my perpetrator in person. I demand he be brought in, bound, and gagged. I think they only kept him out for the
She only kept him out until he
child,
asked to come back.
Yeah, which was one child.
Yeah.
Oh God. Perfect. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Oh, dude, no, that's not cool.
God.
No, that's not cool, man. No.
Oceanics says, please show Pepper on stream so people can see Best Girl. Any chance of an interview or something with the Waukesha Victim Witness Program, maybe with Pepper's handler? I don't know about that, but here's Pepper right here. Here's Pepper. This is the dog that they have for the victims to feel some support, which is very nice. Very nice.
Pepper looks like a good dog. I want a Pepper in my life.
I have a Pepper, but she's a little scratchy cat.
You have a cat named Pepper?
Yes, I do.
Stardust Crusader says, should have Brooks bound and gagged instead and have him sit there. Yeah, I agree. Don't let him go. Darmuth says, let's make sure the stream gets the Pope to 100K. Let's do it. Well, we're sitting still at 99,000. If you have not subscribed to this Rumble channel, I would very much appreciate it if you did. We're very close to 100,000 people. So, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool for a quote unquote alternative platform. Oh shit. Fractured 23. Hey, hugs, Kurt, my guy. You look broken.
It was a little hard, man.
Yeah.
All right, we are back on the record then, and you may continue.
There are a number of minors in this group, so we're going to be just a little bit more methodical about getting folks up here. So the first will be for victims AA and BB.
Well, this is a good time for me to go to the bathroom.
Victim AA, correct. Okay. Which does have my.
Good afternoon. My name is Leanne Hollingsworth, the mother of 2 victims. I want to start by thanking everyone involved in this case by bringing justice for us as victims. I want to thank all of the officers, first responders that helped us that day, especially the amazing Waukesha County Sheriff who was willing to transport me and my daughter to the hospital so quickly. If it wasn't for you, I'm not sure she'd be here today. Thank you to all of the staff at Children's Hospital for the amazing care for my daughter. And thank you to the Waukesha community. Thank you to the Good Samaritans who stayed with my daughter until I arrived, covered her with blankets to keep her warm, tried to comfort her. To all of you, I'm forever grateful. November 21st, 2021 is a day that will forever be etched in our minds and hearts as one of the worst days of our lives. On this day, you, Darrell Brooks, made the conscious decision to drive through the Waukesha Christmas parade and destroy the sense of security and safety of my family and thousands of others. My 2 daughters were doing what they love most, dancing in the parade with their teammates, when you destroyed that fun. My oldest daughter watched as her teammates went flying through the air, one of which was her sister. She had to make the frantic call to me to tell me that her sister was injured. Not only that, but because you, Darrell Brooks, continued driving and didn't stop, no one knew if the danger was gone or if they were still at risk. I remember the terrified phone call from a couple of blocks away telling me to get inside the nearest building to stay safe. As a mother, I knew in that moment I couldn't leave my kids alone. So I had to make the choice to risk my own safety, run all the way down Main Street to get to them. I myself had to see the carnage of what you, Darrell Brooks, did to so many people. Those images will never leave me and will haunt me for the rest of my life. That view can only be described as that of a war scene, one which you knowingly caused. As we made our way down Main Street, I had no idea what to expect when I found my younger daughter. Mr. Brooks, you mentioned your young daughter during the trial. I want you to picture your daughter right now, your 8-year-old daughter. And I want you to imagine the fear and anger that you'd feel if a monster drove over your daughter and many others. I want you to picture finding your own daughter when I describe what I found. When I finally found our group, I had to run from person to person, lying on the ground to find my daughter. And when I finally did, she was unresponsive, couldn't open her eyes, was missing her white Christmas hat and headband and her shoe.
F you,
Her
Darrell
sock was
Brooks. is all.
shredded with road rash on her foot. Her left leg was bent horribly in a way a leg shouldn't bend. Her head was immediately swelling in addition to the road rash across her face and the rest of her body and the blood coming from her mouth. It was over the next few days we learned of the extent of all of her injuries. Severe bleeding of the brain, which required emergency surgery, severe traumatic brain injury, multiple skull fractures, which required emergency surgery to repair, a severely broken femur, which required 2 surgeries to repair, a pelvic bone fracture, and I'm sure many others that I missed in the hundreds of pages of reports from her injuries and weeks-long hospital stay. While my husband and I stayed in the hospital with our youngest daughter, unsure of whether she would live to see the next day, my family stepped up to take care of our older daughter and help her try to feel safe after the trauma that you had just inflicted. I cannot begin to expect a narcissist like you to understand what it's like to sit in the ICU staring at your daughter with tubes and wires from every part of her body trying to keep her alive, watching every monitor and test result, hoping that things are going the right direction, not knowing if your daughter is going to wake up the same bright, bubbly girl she was before a monster plowed through at her Christmas parade. When she did wake up, the real struggle began. Our then 9-year-old daughter had to learn to eat, talk, move, and walk again. She had to use a wheelchair and walker for months, even as she returned to school. Instead of playing in the snow with her friends at recess, she sat in a wheelchair. She couldn't dance. She couldn't run around playing with her friends. Even today, she deals with the effects of this day. Her leg still hurts. She struggles with the neurological effects of her injuries, is on seizure medication, and worries about every little symptom for fear it is something bigger related to her injuries. Your own mother and grandmother, Darrell Brooks, have claimed your supposed mental health issues are to blame, but you, Darrell Brooks, were found to be completely competent and fully aware of exactly what you were doing. All you had to do was hit the brakes instead of the gas pedal. Yet, like the narcissist you are, you claimed you honked the horn, but in your eyes, somehow it was their fault. They didn't get out of the way. You were so fully aware of your wrongfulness of your actions that you ran from the vehicle, tried to change your appearance, and lied in an attempt to get away from the scene. You knew exactly what you were doing.
He was
Darrell
out on
Brooks,
bail,
you
though.
have destroyed our sense of safety and security in our own community. You are the reason my kids are afraid to cross the street. You are the reason my kids don't sleep at night. You are the reason we may never enjoy a parade again. You are the reason my daughters are afraid of the dark. You are the reason my daughters don't feel safe without their parents around. You are the reason we visit doctors constantly. And you are the reason their lives will never be the same again. You have taken something from them that cannot be regained, and for that, I hope you rot in hell.
There you go.
He has no empathy whatsoever.
No.
Remorseless.
And what the fuck could he possibly be writing?
Christmas parade, November 21st, 2021, impacted me both physically and mentally because of you, Darrell Brooks. After the Christmas parade incident, that night, I had to try and find my sister. I was taken away from her to get to safety. I had to explain to my mom what happened while crying and trying to get to a safe spot. I got to finally find my family, but then getting taken away again from my mother and sister to get to safety. I had to try to stay calm in front of all of my cousins and family. I was not able to see my sister for over a week and a half, and I did not get to see my mom for several days. All of these things and many more were very hard for me. I was so worried, not just about my parents and my sister, but about all of my friends and family that were either at the parade or in it. After the parade, I was scared to go in my own house. I was even scared to be in a room or house alone. It was very scary to do anything alone. I was scared of everything. I didn't sleep for the first night, even though you, Darrell Brooks, were arrested. I was still worried about that something might happen. I no longer felt safe. Not only did you impact me, but you also impacted my sister Mackenzie. She was severely injured with a brain injury and a broken femur. She was in the hospital for 2 weeks because of you. I didn't get to spend as much time as I normally would with my parents because they were at the hospital with my sister. During the holidays and Thanksgiving, I should have been able to spend with my parents and sister, but I couldn't because of you. The incident impacted me physically as well. I had a huge bruise on my back, as well as the bruised bones in both of my ankles. That night, as soon as you drove through the parade, all I could think about was my sister. I was so worried about her. I kept trying to find her. After running from person to person, she was the last person that I found. All I remember was seeing my teammates' terrified faces as they were on the sidewalk. As I was looking for my sister, I saw 4 of the girls that were injured on the ground before I even found my sister. When I found her, I was suddenly rushed into a store, as I was still on the phone with my mom. As soon as I rushed into the store, my nana and uncle both came to get me when my mom went to the hospital with my sister. All I could remember is that I wasn't even scared for myself. I was mostly worried about my family and my teammates. It was almost 3 hours before we were allowed to leave the church. We were on lockdown. I hadn't had any connection with my family for the whole time that I was in the church. There were a lot of people coming into the church after I came in trying to all stay safe. It's hard to even think that you do not even care about anything that you did or anyone that you hurt. It's hard to know that all you care about is trying to make everyone feel unsafe and scared to do anything. The fact that most scared me and made me feel disgust when I heard your name or saw you was the fact that you didn't stop when you hit multiple people. You didn't stop when you saw or heard yourself hitting people, and the most horrific thing is that all you try to do is run away from your problems. Let this be a lesson to you, Darrell Brooks. Your crimes and stupidity is always going to come back to you, no matter how hard you try for it not to. I hope you know that you were such a horrible person that night, and I hope you get what you deserve, and I know that you will.
For the record, that was victim AA, Your Honor.
Let me start off by saying I am one of 4 siblings that were victims of Mr. Brooks.
Oh, it's the Y family.
In fact, I am the oldest child, and with being the oldest, that comes with an unhealthy ambition to protect my family. But that night, on November 21st, I felt like I was unable to achieve that goal. My siblings, fortunately, don't remember that night, but unfortunately, I do. I remember everything from celebrating my sister's birthday beforehand to meeting her unconscious at the hospital. I can't help but feel guilty for what happened to my brother that night, everything up to his open compound fracture and his shattered humerus. Something deep inside me still believes that it's my fault. He wasn't supposed to be there that night. He wasn't supposed to be walking in the parade, but he wanted to because his older sister was there. He was right next to me through the whole parade up to when we got struck. I can't help but feel like some of my mental and physical injuries, or some of his mental physical injuries, are my fault. I still remember screaming his name while being carried into burlap and lace on Main Street. I would like to say I had hope, but with all the frustrated, confused, and what-if statements and scenarios in my head, that hope eventually turned into doubt. That night, I realized the love I had for my family. I still have regrets and struggles, but so does my mom, dad, friends, and community. We all have regrets, but the struggles we faced are laying on your hands, Mr. Brooks. My uncle always told me to show kindness through times of trial, but I am not able to give that to you. Even through school, I've been taught that forgiveness is the moral way to forget, but I will never be able to forgive and forget. I mean, how can a man not know the difference between good and evil, right and wrong, good and bad? Basic things you were taught in kindergarten. Brooks, your behavior before and during this trial, your ignorance and arrogance to the victims of your crime is so disrespectful and just unbelievable. Fun fact, you, Mr. Brooks, brought my mom to testify on your behalf. How could you believe that was the civil thing to do, knowing that she had 4 kids injured and hit by your SUV? You knew that this would affect her and my family emotionally and physically. How could you be so stupid, egotistical, and delusional? You bring up mental illness, but what I find unacceptable is the fact that you had the choice, but you kept going. I will always have the simple question of why. But that might never be answered. My sisters had a passion for dance. My brother played baseball and soccer. I am a dancer and I will always be a dancer, but because of your actions, it will never feel the same. I know my siblings and I have accepted the fact that we might never be able to regain our passions and dreams. We know that we now have lifelong challenges, but we also have people that support us and help us regain our hope and goals that we lost that night. Overall, I want people to remember that this is not about the parade, this is about the man. The depression, anger, sorrow, all these negative feelings shouldn't be directed towards the parade. Instead, directed towards the man. This is not the parade's fault, and I think we need to come together as a community and realize that. With all the media and all the press, reaching out to my family in the past year has brought anxiety and stress. But I want to thank my family, friends, and community one more time for supporting my family through these trying times and also giving me the confidence to stand here and say I want to punch this man in the face. Your Honor, I need Darrell Brooks to serve the time he deserves without parole. I need him to be locked up for life, and that is my statement.
And that was written JJ, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Poor kid. Blaming herself for that.
Mr. Darrell Brooks, I am back.
Back. Oh, one of the
Do
witnesses,
I have
the
to
mom.
say,
mother.
my daughter
Yeah.
pretty much clarified why the hell did you bring me up to the stand? Pardon my language, Judge. Absolutely boggles my mind. Absolutely boggles my mind. Once, twice, 3, 4, 5 times. They brought my children's names up. They addressed concerns. Your arrogance and your behavior is just pathetic. On that behalf, though, I am here on behalf of not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 children. I'm not going to testify and tell you all the particulars and injuries of what happened to my children. We saw that on the stand. I'm not going to tell you about the stress of how, as parents, we had to suffer and continue to suffer day after day, taking our kids to appointments, having a healthy mind and soul. But you know what? We're doing a darn good job. I say this with a heavy heart. I have my kids here. I have my kids here. Grayson, as Charlotte says, had an open compound fracture. We know how an open compound fracture happens, Mr. Brooks. You could have stopped. You saw the darn exhibit. You saw that exhibit of my daughter. You saw her. And your expression is unacceptable. Your behavior has been unacceptable. Emotionally, as a mother, you have to go one way or another. You have to, let me just start off by saying, as Charlotte knows, there were 2 calls that came to me that night, and I couldn't put everything together. I was just like, what is going on? That 3rd call, my mindset changed. I couldn't cry. I couldn't get mad. I had to fight for my children. Their father and I had to push forward. Do we have time to worry about our own feelings? Oh boy.
We still are working through that. I am working through that. But you know what? I won't show them weakness. They are on a positive road, mentally and physically. My son Grayson loves soccer, can kick that ball in any direction. And now he's still learning to walk and run in a consistent manner. Alice, as Charlotte mentioned, whose passion was dancing, has sorrow now. She hasn't made it back to dancing yet. Vivian, the youngest, as you saw in that exhibit as I spoke, is the life of the family, joking, living it up when you broke her tailbone and she was unconscious at Children's Hospital for extended time. You did that, Mr. Brooks. This is on you. But these kids will not be weak. Their family will not allow them to be weak. They are going to strive for success with what you put them through. Again, I want to limit any like injury, things of that nature, because you know what? They're striving. They're doing great. And I can only hope that they continue in that manner, in a positive nature. What I do want to thank is a few people. Jeff, who helped Charlotte that night. Both Officer Ryan with Waukesha, I'm using their first names. Officer Ryan, who did save Grayson's life. Officer Ryan from Pewaukee, who did drive Grayson to the hospital. The other fellow dance families who have slowly and surely advised me of their personal connections they had with my 4 kids that night. That I can't be thankful, or sorry, I'm going to be forever grateful there for their love and compassion. For their grandparents who had to watch our 2 other children while 2 of them were in Children's Hospital for extended time. And for my sisters who were my heart and soul during this whole time, helping my family move forward, trying to figure out how we move forward with 4 children being injured. I do have, in closing, as I mentioned earlier, I do say with a heavy heart, my hands are shaking, sorry. I do have a heavy heart because I do have my children with me. But as Charlotte has said, my brother, who unfortunately passed away 2 months before this event took place, always told us kindness will take you far. So to those who unfortunately are not with us, I just would like to read the following. I watch you every day. I am always very near. I know deep down in your heart you realize that I am here. I hear you when you speak to me, when you are on your own. You cannot understand the reason that I am gone. I will never leave you. I am here to keep you strong. Talk to me. I hear you. We share an unbroken bond that will always be. Death won't keep us apart, for our love is forever. Just remember me in your heart, and one day we will be together. Live your life and live it full. Don't waste a single day. Remember, I am always with you every step of the way. And as it has been said before, we do have angels looking over us. And my children now have 6 more. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
That was Alicia, the mom of the Y family. We raised a bunch of money here in this chat for that family. It's fantastic to see. It's
Did you
sad
post the
that they
links for
needed it.
the thing for today?
I have not,
struggled
but I
to
have
write
it.
down words to describe the impact November 21st
Let me
of
see if I can dig it up.
2021 has had on
The
me.
general link.
I'm
What
posting
was
them right
supposed
now.
to be a joyful day was quickly turned into an unimaginable nightmare. I woke up that morning excited for the parade instead of dreading it like I always do. Out of all the Waukesha parades I've walked in the past 4 years, this was the only one I looked forward to. If only I knew it was going to be the worst day of my life. As the parade started,
I went around taking pictures of all the girls while they danced, so their parents had action shots of them dancing. We rounded the corner of White Rock and finally made it onto Main Street. I remember seeing this beautiful sunset behind my girls. I recorded them dancing with the sunset behind them. Little to know, that would be my last video of them. My video was taken exactly 10 minutes before the defendant senselessly drove his car straight into my girls' backs. They didn't even have the chance to move out of the way before he plowed into them and continued on his path of destruction. Alice was the first body I saw. I picked her up immediately and was quickly yelled at to put her down, not knowing it could have just caused more damage to her. She was awake and conscious. I took off my coat to give her a pillow and laid over her body to shield her. I kept telling her she was going to be okay. One thing that will stick with me forever is the fact that she looked up at me with her teeth chipped and knocked out and said, "Why would someone do this?" I will never forget those words. The defendant was 39 at the time. She was 10. If a 10-year-old knew it was wrong, so did he. But he didn't care because he kept driving. He is the definition of a monster. After Alice, I was with 2 more of my girls in the street before making my way to the hospital. The hospital was also another chaotic scene. Bodies all over. People were standing, sitting, and laying in the ground. I saw one of my girls laying on the floor with her mom. I held her hand and kept asking her to squeeze me, so I knew she'd stay with us. She kept going in and out of consciousness. Every time she'd open her eyes, her mouth would open as she sobbed in absolute pain. I glanced to my left and saw another one of my girls in a wheelchair with about 5 nurses huddled around her. She wasn't doing good, and they knew that. We rushed her to the back as she started to seize and vomit. When her parents arrived, I left the hospital not knowing if I'd ever see some of my girls alive again. The following days, weeks, and months were just as horrible. 4 of my girls were in comas. The questions never stopped circulating in my head. Would they ever wake up? Would they even remember who I was? The thing about being a coach is you're kind of stuck in between being a mom and a friend. I felt trapped that I couldn't take their pain away, trapped that I couldn't be there with them at the hospital every day. I had to put a brave face on for all of my other girls, even though I was completely broken inside. Attempting to describe the impact this evil crime has had on me would be impossible. How can I write into words something that broke me so badly? Emotionally and mentally, I have never been the same since that day. Throughout the whole trial, I waited for the defendant to cry, for him to show some sort of remorse for my girls and everyone else he hurt. He has shown no sense of empathy other than for himself. Only a monster would show no remorse for such a heinous crime they committed. He knew exactly what he was doing, and he just kept driving. He knew it was wrong because he then attempted to flee after he ditched the car. He's a selfish and cowardly human being who deserves to never see the daylight again. Thank you. Thank you.
Again, I have 3 daughters. 3 daughters in dance. And yeah, their relationships with their dance coaches and their dance coach helpers, I couldn't imagine. Like they actually really like those kids.
I'll read their symbols that I was given: II, JJ, KK, LL. Well, their names are Charlotte, Alice, Vivian, and Grayson. I'm not a victim. It's very hard for me to stand up here and to be talking about a victim when I don't feel like a victim. My children are the victims. Other people were victims. I'm a beholder. And I feel I'm a beholder of the darkness and the evil, but also the light and the good of the aftermath of the act of violence that Mr. Brooks brought upon the community that evening. Let's talk about, this is a Christmas parade that I've attended many times. My oldest daughter, Charlotte, has been a part of the extreme dance for many years. She was there handing out candy along with my son. At that time, I did not know that he was handing out candy, but I knew that my two other daughters were a part of the teams. They're part of the junior team and the mini team. I sometimes walk into the parade. I do not like walking in the July 4th parade because it's too hot. Okay, I'd rather walk during the Christmas parade when it's a little bit cooler out. But at that time, I texted my mom and said, would you like to come? I was not supposed to be at that parade. I was supposed to be up north hunting that weekend. So I decided to stay back. Decisions that I reflect upon and think about how I became in that spot off of Wisconsin Avenue on that day. So my mom texted me and said, yes, I will come meet you. So I was not, and if she did not do that, I was going to text my oldest daughter, Charlotte, and say, I'm going to meet you in the staging area and I will come walk with you and hand out candy. So I was standing on Wisconsin with my mom, and to say now about this parade. Now this is about children. The Christmas parade is about children, about happiness and love. That evening, if people remember, was very cold and windy, very bitter wind, where sometimes that wind gets you and you're almost just standing there. But even through that coldness and the bitter wind, you can really, truly feel the happiness within the crowd of the parade. And I thought about that. And it's just about, I knew that possibly around the corner, standing over on Wisconsin, that eventually the extreme team would be coming around that corner and I'd see them. And then I had my hood up, and it was cold, but then at the corner of my eye and kind of watching it, I see a red SUV start to come around that corner, but not really fast, not very fast, because Mr. Brooks, you hit the brakes to go around the corner. If you did not hit the brakes, you would have taken that turn way too fast, and then you would have gone into the Veterans Park. So that part didn't seem too odd to me. My hood was kind of covering. I didn't really see the damage of the SUV. So I saw the SUV turn, but I didn't think it was odd until it did not turn and crashed through the barriers. And then the officer shot 3 times after it. Silence. The parade now, everyone is silent. Northwest Avenue, I live on that road, 2 blocks up. That is my road that I live in.
This guy is very intense.
Silence. But then people start kind of moving. Where it's like the parade just stopped. I moved to the corner, and then you start seeing and feeling the people starting to stream around the corner, screaming, crying. I have my mom with me. They're saying, do not go around that corner. There are dead people. Do not go around that corner. We both looked at each other, and I said, where are the children? So me and my mom went around that corner and really went through the wake of the evil and hell that Mr. Brooks, that you brought to this community. And going through and seeing and going around the corner and seeing just bodies as far as you can see, injured on the ground. And sometimes I feel personal guilt that I couldn't truly stop and help some of those people in need. I had to keep going. Until I paused and paused. I have my mom screaming, crying, seeing women, adults, people injured, deceased bodies. Once we passed through that section, that's where, Mr. Brooks, you changed me. Because at that point, there's a difference where they talk about an active shooter. Not everyone saw the officer shoot. So then in that case, they didn't know. There's a lot of chaos. There's a lot of misunderstanding. There's a lot of just in that all around. People are screaming. People are crying. There's people running all over the place. That's where you changed me, Mr. Brooks. That's where after a thing, I gave myself up to say, we could
auto-tune this guy.
If there's an active shooter, I am willing to get shot in my head. I am running up this street. Where are my kids? And that's what I did. And as the darkness descended upon that street, as the sun was going down, and I run up the middle of the street, and I run up to the 5 points, I start seeing the extreme truck that they use, pom-poms on the ground, but you can't see around. And then I come around. I left my mom, which was a decision that I had to make. She caught up, but I took off running. I found my daughter, Alice, first, and it was mentioned. She had broken teeth, blood on her face, facial. She's so brave. When I came to her, I screamed her name 2 to 3 times. There were people around her trying to help her. She looks at me and she goes, "Daddy, I'm okay. I'm okay." And I didn't know what to. And she looked at me and I just, at that point, I didn't understand. And she goes, and I go, "Where's Vivian?" "She's over there." And I look around and there's my youngest daughter over by the side of the curb, motionless. Her limbs weren't moving, but yet her body was shaking uncontrollably. So I went over there to help there. And from my daughter, Alice, I learned that my son, for the first time handing out candy, was in the parade. I did not know that.
I don't mean to be insensitive, but I feel like if this guy
I was
told
also
me how to make
told by her
biscuits
that
one time, I would follow
Charlotte,
every
my
direction.
oldest, was there, and she was injured. You did this. They weren't the only ones. The children. This is a Christmas parade about love and happiness, getting ready for the holiday season. I'm sitting in the other room, watching other statements, and watching you roll your eyes to people's powerful statements. The hurt that people have in their souls. And you're rolling your eyes at them and making facial expressions. If I look around this room, no one else is wearing a mask. What are you hiding from? You're wearing a mask. I don't see anybody else. Forgiveness. I do not forgive you. I do not forgive you because I have not heard these 3 words from you through this entire trial. I am sorry. Not once. Not once have I ever heard anything. What I've heard you do is be abusive. Abusive to the judge, abusive to the prosecution, abusive to the witnesses. And I think that's what you have. You're an abuser. And then when people stick up to you, do you want to become? Now you're the victim. You carry your Bible. And you say you're a God-fearing man. But I feel those scriptures are hollow and empty to you now. Just like God has left you. You can pat your chest and have that book open, but I don't believe those words and those scriptures mean anything to you anymore. My children are healing, and the community is healing. If there is no verses between my children and the other people that hurt, the people that lost their lives and their families. But we're all in this together now. All of us, the community. It isn't just people that live in Waukesha. Well, you did have these energy that went across, it goes so far for the people that you hurt. And I don't think you truly understand that, or maybe you don't care. For the sentencing, as other people have said, I feel the maximum is appropriate in this situation. The terror, the horror, the pain, the fear that you've caused to so many individuals. And everyone has their own unique path for healing. And I hope that you will get sentenced to what you deserve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honestly,
just-
I have so much to say to you, Darrell.
He had a strange rhythm
and
to his
the court.
talking.
You exemplified Christ, and you were going to be very blessed and honored for that. So thank you. Okay, you guys were amazing, honestly. So thank you. My daughter was not listed as a victim. She was dancing with Extreme Dance Team on November 21st with my niece. She was on the right side of the route and did not get hit. But she did not get hit by the car. She got hit by another team member. And that wasn't revealed to me, Darrell, until I watched the video. And I struggled to understand how my daughter got injured. And I'll get more into that. But that day, you impacted thousands. And I know this is just another story for you. And I wish it would impact you. And I really pray that it does, okay? So, as the parade started, we were by the library. I dropped my daughter off in her position with her team. And I just remember when the parade had stopped, and I knew immediately. My sister-in-law got a phone call from my niece. And my niece, who was 13 at the time, said my whole team is dead. Our girls were living in fear, thinking their teammates were dead, Darrell. They thought they were dead. The images that they saw of their friends will never be erased. We got the phone call, and I did not see you hit anybody. When I hit the main street, I saw the dancing grannies dying. I didn't know who they were until the names were released, and I had to figure out in my own head who I saw dying. One of the moms, who's an ICU doctor, was working on one of the dancing grannies. There was blood everywhere, Darrell. You have to see what you did. I had no idea what I was walking into. And I honestly am so sorry for all the families who lost their loved ones. What I saw, no human being should ever see. Everyone that was in the court witnessed what you did, but I lived it, I walked it. I heard things I didn't want to hear. I heard someone screaming over Jane Kulik. And I no longer could remember anything after that, after I saw Jane dying, till I got to my daughter. We were ushered into the bakery, and I screamed for my daughter. She was safe, but I have survivor's guilt over her living, and that's not fair. 6 people died. There's a mom who doesn't have her baby boy anymore, and I got to go home with her that night. Once we were released from the bakery, we had to walk back through the nightmare. It was a crime scene. There were bodies covered up that my daughter had to see a dead person covered up because it was a crime scene. The next day, my daughter woke up and screaming in pain. We didn't take her to the hospital. I did what I thought was best, to take her to the chiropractor and get her x-rays. I'm a naturopath, so that's what I do. Her doctor has never seen such a twisted spine, neck, pelvis. We had to put her back together. She was, but emotionally she was broken. She had nightmares. She missed school weekly. And it's because of another little girl who hit her from the car that you hit. And I figured that out a few weeks ago. I didn't know what happened. Darrell, I don't know what's in your heart. I don't. But also God tells us that we will know them by their fruit. I'm a Christian. I believe in the Bible. I believe in everything that the Bible has to say. I'm not perfect either. But what we witnessed during the trial was you reading or holding your Bible, even in anger, saying that you were reading the book to the judge. What is hard to witness is that reading that Bible has not brought you to repentance. When I read that Bible, the things that I've done, I'm repentant and I say sorry for what I've done. I'm not perfect. So when the word of God convicts us by reading the word, it produces change. I have not seen that in you. Not once have you repented to even ask for forgiveness for what you've done. Not once have you admitted what you've done. Can you not face what you've done? You have to.
He didn't do it. The corporate entity known as Darrell Brooks did.
You presented to the court that you didn't want to be called by your name. This is a trial that you caused. The DA didn't cause this trial. My daughter and her team didn't cause this trial.
Why isn't anyone's victim impact statement just the words Darrell Brooks over and over and over again?
To me, this is not a man who's after God's heart.
Why did I come on
You
here?
use the Bible.
This
You
is
use
painful.
God.
This
That's
is
blasphemy.
horrific.
I know what I'm talking about.
This is one of the easy
This
ones.
is not a mental.
We suffer together, Steve.
System failing you. You failed
Brothers and
yourself.
sisters,
If you are a man like you
Evidence.
say you are, and you were not brought up this way, and you were brought up in a Christian home, go back to your
I'm
Christian
getting
roots.
some ice for my
Go
whiskey
back to
glass.
the man that God
Right back.
actually wanted you to be. But in turn, you have not had any responsibility to confess of what you did that day. You can't face that you murdered people, you've injured hundreds, you emotionally traumatized thousands, and not repent from what you did. To repent means that and to be saved means you get to enter the kingdom of heaven. Okay? You have
This
to.
is painful. Oh
You
my
have to
God.
admit what you did. This is not going to change bringing people back. It's not going to change the 21st. It's not going to change people's lives. But you might actually help someone heal just by saying, I'm sorry.
Phew.
You also said in your closing statement that this
Jeez.
is God's will for what you did that day. And that I believe is a false testimony of the God that I know. You are a father. And my daddy, my heavenly father, would never, ever want anyone to be murdered with a car as the murder weapon. All those you hurt and killed that day, they're his children. Doesn't matter what age they were. John 1:9 says, if we confess our sins, he's faithful and just to forgive our sins, to cleanse us from unrighteousness. That includes you, Darrell. You must confess to all these people in God so that you can be saved. And that's not popular. For you to enter that kingdom of heaven, it is possible. The man hanging on the cross, like the earlier statement, he was saved that day and the other one wasn't. And that I want you to sit with. For the wages of sin is death. That means hell. That means hell. But the free gift of God is eternal life in Jesus Christ. So I'm angry for what you did. I'm sad that a lot of people don't get to spend another day with their loved ones. I'm sad that a lot of my dance family, we don't know. We don't know the outcome of their brain injuries and what's their future. You have to traumatize families and people that are witness. You have thousands. You killed 6 people. But maybe, just maybe, you could bring some peace to some of these people. Do you hear me, Darrell? Instead of rolling your eyes that what you did, just respect it. And I know people yelled at you today, but I'm not coming to you in anger. I'm coming to you in unconditional love because that's what our Father offers us. I don't know if I have forgiven you yet, and I know that's what God wants me to do, but I think that you could just offer a little peace by just saying, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Oh, wow. I just came in. How long have you guys been watching this?
November 21st
7 hours
will
and
never be
37
the same.
minutes.
It was a very tragic day for us.
4 hours.
With this day
I know.
being the day after my birthday, November 20th, I was thinking it would be a good day. I was going to be dancing in the parade with Waukesha Extreme Dance Team. I loved this team as a whole. My mom, dad, aunt, and cousin were sitting at the end of the parade route. As we got closer to the parade starting, I got a really uneasy feeling in my stomach. As me being a Christian, I believed it was the Holy Spirit warning me. My cousin was close on the team with me. In the parade, she was in front of me and we were both on the far right side. As we danced in the parade, I knew something was wrong. Something just didn't sit right with me. After this feeling, my hearing went out. All I heard was loud thump noises. My friends getting hit by the SUV. I had seen 2 girls fly across the concrete and hit the curb in front of me. I got out of the way, confused and in shock. I remembered I had left my phone in the car. I saw my cousin Brooklyn get her phone and call her mom.
Oh,
As a 13-year-old, the words she spoke on the phone are words I would never want to hear someone I cared so deeply for say. As her mom answered the phone, not knowing what had happened, Brooklyn spoke and said, "Mom, my whole team is dead." People then told us there was a shooting and we needed to get to safety, so we went inside of a bakery. They told us all to go into the back of the bakery for safety. I called my mother off of somebody's phone and told her to get inside and be safe, but she told me no, she was going to find me. I told her the building name I was in. I sat there drowning in my thoughts until my mom had got there. As she entered, I heard her screaming my name. She hugged me, and a few seconds later, somebody screamed that there was an active shooter, so we all dropped to the ground. I moved to the corner where Brooklyn, my aunt, and other friends were sitting. I felt like we were sitting there for hours when it wasn't that long. As we sat there, my best friend, my cousin, was saying something that would haunt me forever. She sat there with her head tucked in her knees, repeating over and over and over again to herself how she thought she was gonna die. I thought my best friends had died that day, and this thought will forever be with me. We eventually got let out to walk back to our cars. As we were walking out, I saw one of my best friends laying on the ground of the bakery. She had not been taken to the hospital yet. I stayed calm that whole time up until I saw her. As I walked back to my car, link armed with my friend, we tried to look at our feet and not up at the street, but I couldn't help looking up. I'd seen bodies covered up in the streets. That image will never leave my mind. I woke up the next day not being able to move my body. I screamed and cried thinking I was paralyzed. We didn't go to the hospital but to the chiropractor. I got x-rays done and they came back showing the worst whiplash my chiropractor has ever seen. My spine was thrown off and twisted in ways it should not have been. It was so bad my spine could barely support holding up my head. It was the worst pain I've ever felt. My mom asked me if I got hit by the car, but I told her I couldn't remember. For the last year, I've been recovering still. Many days I'd feel pain unimaginable. I also had got horrible migraines a lot. Many days my whole arm was numb from the injury. Some days I couldn't feel any of my left side. These days were some of the scariest. We couldn't figure out how I got injured until a video was released. It showed how a girl that had got hit flew into me, injuring me. Not only did this day change my life physically, but mentally too. I struggled with depression afterwards. I blamed myself for this awful tragedy. I told myself there was some way I could have stopped it from happening, even though it was something I had no control over. My mental health declined majorly. I tried my best to act okay so people wouldn't worry, but many days I just couldn't. I skipped school so many days weekly because I couldn't mentally go. I was in so much darkness, I couldn't find any light. I tried my best asking for help, but I was too scared. I thought about you every single day, Darrell. I thought, how could any man do this to any other human being? I'm sorry to all those who lost people they'll never get to see again. It angered me every day. It hurt to think about. This day will always and forever have a place in my mind. The days after we waited to find out info about my friends. Some of them had horrible brain injuries and other horrible physical injuries. At one moment, I was told my friend Julia would maybe not make it. It broke me hearing that. Knowing I cared about all these people so much, it hurt me to know they were in a situation like this. As I continued to try to heal, I realized it takes a long time to heal physically and mentally. I didn't think my mental health would ever get better. I thought this up until I surrendered my life to Jesus. I leaned on him for help. A verse that stuck with me is Philippians 4:13. I can do all things through him who gives me strength. This verse reminded me that I can get through this and will get through this with the help of God. I knew if I could, that my friends could as well. As I wrote this here, I finally realized this all truly happened to me. I guess I never really allowed myself to believe it because I never wanted to. But we must all face things in our lives. As I watched the trial go on, you always had your Bible, but you never repented. You never asked for forgiveness for ruining people's lives.
He wasn't actually reading it, sweetheart.
John 16:13 states, "When the Spirit of truth comes, he will guide you into all the truth, for he will not speak on his own authority, but whatever he hears he will speak. He will declare the things unto you that are to come." And as you sat there with your Bible, all you had to do was declare what was true, to confess what you had done, when you knew you had done it and you knew it was wrong. But you sat there, you rolled your eyes, not caring that you killed innocent people. So I'm so horribly sorry to all people who had lost things that day. Loss of friends and family members, loss of being able to be the same person ever again. I'm sorry to all who struggle with health problems for the rest of their lives. I know that I had lost a piece of myself that day, and I'm still trying to find it. This day was supposed to be a happy day filled with smiles and laughter, but it had got turned into a tragedy. This day will never be the same for any of us.
How much have you been watching? This is just, I don't know. Why did I come on here, Brackets?
Steve, tell me why the death penalty should be illegal again.
Yes. Well, that's a long, complicated story. This is horrible. We'll talk about that later.
I'm sure.
I just came in. This is just horrible.
Dear Judge Darrell.
Oh, fuck.
My name is Rekieta Becerra Montes. On November 21st, 2021, my life and my family's life changed forever. The day that was supposed to be a day of joy that became a nightmare to me, my family, and our community. On that day, my parents and my siblings witnessed the red SUV that drove into my dance team. My mom ran without thinking she could be hurt too. She remembers the red SUV that almost hit her while running into the road because he was coming her way, but he swerved. They couldn't find me right away because I was under a car that was playing the music for us. I flew 15 to 20 feet from where I was dancing. I was lucky that I wasn't injured like my friends because my head bumped into a truck that was playing the music for us, and I fell on the street and hit the back of my head on someone's leg, but I didn't suffer from a major injury. My family calls me a miracle because things would have been worse, and maybe things would look different if my injuries were more severe. I spent a couple of nights in the hospital, but the worst part was that I woke up and asked my dad what I was doing in the hospital because I was dancing and I thought my nightmare was over. It was a traumatic experience that traumatized all of us. While I was in the hospital, I was remembering what really happened. I was dancing that day and I had a smile on my face. And I heard what I thought were fireworks. It were gunshots. But at the moment, I knew that nothing happens in Waukesha and that I'm safe. So I kept dancing. I was hurt that day. I was struck by the red SUV. I felt like I was going to die. I woke up on the ground to my family surrounding me, thinking it was all a dream, not knowing what was going on. My body was hurting and I couldn't move. I saw the looks on their faces. My mom was crying and so was the rest of my family. My mom kept telling me the paramedics to go help other people that were unconscious. My daughter is awake and is talking to us. Please go help other people. Others. And my mom was a hero. She helped a little girl that was hurt in the middle of the road that was being stepped on. She carried her and put her on the side of the street and asked people to help her because she was still looking for me. I remember someone holding my hand in my head, telling me it was going to be okay. Then I heard someone yell, "Active shooter." Scared and shocked at the disbelief of what was going on, my dad had to carry me to a bakery for our safety. All I could hear were ambulance sirens and screaming. I couldn't understand what was happening because there was so much going on. I wasn't sure if it was real life or a dream. But at the moment, I was really hoping it was a dream because I didn't want it to be real. I had to witness everything around me and my friends on the ground unconscious, not knowing what would happen to them and if they would even wake up. Since that day, I've been traumatized with sirens, screaming, fireworks, being in big crowds, and hearing the song I danced to when the tragedy hit. After that day, it was a very hard topic to talk about, as well as now. To this day, I still struggle with pain and nightmares and PTSD. I don't know when my body is going to feel normal again. All of this made me sad, angry, and anxious because I cannot understand why someone could do this to our community. All of Waukesha has experienced this tragedy even if they weren't there to see it. As in losing loved ones, having to go through an injury or families that were injured as well. People who watched it happen and see their loved ones get hurt, or even just seeing this tragedy on the news. This affected our community of Waukesha to the point that some people weren't and still aren't ready to go back downtown or even participate in a parade again. I'll always struggle from that day. And it haunts me and so many others to think that a tradition for over 50 years has become a remembrance of the people who died and the injuries that occurred that day. I forgive him after everything he's done, even though he never apologized for his actions, because I'm thankful justice has been served and that he won't do damage to anyone again. I thank you, Your Honor, and everyone in the jury for making justice for all of us and our community. I ask you, Your Honor, that he won't ever see the light of day again. I thank you for everyone who supported us through difficult times. Thank you.
Has this asshole shed one tear?
No.
Really?
No emotion whatsoever, really.
Rolled his eyes a couple times and did whatever this is.
Yeah, what the hell is he taking notes about? I mean, what notes do you have to take, sir?
He's putting down fly lyrics.
It's sick. I can't believe it.
Actually, I sent him a copy of death sentences. He's annotating it right now.
This guy is. This guy is really pathological. He is so far out. How can this is the most powerful.
I would like to first address the picture that we'll be putting up on the easel. In that picture, it is my sister, Jesselyn Torres, victim HH, in the ICU. It is what a lot of other victims have looked like, from tubes keeping them alive to machines being watched over every minute of the day to see if they're doing okay. November 21st was like any other Christmas parade. My sister was dancing, my mom was pulling my baby sister in a wagon, and my brother and I were walking with them throwing candy. Everything was so normal in the beginning. Everyone was lined up in their orders and people were taking pictures, laughing, talking, dancing. The mood was very joyful, and then all of a sudden it wasn't. The images and events from that day still weigh heavily on my mind. Vivian Urel was the little girl I stayed with for a little bit after the tragic event. I still can feel the blood on my hands after I wiped it off
her dripping head with my cold fingers. I told her that I was there for her so that she knows that somebody was with her as I listened to her whimpering cry that stays in my mind. I cried when I found my baby sister without my mother. She was confused about what just happened, so I held her in my arms, squeezing her as tight as I could. I remember finding my mother and sister. The vision of my mother's face in a panic, trying to puzzle everything together. She had her hands over my sister's body, along with others. Holding my sister's head, I screamed when I saw the sight of my sister. Her face looked destroyed, with her body half naked from her clothes getting ripped off. I still remember my other family members' faces and screams when they saw my sister lying there. I broke down and fell to my knees. I felt broken when my grandmother started breaking down and screaming. The moment when they lifted my sister's unconscious body with a blanket into the back of a sheriff's car made me suddenly not breathe. It felt like there was no more air left in the world. It felt like I was being stabbed in the heart when I read my mother's messages about all the injuries my sister had. It was one text after another. I couldn't believe it was all real. From the trauma, I couldn't go back home because I knew my mom or sister wasn't going to be there. So I went to my friends, and my friend held me that night as my body shook. The pain of not being able to see my mother and hearing the cries of my 2-year-old sister constantly saying that she wants her mom broke my heart into little pieces. The whole time my sister was in the hospital, it was a blur, a tunnel vision every day, hour, minute, and second. We were lucky to have a Thanksgiving miracle to be able to see my mother for this first time after the incident. It relieved some of my pain and anxiety, and it felt nice to have so much weight removed off my chest when I hugged my mother, even with it being a short visit at Children's Hospital. My family had so much support from friends, other family in the community. Even though we had so much support, I felt like I was alone. I should have been getting the support from my own mother, but she couldn't leave my sister's side at the hospital. I felt forgotten. I was trying to give my other siblings support when I thought like I didn't have anyone to support me. I felt selfish even though I shouldn't have. Crying in class every day, I didn't want to be anywhere but home, wishing that my mom and sister were with me. Not being able to physically move from the hurt that I felt drained. My mental health was declining so much. I lost interest in the people and things I loved so dearly. I was miserable. Finally, 2 weeks later, getting the call that my sister was awake felt like my heartbeat got back to normal again. I showed everyone pictures with pure joy on my face that my sister was awake. 2 days before Christmas, they came back home. Everything was going okay until one night my sister felt like she suddenly couldn't breathe. My mother rushed her back up to the hospital. They found out later she had built up scar tissue in her trachea from being on the ventilator for so long and getting so immune to the drugs that she was on. She would wake up and move around in a panic. My sister has had around 15 surgeries on her trachea since. One day, my mom was looking on the scab on the back of my sister's head. And when I saw everything from the parade came back to my mind, the images of that day happening over and over and over again, it brought back all the pain and anxiety. I laid in bed alone, crying because I couldn't sleep. I was back to the beginning where I would cry all night. The images were so vivid in my mind. My mom called me upstairs and held me in her arms. The next day, my uncle explained what PTSD was like. As the air gets thicker and my chest feels like it's getting smaller, I realized that this is just the beginning of a long and terrible road. I easily jump at little things. I have panic attacks every time I cross the street. I hate fireworks for the reason that they make me cry. Still to this day, the sound of tires screeching sends me into a panic as I look for my siblings. The pictures come racing back to my mind, tears come racing down my face, and as I see as everyone is okay except for me, the pain is still sitting with me. The visions are always there to jump back at different times. It's been hard to be the oldest sibling, having to feel like I need to manage the house and deal with my own mental strain while my mother is constantly gone dealing with my sister's medical care. That one incident turned my life upside down, and life hasn't been the same since. Most importantly, I just want to thank everyone who was there for my family and supported us unconditionally at the time my family was needed most. And for you, Darrell Brooks, I hope you know I've never had so much hate for someone until I met you. Everyone's saying that they wish Wisconsin had the death penalty for you. I simply disagree because you do not deserve a simple death. Those 6 people who passed did not have a simple death. I hope you sit and suffer every minute of your day. Thank you.
Phew. Gosh, holy
Damn.
cow. Oh, I mean, I don't know, man. Why am I here?
I don't
It is
know.
9 in the morning. Is anyone going to judge me for drinking?
Oh.
Nope.
Cheers.
I want to drink to unconsciousness. Ugh. Horrific.
God, I gotta go to the bathroom again. Stupid meds.
I'm just one Taurus victim, HH, and life after November 21st, 2021 will never be the same.
This is a kid again. I'll wait. I'll tough it out with you guys.
I was dancing with the Waukesha Extreme Dance Team, a team I loved and committed countless hours to. 2 weeks after the parade, I woke up in the hospital, confused, uncomfortable, and in pain. I remember doctors telling my mom that I needed to have a major surgery to fix my pelvis that was broken in 3 places, so I'd be able to walk again and dance again. I was nervous, scared, and I just wanted to be with my family again. After my surgery, my doctor told me that I had to be in a wheelchair until my pelvis was healed. When I got in my wheelchair, I felt stuck, trapped in a place that I just wanted to get out of. When I got to see my sisters and brother for the first time ever since the parade, I could just see the weight lifted off their shoulders when they saw me. I was not okay, but I was there. When I finally got home, after a month of being in the hospital, it was nonstop appointments and physical therapy. 2 days after I got discharged from the hospital, I had to go back for an emergency surgery because I couldn't breathe. We found out that being on the ventilator caused scar tissue to build around my trachea. I've had over 15 surgeries on my trachea since then. My mom had to help me with all my personal care and other needs.
15 surgeries.
Including showering, getting dressed, using the bathroom, doing my hair, and making my food until I learned how to get around easier. I had to go to physical therapy to learn how to walk again. When I started using a walker, I felt embarrassed and that people were just staring at me. I remember wanting to dance again, being with my team again, but knowing that I couldn't physically dance. I had to reteach my body to move how it used to move. Learning how to dance all over again. My balance was off, making dancing impossible at first. But the mental pain was worse, as I couldn't watch my teammates dance without me. I missed over half of the school year. When I got back to school, I felt uncomfortable being in a wheelchair. I felt like people were just looking and wondering. I missed out on my last year and days at elementary school, time and memories that I will never get back. This past summer, I had to go in for my second major surgery. The surgery was on my trachea called a trachea resection. The doctors decided to do the surgery because I still couldn't breathe after all my procedures. My throat wouldn't stay open and it closed up to 80%. I was basically breathing through the size of a drinking straw. Now I have a scar across my neck that stands out and won't ever go away, and a scar where I had surgery to fix my pelvis, and multiple other scars from the horrific things that happened that night. My scars make me insecure of my body, and that I can't wear regular swimsuits because I can feel people's eyes on me. When I wear shorts, I have lumps sticking out, and my scars will be there forever. So I will every day be reminded of what happened to me. Beyond my original month in the hospital, I missed out on my entire summer because I was recovering from surgeries. When I went home, I wasn't able to do normal 11-year-old things. I wasn't able to swim, jump, go on rides at fairs. All I could do was watch people have fun during their summer, watch people play during their summer. While I continued to watch, I had to act like it didn't bother me because I didn't want to ruin summer for everyone else. Now I am 12 years old in 6th grade. I'm happy that I'm at a new school with new people. Now people won't treat me differently because they don't know my medical past. Now that I'm in 6th grade, I have to ride the bus. I hate going to the bus stop because it scares me whenever cars drive by me or make noises. I'm also dancing again. I do 2 3-hour practices each week. And this past weekend, I had my first dance competition, which was a big deal to me because this was my first competition in a year now. I still have appointments and procedures on my trachea to see how everything is healing. I also got cleared from physical therapy. I've gotten really far this year. It is getting closer and closer to November 21st, and I don't think I'm ready for this day to come. On this day each year, I and many others will think how a peaceful event that has been a tradition in Waukesha for over 50 years and brought smiles and laughter to everyone turned into tragedy. I want to say thank you to my coach Alyssa for proving to me that I can do anything I put my mind to. Thank you to Ms. Hanson for helping me write my statement when I didn't know how to put everything into words. Thank you to all the doctors and nurses who took care of me in the hospital. And most important, thank you to my mom who was by my side for the whole tragic journey. Thank you for listening.
12 years old.
You know, we've stuck through this trial together. And I think this is, you know, we got, it's like you stick in for, this is like, why is this not being covered? I mean, this pain. Gosh.
I take
It's
it
only
this
been
still
8
isn't getting much
hours.
media coverage.
Mother of Jocelyn Torres.
It's invisible
I've
in the
been very
mainstream
open all
media.
this time about the injuries my daughter
Now I'm gonna go to
obtained
the
the night of
bathroom.
November 21st, 2021. I even created daily logs so people could stay informed on her condition. But I've never truly talked about my feelings and how that day has affected my family. So this will be a very hard one for me. Let me put picture one. The event started off joyous, and I had 4 of my children with me that evening, all of which still suffer in some form to this day. The screams, the sounds of the people being hit, watching as their bodies flew, the visions of their bodies lying everywhere, and me yelling, searching for Jesselyn, still replays over and over in my head. I found my daughter lying in front of the music truck, nowhere near the rest of her teammates, in the middle of the 5 points with her clothes ripped from her body, road rash everywhere, blood leaking out of the corner of her mouth and half of her face missing. Picture 2. My poor child was ripped out of her shoes, drug under the front end, and thrown out from that vehicle. There was no ambulance, no medical equipment, nothing to help me and my child. I have never felt this helpless in my life.
All I could do was hold my child and tell her Mommy was here and that she will be okay. Picture 3. A deputy and an officer came to help get my daughter on top of the blankets that were covering her naked body and drove us to the hospital in the back of an SUV. I am grateful for the actions they took that day, along with all the others who ran out into the street to help my daughter. When we got to Children's Hospital, I sat there in a chair numb as I watched multiple doctors, nurses, and medical staff rush in and out of the room examining my child's lifeless body. My mental state was confused. I lost who I was, and I felt like I was sitting in the middle of some crazy movie scene where there was so much commotion around you, but you hear none of it. I stayed numb from then on. It was my coping mechanism. There was no way to prepare myself for the news I was about to hear from the medical staff. Her injuries included a fractured skull, a hematoma behind her eye, 8 broken ribs, which was 4 on each side, bilateral lung contusions, 3 fractured lumbar vertebrae. Her bowel was damaged. Her kidney was ripped from its blood supply and was dying. She now only has 1 kidney left. Her liver was lacerated. Her pelvis broken in 3 areas, going from front to back and down the middle in the shape of a T, and in 2 areas on the back side. Her spine has a permanent curve in it. Severe road rash all over her body. Pictures 4 or 5. Go to 5, please. That's her backside from being drugged. Go to the next one, please. That's the other side of her backside from being drugged. Next one, please. That's her leg. A whole chunk of meat was missing from her leg. You can take those down, please. She was given multiple bags of blood and platelets as we were transferred to the 4th floor ICU for critical care. It was there that the doctor sat me down and explained how she needed to be intubated because of the extensive damage to her lungs and body. The hardest moments of my life was making the phone call to my children. The hardest moment of my life was making the phone call to my other children so they could tell their sister how much they loved her, because I had no idea what was to come next. They were so confused and scared, and I could hear the hurt and pain in their voices. And I had no explanation to give them other than just tell your sister how much you love her. I couldn't be there to hold them while they cried in a time that they needed me the most. I still hold so much guilt because I couldn't be there with them, since I had to be with their sister whose life was uncertain at the time. They were also mentally and emotionally traumatized. There were so many times I just wanted to hold Jesselyn or lay in the bed next to her, but I couldn't, since there were tubes coming from every direction and her hands were tied down to the bed. The most I could do was hold her hand, stroke her head, and whisper in her ear, "I love you, and Mommy is here." I believe it was day 2 when we spent 3 to 4 hours just to thoroughly clean out all of the road rash. And it took multiple attempts to get as much of the leaves, sticks, and rocks out of her hair. There were so many sleepless nights. Every day there were new issues, high fevers, allergic reactions, sepsis, and monitors that were blaring and alarming because her stats were up and down constantly. I felt like I just could not catch a break. She was not easy to keep sedated, and there were so many wrestling matches to keep her as still as possible. It was all so exhausting, but yet I had to hold it all together. I had to be the rock. I hated watching the machine they used to help clear out her lungs. It was similar to a nebulizer, but had a force so strong, and it was so loud. It would pump the meds in and jostle her whole body. Just hearing how loud the machine was and watching her body being uncontrollably shaken was overwhelming, but it had to be done to clear all the fluid and mucus buildup from all the damage that you caused to her lungs. The time we were trying to wean her off the ventilator, I sat and watched the machine, hoping this girl would start to breathe on her own and not rely on the machine to do it for her. It took days and many trials. I would get my hopes up, and then they would be let down. I would talk to her. "Come on, Jessa, you have to breathe above the machine. You can do it, and I believe in you." Until finally I realized she wasn't ready. I just let her know it was okay, and I'm here by your side, and when you are ready, I will still be here right next to you by your side. I had so many mixed emotions the day Jesselyn was extubated. I couldn't wait to hear her voice again, to hug her, and to tell her how much I missed her. It felt like my girl was being reborn again. But I was not expecting the new hardships to come. She has had a total of 18 surgeries. Her first major surgery was to fix her pelvis. 12 hours my child was gone away from me that day. She now has a metal plate with 11 screws holding her pelvis together for the rest of her life. Picture 8, please. It took months for her to start to walk again. I never imagined that at 11 years old, we would be celebrating the first time she sat up or stood, and of all things, take out a tube feeding. You can go to picture 9. How does that look for sitting up? Does she look happy? I don't think so. Weaning off the narcotics and dealing with the hallucinations she had was terrible. She was so mean at times, and it hurt more than you could imagine on the inside, but I knew that that wasn't my child. Deep down, I was so angry, frustrated, and wanted to scream. So I'd just step out of the room and cry a little, take a deep breath, and walk back into that room stronger than I was before. You could take that down. Discharge day was so exciting and scary. I could finally see my 2-year-old, my other children, and be comfortable in my home. But managing all of Jesselyn's medical appointments, medications, daily shots, and personal needs on top of caring for 4 other children was difficult. Her dignity was taken away as I had to do everything for her for personal cares. And what 11-year-old wants her mom to wash their bottom? She would get frustrated trying to use both the wheelchair and a walker, and half the time she would forcefully shake that walker around and toss it off to the side. And having to load and unload her wheelchair, walker, and medical equipment took about 30 minutes in the freezing cold. The first day I had to take Jessa and my 2-year-old out was rough. When backing out of the driveway, I ran over her walker and broke it. I laugh now, but yep, I forgot to put it in the car. I sat there in disbelief, laughing and crying all at the same time. I was a mental wreck. We ended up back at Children's Hospital a couple of days after discharge when Jesselyn was struggling to breathe. Found out she was suffering from tracheal stenosis from the initial prolonged intubation. Picture 10. That was the hole she was trying to breathe through. About the size of a straw, a little bit smaller. 80% of her trachea was closed off. You can go to picture 11. That's the size they had to pop it open to, just so that way she could actually breathe. You can turn that off, please. I slept on my couch for months because her breathing was so bad that I was scared she would stop breathing in her sleep. 15 surgeries on her trachea before we made the decision to do a tracheal resection. I hated the thought of doing this major surgery, the thought of possibly opening her chest to lift the chest muscles to give more stretch to the trachea, or the possibility of injuring her vocal cords, along with all the other risks. They were also very overwhelming. We only get one breathing tube, and if this major surgery wasn't successful, then she would end up with a hole and a tube in her neck for the rest of her life to breathe from. Justin and I both cried together after that doctor left the room. How do you mentally prepare yourself or even your child for this type of news? Telling her that she would be asleep and intubated for another 2 weeks and in the ICU, and then eventually go home once we did the whole removing the tube, feeding, sitting, standing, walking, and everything all over again. We were all going back to square one. She was so calm that day when she left the room for her surgery, but I knew she was freaking out on the inside. She held herself together so well. And I remember her looking at me saying, "Mom, why are you crying?" as I let the silent tears roll down my face. That surgery took 6.5 hours. I stared out windows and paced for hours, hoping for the best outcome. On day 2 after that surgery, a lobe of her lung collapsed. She was running fevers and she was retaining too much fluid. We continued for days with her vitals going sky high, then dangerously low, fevers up to 104, and she became septic all over again. It was day 4 through the night when everything became
beyond scary. Her body swelled in a matter of hours, and scans came back showing that she had pneumatosis intestinalis and necrotizing enterocolitis. And she was almost rushed down for an emergency bowel resection, as this had become life-threatening extremely fast. There was no real understanding as to why this was happening, other than that her intestines were not fully healed from the parade incidents. Her body was shutting down. 9 days she spent on the ventilator, a total of 12 in the ICU and more on the main floor. It was another full 2-week stay at Children's Hospital, 2 weeks of mental and emotional upset, and 2 weeks away from my other children. And if you are sitting here thinking that being taken off the ventilator is all pretty rainbows and butterflies, you're wrong. It's nothing like what you see on TV. Go. Yep.
Hi. That is trauma. I can't.
I know that is traumatizing, isn't it? It is traumatizing. It's okay though. You're doing great, right? Yeah. Get you some oxygen.
I can't.
You can't. No, you just breathe. No.
Just breathe.
She struggled to breathe and cough up all that mucus for hours. Hours. Her mental state was off as she thrashed around and freaked out as the nurses were adjusting her bed, screaming, "Mom, help! Help me, Mom, they're going to shock me back to life." She thought that she was dying and that they were going to kill her. I knew that she had some worries before that surgery, but to this extent was beyond belief. We had to give her meds to calm her, as her thrashing around was our biggest fear, as that could tear her trachea all over again. Even on all those drugs, isn't it funny how she can still express how traumatizing this has all been? The summer went on with more appointments, physical therapy, surgeries, activity restrictions, weaning off of narcotics that made her so mean to the point that I had to step away and do that silent cry again. We tried to find a little happiness in every event that we could. It was hard for her to watch her teammates, who were all back dancing. She cried because she wanted to go watch the state competition, but couldn't since she had to be in another surgery. We felt left out and alone as we were still dealing with major medical issues months later. When out in the public, people would gawk, make hand gestures, and make comments about the scars across her neck. Number 13. Along with the marks and lumps on her body. Kids are cruel and have made some really harsh comments, to the point I have felt the surge of uncontrollable anger. She was tired that day. At fairs and festivals, Jesselyn wasn't able to ride rides because of the possibility of tearing her trachea. You can take it down. She was so sad and angry, more angry than sad. Her friends and family were having a blast while she was standing, watching. My heart hurt for her. I had to talk her through the anger over and over and over and teach her how to find happiness in everything we do, no matter how big or how small. But she was right. It wasn't fair. She shouldn't have had to suffer. Not one person should have had to. My heart was broken the day she purposely stood out in the sun because she wanted the scars off of her face. We can post it. My heart was broken the day she purposely stand out in the sun because she wanted the scars off of her face and wanted her beautiful brown skin back. I guess it made sense to her that tanning would help. While riding in the car, she will freak out when there is a squirrel in the road. A squirrel. Okay? A squirrel. She gasps, yells, and throws her arms out and hits me. While I'm calming her, I sit there and envision how I'm sure that that's the exact reaction she had right before she took your SUV to her chest. This is all just a small fraction of what we have been what we've all been through and what I've had to push through in the last year. You can take it down. Jocelyn still has ongoing medical care, more surgeries, more appointments, memory loss, pain in her hip, and permanent curve in her spine. I hate the comments she makes about whenever she feels her hardware in her hip. But my girl is a warrior. She is back dancing. She may not be at the skill level she used to be, but she has not given up. As a parent, I have held so much guilt for not protecting my child that day. I have sat there by my child when she was at her worst. I was there for every little step of progress, and I was there for every setback. I have cried. I have been angry. I have had to deal with fear, mental trauma, PTSD, exhaustion, frustration, defeat, loneliness, and anxiety attacks. There are days when I feel that SUV hitting my chest and can't breathe as if I am my daughter. I could feel her pain, and it was excruciating. There have been times where I felt justice wouldn't be served until he had to take that SUV to his chest, drugged, thrown, and left with his bare body in the middle of the street, exactly the same way he treated my child. This man has brought out such an ugly side of me I never knew existed. It's not your life on the line, Mr. Brooks, and it never has been. It was my child's life on the line that night, along with many others. And as much as you were hoping to get some sympathy, I have none to give. I'm glad I don't have to hear those words come from your mouth anymore. I guess you should have thought about all those children of yours that you don't get to hold before you decide to turn that corner and step on that gas pedal. And I hope the look on my daughter's face before you ran her over haunts you for the rest of your life. Your immature behavior of rolling your eyes and twirling your fingers doesn't bother me. I have fought through one of my biggest fears this past year, and I won. I am much stronger than you. I have found my peace. This man may have been able to turn my life upside down and almost take my daughter from me, take time away from my other children, create such heartache, pain, and mental turmoil, but the one thing he was not successful at was taking my strength, Jocelyn's strength, along with the strength I have instilled in all my other children. He doesn't get the satisfaction of thinking we have become weak. My family has grown stronger, have become closer, and now have a better appreciation for the time we have together. He did not, cannot, and will not break me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonder how long this judge is going to have this go today.
That's until it's done.
Day, November 21st came around. I was excited to dance with all my best friends. Little did I know that was the worst day of my life. That day changed my life forever. My family and my friends thought that was the last day they would have with me. I can't even imagine what everyone was going through while I was unstable, in a coma, with a brain injury that later led to me having to get part of my skull taken out and put back in 2 months after. This major change in my life was all from the car that had struck me and many others on November 21st, 2021. I became worried and stressed because people treated me differently, and I saw myself as no longer strong, but weak. I didn't like that I could have a seizure. I lost my hair, and it made me feel bad about myself. This made a huge impact on my life. It changed the way my friends and family all see me now. I hated myself, and I hated what I had to go through. It was hell. I just want all the awful days in the hospital, trauma, all procedures to be put behind me so I can continue to live my life like all the days before the worst. November 21st, 2021. However, since I am a victim of the Christmas parade, this will always stay with me. Thank you.
Short and sweet. Thank goodness. More of those. Or no more. We can end this thing, Judge.
As I stand here before you today, I realize that you don't know who I am. I have been here almost every single day since this trial started. I realize that what I am about to share will not change what happened that day, but I hope it will give me some sort of peace and help me continue to heal. The Waukesha Christmas Parade was an event that both of my daughters have been involved in for many years with their dance team. This year, on the day of the parade, it was very cold and windy, so instead of walking alongside the dancers, I decided to take on a new role. I volunteered to sit in the bed of the pickup truck that was leading our dance team. I was filling all the parent volunteer buckets of candy. I had the best view of my daughter the entire time. She was in the front row, dancing her heart out and doing what she loved most. In one split second, all of that happiness ended. Through the parade route at an incredibly high speed, I saw your pickup truck approaching the girls. At that moment, no level of screaming could be heard because of the music playing in the background. The dancers did not see you coming, but I did. It was horrifying. These girls that I have become so close with, flying through the air, losing their shoes, their hats, and their gloves. A sight I will never be able to forget. This is a vision that will haunt me for the rest of my life. I jumped out of the pickup truck so fast, not knowing where my daughter's body had landed. Once I was able to locate her body, I took one look at her and I thought she was dead. She was not moving. She had blood coming from her head, her ears, her nose, her arms and legs. She was not awake or responding. I was unable to keep my composure. With my shaking hands and through my tears, I somehow managed to call my husband. He had stayed home with our youngest daughter, who was homesick. If she had not been ill that day, she would have been dancing alongside her sister. I tried to explain to my husband what had happened, but honestly, I don't remember much after that. Meanwhile, a man, who I believe was a spectator at the parade, came to my aid as I was trying to explain to my husband over the phone what had happened. This good Samaritan also had to keep me away from my daughter, who was lying lifelessly on the ground. As her mother, all I wanted to do was pick her up and hold her. However, I was unable to because she needed medical attention. All of the injured girls from our team were being triaged right there in the middle of the street. I remember screaming out loud, asking what was taking so long for an ambulance to arrive. In hindsight, I realized it was only minutes, but during that moment, it felt like eternity. Everything just seemed to be moving in slow motion. Samantha was taken to Waukesha Memorial in the first ambulance that was able to get to us. She was later transferred to Children's Hospital because doctors realized that was the best place for her to be at the time. And due to the overwhelming amount of injuries from your reckless and thoughtless behavior, Waukesha Memorial needed more space for other hurt individuals. The other people that you carelessly hit. Thankfully, I was able to ride in the ambulance both times with my daughter, hoping and praying she would survive. Once at Children's Hospital, Samantha was taken for a second set of scans to evaluate what needed to be done. We quickly learned that she needed immediate surgery, where they would do a craniotomy to relieve the pressure from her brain swelling. When she came back from her emergency surgery, I lost it. She was intubated in a medically induced coma, and her head was wrapped in gauze. I just wanted to talk to her to talk to me so badly. I wanted to hear her voice and know that she was okay. At that moment, I would have done anything to switch places with her and take her pain away. Mr. Brooks, how could you possibly do this to someone? I need you to listen to me as I list her injuries.
Grounds.
Acute respiratory failure, bradycardia, a skull fracture, multiple skull fractures, 5 fractures in different areas of her face, including the mastoid bone behind her ear, the bones that hold her eye into place, a fractured cheekbone, a brain bleed, an intracranial hemorrhage. Did you hear?
No.
The doctors told us that they did not know what the outcome of her injuries would be. They would not give us any false hope. They told us they did not know if she would survive.
Dear Lord, please let me win on my subject
My
matter
husband and I did
jurisdiction
not know what the
argument.
rest of her life would look like. If she survived, would she be able to walk? Would she be able to talk?
We had no idea what the future would hold for Samantha. Our daughter was in a coma for 2 weeks in the critical intensive care unit at Children's Hospital. They needed to make sure that her brain was healing properly. Those were the hardest 2 weeks of my life. My husband and I lived at Children's Hospital, never leaving her side. We spent every hour of every day watching her body temperatures, her brain pressures, and the clock. We spent Thanksgiving at Children's Hospital, trying to find as much time to spend with our youngest daughter, who was not allowed to see her sister because of COVID restrictions. Weeks later, once medical personnel believed it was safe, she was slowly taken off her sedation meds. That was when her battle took a turn. Samantha is a fighter, and she was not about to let you destroy her life. Samantha had to learn how to swallow food. We spent weeks learning how to talk and walk again. Because of you, Samantha suffered a traumatic brain injury. She was unable to live a 14-year-old teenager's life. We struggle not knowing if or when she will have another seizure. Because of you, my daughter had her most beautiful hair shaved off. After spending 22 days in Children's Hospital, she was finally discharged. Finally being home with both my children was far better than Christmas morning. Even though it's almost been a year since this tragedy, it's still so painful to see her struggling with some everyday life experiences. I consider Samantha a gift. Based on the injuries she sustained from being hit by her vehicle, she should have died that day. But she didn't. And for that, I am so grateful. My heart goes out to those families who were not as fortunate. Since the first day you appeared in this courtroom, you have done nothing but make a mockery of this trial. I sat here every day listening to you act like this was just a game and showing no remorse for what you did. I have no forgiveness in my heart for you. You said as a father it hurt because you could not hold your babies, but yet you run over my child like she didn't mean anything. What kind of father does that? Because of you, our lives have been changed forever. Whatever pain you may encounter in prison will only be a fraction of what Samantha endured after this tragedy. Judge, we ask that you give Mr. Brooks the maximum sentence for each count without the chance of parole. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
How many more are we going to do, Judge?
I'm just going to check. We may have one more.
May have one more. Okay.
And then there are Brooks's people, and then we're going to be done for the day, I guess.
I don't know if they're going to bring Brooks's people in today. It's already 5, or it'll be 5 in 9 minutes. I think they'll have Brooks's family go tomorrow.
I think they'll push it through.
You think so?
Yeah.
You're depressing me, Kurt. I kind of just want it to be done for the day. Tired.
We have one more statement.
Even the judge is like, damn it.
The judge just took a heavy pull of fucking vodka.
Hi.
Yeah.
Oh, I left my pictures in the hallway. Can I grab my pictures? I'm sorry.
Oh, man. Yeah, Elb, you ain't lying. It's a draining day. Oversoul, why does this process take a year? What a gross and disgusting system. The 80-cent gang could hold a fair proceeding in 4 hours. Takes a year because they have to get every witness locked down. They have to get all the tests done. It's just a long process. And then calendaring it for the court. Mechanical Fluff, if only they could force him to walk throughout the state in shackles every day as part of his sentence. Just put him outside in the cold.
I'm nervous. I forgot that I'm in the hallway. This is our daughter, Olivia. She is the baby of our family. That photo was taken on November 21st, 2021. At that time, she was an innocent 8-year-old who was excited to get to perform in the parade with her best friend and her teammates. And it was something she looked forward to every year. My mother-in-law and myself and I also join her every year and hand out candy. And it's something that's become, I guess, a tradition that was taken away from us by Darrell Brooks because of his selfless, just ability to have. Please don't do that. It's so disrespectful. I've watched all day on TV and I've watched you mock all of the victims all day. You roll your eyes and you make faces. If this was your 8-year-old daughter that someone else hit, you would have been beside yourself if someone made those faces. And you want people to have forgiveness for you and your child? You're insane. I hope that the judge puts the most amount of years on your sentence, and I hope that you live in hell for the rest of your life for what you have done to all of these victims. Do you realize after you hit me and my mother-in-law, I spent 5 minutes walking around looking for my daughter on the ground. I was looking for her through little girls that were keeled up in little fetal positions because you had ran them over. You hit them with 3,300 pounds and you don't care. Right before you hit me, I turned around and I looked at you. I didn't see your car. I saw the look in your eye. You knew exactly what you were doing. You knew exactly what you wanted to do. And that was because you are a narcissistic piece of shit that thinks you can get away with everything.
Get it?
And you are not going to ever get away with anything ever again. You did what you wanted to do, which was instill fear and horror in all of these children that are involved. You're a child killer, a woman killer. I cannot wait until somebody inflicts that harm on you.
Nice.
Some indignation. I like it.
Sorry.
Don't apologize, lady.
I'm sorry.
No, you had it right.
That's Olivia. And the next one is my daughter in the hospital room where I sat next to her for 5 days where she didn't move. My daughter who was in the ICU for 5 days. And in children's for an additional 9 more in the critical care unit because of her brain injuries that you caused to her. That she still deals with daily. I was late because I couldn't leave her because she didn't want me to leave because of her separation anxiety that you caused.
Bring it. Bring it.
You should not be allowed to be a father to your children. I'm so glad that you are being kept from them. The shit you would teach them would make them as evil and miserable as a person that you are.
That was victim FF and her daughter, victim GG, or maybe I mixed up the designation, but that's FF. Anyone else want to make a statement? I believe that was GG, your daughter's FF. Okay, thank you.
That was a good statement.
GG.
I believe that concludes the statements, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Attorney Opper, it's 4:56. Do you want to make your statements yet tonight?
Whatever the court wishes, Your Honor. I probably have about 15 minutes worth of comments, but.
How many?
About 15, I would say.
I'd like to have you conclude tonight. I just want to take just a short break before we do that.
Why?
I think we all could use probably a short comfort break and a stretch break, and then we'll be back in about 5-10 minutes to hear your remarks.
Okay.
Well, at least the last woman brought a little bit of the fire and indignation. Helped lift
Yeah.
my spirits. It was needed.
Yeah, it was a good one to go out on for sure. Finally, someone just saying, "You're a piece of shit." Yeah, because he's a piece of shit.
Yeah, finally someone called him out on the eye rolling bullshit as well.
Yeah. Well, this has been just a joyous day. Guys, I'm going to try to put together kind of like a fun and lighthearted show tonight. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do. But this is, this has been kind of a downer of a day as it is when you have victim impact statements. Let me get through the rest of the chats that have come in. Pinking 554. What would be crazy is that one of Brooks's people comes in butt-ass naked to give their statement. That'd be good. I'd like that. Matt himself, 135,828 individuals have stopped by here today. We have 17,000 watching right now. Hit that plusy. Yes, please make sure you do hit the plus button, the thumbs up, whatever you want to call it, the like button over on Rumble. We've got 7,000 rumbles, 7,000 positives. So that's very cool. Thank you. Josh 316 says, Steve is here, my fellow Florida boy. I don't know if Steve could hang with the Sads today. I don't think he was in the mood for that. He says he's going to try and come back tomorrow. WTF is my name, says Godspeed to you guys. This is some of the hardest shit I've watched in my life, and was watching this piece of shit laugh and roll his eyes at the pain he caused makes me pray he gets put in Gen Pop. Sarah 207, thank you for sharing this heartbreaking stream. You're so welcome. Fire PA says, can I get a toast for the critical care doctors and surgeons and nurses, physicians assistant and nurse practitioners, respiratory therapists, pharmacists who helped this kid recover?
Yep.
Sure. Let me get a little bourbon. Just a little nib.
Yeah, so I'll have to go with the V.
Toast us away, my friend.
To all of the Waukesha healthcare workers, to the doctors, to the support staff, to the community itself who came together around these children and these men and women who were struck by Darrell Brooks in his incessant need to be an asshole. May all of them, may all of them sit comfortably in the knowledge that their help and assistance probably made the 6 lives lost be the only 6, and that there were many more who could have ended up on the other side that day. But their work, their commitment, and their care kept them home, kept them here, made them as safe as they could, and put them on a path to recovery. Cheers to them. Sheep Sidian says, Brooks complained about not being able to see his kids. Meanwhile, his kids didn't have to go through multiple medical procedures just to then stare their attacker in the face and speak. To me, Brooks is a level of villainy that reaches Fauci and Keffels. God can forgive him all day, but I'm not as forgiving. Ghost Meteor, Nick, we need a fun stream after this, bro. These last impacts are fucking tough. Yeah, they built the first couple were not that big of a deal. And then they started to get bad. And then towards the end, it's like they story arced it. And they probably did, frankly.
I think they did. The prosecutor mentioned at one point that they were trying to be more structured with it. So after the first couple.
Kiryu 711, please play this quick video while you have Aussie on with you.
Oh shit, what now?
God dang it. This is a 5-minute video.
A quick video has a different definition, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm not going to do a 5. We'll see. Maybe when we get all done with everything, we can play it real quick. Marsland says, do you think he's actually writing anything on his notepad or just making the motion to escape the void? What do you think he's writing? He might just be scribbling. I mean, who knows? There's no way to know. unless we got it on, unless someone took a picture of it or whatever. Sheep City and Brooks is going to get hollowed so badly that every time he takes a step, his asshole is going to sound like a woodwind orchestra in a tornado.
We can only hope.
Here comes Darrell. Bad weather biker. I really want to hear someone demand resignations from the incompetent Milwaukee DA and judge. Let him out on no bail a few days before setting up this situation. I'll correct you. It was actually $1,000 bail. Thank you very much. One guy actually did call that out pretty explicitly, and that was good. More people needed to call it out. Sheep City and just uploaded a video to my Rumble. It's titled Mighty Morphin Poly Rangers Explained Against Your Will. And it will be up on YouTube later today. Give it a watch. That's Sheep Cidian. Fire PA.
Promising, but
what?
I mean, it sounds promising based on the title, but
Sheep Cidian's a pretty good dude too. Fire PA 498. Nick, prison surgeon isn't going to fix the rectal prolapse this man experiences once Gen Pop inmates are done with him. Enjoy the poop bag, Brooks. Okay. Nat DB90, he needs to be run over slowly with a steamroller, feet first. Okay, guys, if you're getting run over with a steamroller, feet first, what's the worst way to go? Feet down and toes first, or feet back and heels first? Drexel and I have debated this for 20 years.
I don't think it matters that much.
I think it
But
matters.
head last is definitely right.
I think the only delineation I see is the amount of pain you endure as you're going. I feel like if you go heels first, you're going to have the extra feeling of additional bones breaking.
Yeah, see, I
Like
always thought
for that extended duration.
I always think the heels first would be really bad because it'd be like, it feels like a bigger pop too, because it's just like, and then it's like, oh, God, just not a big fan. JSOR 3, I wish that guy would have ailed the judge out for allowing Brooks to keep mocking the victim. She was harder on him than Brooks. Called the judge out is what they meant to say. Blood surge would burst your heart way too fast. Okay.
I think we should go more medieval. Fire ants with honey sounds good, or burying you in the sand at the beach, or
yeah, I don't know.
Putting
There's
you
all
in a
sorts
gibbet,
of nasty stuff.
putting
you
you in a
could do.
gibbet and elevating you so the birds peck at you. That's good.
Yeah, the gibbet's nasty. It's always fun. I still think tying him to a red SUV and then driving through a bunch of crash test dummies with him on the front would be
And
really
then him into that river with the fish that swim up your wiener.
Why is Australia?
That's not here. That's in the Amazon.
If it's not there, then it's not Australia. Brian Acorn, some people just need killing. Faux peasy rackets. Do we know if this woman has a GoFundMe? I have no idea which woman or if they do. Vibe AI, a cheap rant for a cheap bastard being bitched out. I just wish it were way worse. I hope this guy gets a special room in the hot seat. Okay. I guess we're back to waiting. Skawarren says just $10,000 more to reach their goal for Jesselyn.
Now, there's a big
here we
GoFundMe
go.
page for all the Waukesha victims, and you should go
Yeah, I'm
there.
about
and
to-
fund
I'm about
one
to
for
share
other
this
funded.
Jesselyn,
I'm very
11-year-old
grateful
one.
to the court for its patience and listening to all of these victims here today. It was very, very important that you hear from them directly, and the stories that they shared with you, really very personal and very compelling as to the impact that this crime had on so many people on so many levels. The focus of my comments, Your Honor, will briefly speak as to Darrell Brooks and his prior history, because I think it's important there's a record of that. But I don't intend to spend a lot of time on Darrell Brooks, because I think what's already been said is the most important message that I'd like this court to think about overnight as you consider your options here. I will tell the court as to Mr. Brooks' prior record. The court is aware from the bail jumping charges he's pending on several felony counts in Milwaukee County. 21 CF 5020. He's charged with intimidation of a victim, that being Erica Patterson, and felony bail jumping with an offense date of November 8, 2021. He's pending on case number 21 CF 4596 with an offense date of November 2 of 2021. Charged there with resisting, obstructing, felony bail jumping, second degree recklessly endangering safety, domestic battery, and domestic DC. That is the case where he is alleged to have struck Erica Patterson in the face with a closed fist after an argument, and then as she was walking away, intentionally ran her over with the same 2010 Ford Escape that he used in this attack. When the police went to his mother's home and found him there, he was in the Ford. As they approached, he got out and tried to run into the house. He ignored their commands to stop. He tried to flee and eventually was apprehended. He lied to them and said he was not driving the Ford SUV that day, even though there was evidence to the contrary. That case is pending in Milwaukee County. He was released on $1,000 cash bail in that case on November 19th of 2021. There's a third file pending, 20 CF 2550. The charges are 2 counts of second degree reckless use of a weapon, felon in possession of a firearm. The date of violation is July 24, 2020. He was released on cash bail in that case in March of 21. In that case, the allegation is that he got into a fight with his nephew. And as his nephew was leaving the area, the defendant fired 1 shot from a handgun toward the vehicle that his nephew was in.
$1,000
The vehicle was
bail,
occupied
amazing.
by one other person, and therefore he was
Amazing.
charged with 2 counts.
Felon in possession, fires a
Next day, he
firearm. How
was
about
taken into
$1,000 bail?
custody, and a loaded
Great.
a 9mm handgun was located just a few feet away from him. That handgun had previously been reported stolen. I believe he has court on those files later this week in Milwaukee County, Your Honor. As far as convictions are concerned, there's a 2012 conviction from May 15th, 2012, resisting obstructing misdemeanor in Milwaukee County, sentenced to 37 days jail consecutive to any other sentence. 4/23 of 2012, there were 2 files disposed of in Milwaukee County. One of them charged misdemeanor bail jumping and possession of marijuana. He was sentenced to 180 days in the House of Correction on both counts concurrent. There was another file for felony possession of THC as a second or subsequent offense. He was also sentenced to 180 days in the House of Correction for that file.
I'm sorry, what was the conviction for?
Felony possession of THC as a second or subsequent offense.
Thank you.
On April 30, 2010, he was convicted in Wood County of strangulation/suffocation with other charges for battery and criminal damage to property dismissed and read in. There was a withheld sentence for 3 years probation. Ultimately, it was revoked in 2011, and he was sentenced to serve 11 months jail. 2009 conviction from Manitowoc County for misdemeanor obstructing, sentenced to 2 days jail, time served. 2005 conviction from Langlade County. Actually, it was a county ticket for disorderly conduct. He never paid the fine on that, so he ultimately served 30 days jail. 2003 conviction in Milwaukee County for resisting obstructing, 20 days in the House of Correction.
There is
2002
a
conviction,
house of
Milwaukee County,
correction.
felony possession of THC, second or subsequent offense, 50 days in the house of correction. 2000, convicted of substantial battery, party to a crime, sentenced to prison, withheld, and 3 years probation imposed, along with 6 months of condition time. That probation was ultimately revoked and he was sentenced to prison. That's his record from the state of Wisconsin. He has a record from the state of Nevada. June of 2016, he was charged with a sex offender registry violation, failed to appear in court on that offense, and there is currently an outstanding warrant for his arrest active in the state of Nevada. 2007, he pled guilty to statutory sexual seduction as a felony. A suspended sentence was ordered for 36 months probation. That's what led to the sex offender registry requirement, which he is currently non-compliant with. In December of 2006, there were 2 files disposed of in Nevada. One was domestic battery as a misdemeanor. He received a suspended sentence. And the other, he was found guilty at trial of obstructing misdemeanor and sentenced to jail. In the state of Georgia, he has a conviction from May of 2021. I'm sorry, not a conviction, an arrest from May of 2021 for misdemeanor battery, domestic violence. The disposition of that case is unknown. And of course, there's paternity action that was pending here in Waukesha County that had been a warrant or capias had been issued for him on at least 8 occasions during the life of that
I think you're
file.
going to
That's a
lose that paternity
2003
hearing,
case.
Darrell.
He was sentenced to jail on several occasions for failing to pay child support. He was once allowed Huber privileges on a jail sentence, but had those Huber privileges revoked in 2009. Most recently, there was a warrant issued in August of 2021. And Judge Maxwell signed an order to lift a stay of a 120-day jail sentence. That is the extent of his criminal history that we are aware of, Your Honor. I think it's very plain on its face. He's a lifelong criminal. He is someone who has repeatedly, continuously disobeyed law enforcement based on the resisting, obstructing type charges. There's multiple counts of bail jumping, disregarding court orders, disrespecting court orders. There's multiple acts of violence. There's weapons violations. This man has a history and a pattern of engaging in violent, dangerous behavior in the community. And it was no different on November 21 of 2021. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about the attack. And I choose to call it an attack instead of referring to it as the parade, as somebody mentioned. There's nothing wrong with the parade. The parade is good. The parade is the embodiment of a community. That's what you expect to see at a parade, is children at a parade, families, people from all over the area coming together for a joyful, happy event.
Okay.
The parade will continue. It will kick off again in a few short weeks. And I hope and pray there's joy and laughter and kids in the street collecting candy. That's what it should be. So I'm not going to refer to this case as the parade. I'm going to refer to it as what it was, an attack. And the facts are very clear, Your Honor. Very few of the victims who were struck had any idea this car was barreling down on them. It's an act of a coward, plain and simple. They had no way to know it was coming. And he
mowed
over them and ran them over without any ability to defend themselves. What is so offensive about this conduct, Your Honor, is obviously the violent nature of it, but even more so, the defendant's conduct and behavior in this court, his complete lack of regard for the decorum of the court, the respect of the court. And I don't mean you personally, of course you deserve that as well, but I mean for the sanctity of the court, the courtroom.
No, it's not a campaign speech by the DA.
That
She
we
is
as Americans
not running for
respect
re-election.
and
She said.
treasure and protect.
Not wrong
Well
though.
over 200 years, and he
Of course, she could run
can't
for something
engage
else.
in the most civil behavior as being quiet when another person speaks. Many people came into this courtroom over the course of the trial, and
She's not wrong. I
Every
feel
one of
about
them, they
courtrooms
would
that way.
and
They're a
obey the
sacred
court's
place, for
order.
lack of a better
Ask them to
description.
stand up, they'd stand up. If you asked them to sit down, they'd sit down. If you told them court's in session, be quiet, they all would. Everyone was able to do that except Darrell Brooks. I think he was able to do it. I just don't think he wanted to. I just think this is all part of his charade. This referring to himself in the third person, trying to distract him or detract himself, I should say, from the events, taking absolutely no responsibility. It's the act of a narcissistic coward. Those words have been used here today, and nothing could be further from the truth. He is a coward. He ran like a scared little chicken from this parade, trying to slither away in the dark of night, but only to stop long enough and try and take advantage of good citizens that would help him. He calls and lies to his mom, right? Get me an Uber. I can't get into it. He lies to the officers repeatedly. We saw the time of his
other than
arrest.
just,
We
I
heard the
recommend the
testimony
max
from
sentence?
Daniel Ryder, a good man with good intentions and a good heart, who took this murderer into his home and held him there long enough for the police to come and take him away without any knowledge whatsoever of what had gone on. He takes advantage of everyone. He's extremely manipulative. He absolutely thinks he's in control of everything, when in fact, as he sits here in custody, he's in control of nothing except for his own behavior.
Mr. Brooks, be quiet.
Shut up.
Sit here and be disrespectful.
Shut up.
Brooks, be quiet.
I'm not gonna
You'll
sit
have
here
your
and be
opportunity.
disrespected.
Shut up. Shut your mouth.
So I could do the same thing.
Mr. Brooks,
Be
there's
quiet.
nothing disrespectful. They're doing it in
Yes,
a
it is.
respectful
Okay,
way.
call me out of my name again.
Go ahead.
Shut your damn
Gag
mouth.
him. Just
Judge,
gag him.
these are the facts. You heard from so many of these parents and so many of the people that were there of that fight or flight, right? That kicked in. He ran. He fled. He tried to protect his own self. That's it. That's all he did. Everybody else sprang into action, whether that action was to immediately account for their for their family and get them out of there to safety, whether it was good Samaritans. And Judge, I really thought long and hard. I had a video clip that I was perhaps going to show to you. You've seen a lot of this during the trial, but I mean, it comes from the clip when I showed during my closing argument near the end of the parade route where the Catholic community had been struck and all the shoes laying in the road and things like that. That person that took that video walked down Main Street for quite some time and captured quite a few images. And it's really quite powerful, but I also thought it's really quite painful. But one of the things that was just so remarkable to us as we watched things like that was the average citizens that just sprung into action to save somebody else. There's a particular moment where there's a person on the ground fervently performing CPR on a victim in amongst a pool of blood without any regard for themselves whatsoever, I don't know who this person was. I don't think I'll ever know, but it's a prime example of the good that came out. So many people talked this afternoon about good versus evil, and I definitely believe that's what this case was about. Darrell Brooks is the epitome of evil. He is evil
Yes,
in
he
person.
is.
Please.
The community
Not your
is
name.
horrible.
You want to be
People
called
are
Neville?
good.
I'll call you that.
The
Yes, for me to
victims
just go
are
into the
good.
other
Mr.
courtroom.
Brooks, I'm talking.
I don't care about you talking.
I don't care what you care about.
I know you don't.
Sit down and be quiet.
Nah,
Everybody has told you that. Stop it.
See, you got it all wrong, Miss
Gag him.
Hopper.
Judge.
Gag him.
Community
Gag him. Bind
has
him.
spoken.
Do it. Do it
This
today.
jury returned a verdict in 2 hours. That's how open and shut this case was.
Actually, it was
Everybody saw it. Everybody but Darrell Brooks. This jury deserves to be commended for their conduct, their
God bless you,
patience,
though.
their
God bless you.
service.
Mr. Brooks,
I asked to go to the other courtroom.
I'm not
so we
sending
wouldn't
you
have-
there.
So we wouldn't have to go.
it's not,
there.
that is not a place you get to request to go to. It's
So
when
I
you
have to-
disrupt the
Gag him.
proceedings. She's
I'm not
almost.
Gag him. Bind him.
I'm trying to go to the other courtroom
Gag him.
so she can finish saying the
I wanted-
BS she got to say.
I wanted to share something with you, Judge. This is something that came in on December 5th, 2021. An anonymous letter came. Well, it's not anonymous. It's signed, but it's from a person we don't know.
Have Tackleberry
From
take
another
those
state.
cheeks.
From
Right
the
in
state
court.
of Kansas. December 5 of 2021. This person took time out of her day to write a card it's addressed to the Waukesha community, and it was sent to our office. And she wrote, "We have been praying for the healing of your community. Please know that there are people who care deeply all over this nation." That's the kind of message Darrell Brooks needs to hear, because I know during the trial, there was a lot of cards, a lot of messages received in my office and in your office. Good, hardworking, decent people that respect the law, that respect human life, that respect their neighbors, that would take the time to comment and say, "Good job. We support you. We are with you." And you saw that strength behind me all day. Those young kids, children coming up.
Mike speaking, lady.
Your Honor, I'll say this. God is good. There's been a lot of talk about God. There's been a lot of talk about religion. Darrell Brooks brought the Bible into this courtroom. These children are remarkable for their strength, for their healing, their physical healing. We haven't met these kids before. We've never met them. We met them today for the first time. You would never know the serious injuries that they suffered as a result of Darrell Brooks by looking at them. Of course, there's much healing to be done. But isn't it remarkable that in a year's time, look how far we have come as a community. Look how far these families have come. These families, these victims that stood up and pointed to Darrell Brooks and said, "You will not beat me. You will not knock me down." That's what we need to move forward with as a community, Your Honor. His behavior is done. We're done with him. He has forfeited his right to be in this courtroom. He's forfeited his right to be in our community, period. There is not one thing that mitigates this sentence, not one. He deserves the absolute maximum sentence on all counts consecutive. Look, Judge, you saw the videos. This wasn't him plowing in to one large group of 50 people at one point in time and hitting them. It was linear. He hit one, kept going. Hit two, kept going. Hit three, kept going. All the way down the street. That's consecutive sentences, Your Honor. That's intentional, willful, volitional conduct that warrants consecutive sentences stacked one on top of the other, just as he stacked victims up as he drove down the road.
Nice alliteration.
Complete disregard
Or
for
analogy.
any other person whatsoever.
It'd be powerful if he
We
wasn't.
kept the kids out of the
if
courtroom
like the
in the
sentences
trial,
mattered.
Judge, but boy,
To me,
it's
they don't matter.
impactful to listen to them today and realize this isn't just, victim GG. This is a child that you willfully ran over with a 3,000-pound vehicle, as so many people so adeptly observed. Police officers, first responders, the medical professionals. It's kind of weird, Judge, because we're coming up on the anniversary, of course, and we're coming up on the weekend before Thanksgiving, which is a weekend that a lot of people pay attention to on the calendar, because here in good old Wisconsin, it's deer hunting season. It's a lot of families going out, starting their Christmas activities, Christmas festivities, Christmas shopping, whatever it is. So it's kind of that kind of a weekend that comes around every year that on its own, it's not a holiday. It's not really a known day, but we all know that first weekend before Thanksgiving and what it brings. We all look forward to maybe a short work week, spending time with family, getting together. And here it comes. And it's the anniversary of this attack at the hands of Darrell Brooks. But we're going to have an ability to move on from that. We have the ability, we have the tools as a community, Your Honor, to do that. And that's definitely because of everyone that responded to this incident, the first responders, the police officers, the medical personnel that got paged in on a Sunday night when we're all hunkered down, Packers had played, it's cold, it's dark, and they all had to spring into action and respond. And there were law enforcement from all over southeastern Wisconsin, fire department, EMTs. No one paused, no one hesitated for a second. They just came.
Tablecloth tie needs to just go
and
ham.
I think
Just
that's something
flying
that our
tackle,
families, our
Brooks.
community can build on as well, Your Honor, to say evil is easily overcome here. Darrell Brooks deserved to be locked up for the rest of his life. He cannot be trusted ever, ever again. I ask you to consider, I'm not going to go into it, but we had filed the other act's evidence, some of the language in that other act's evidence, the intimidation of the victim. It played out repeatedly in this courtroom. He tried to intimidate you. He tried to intimidate me. He tried to intimidate the witnesses. He tries and tries and tries, but he fails. He's not the strongest person in the courtroom. He's the weakest person in the courtroom. Morally bankrupt. That's what he is. His character is void. I asked Attorney Basie, what's the word I can use for low character? And then we came up with the fact he really has no character. It's one of the factors the court needs to consider. Protection of the public, severity of the crime. They all weigh heavily in a stacked sentence, Your Honor, consecutive maximum across the board. Every one of these victims deserves that. I don't know how we look at any of these victims and say, well, he got concurrent time on your case because your pain and suffering wasn't quite as bad as the guy before you or the girl before you. They all deserve that sentence that speaks to their count.
Point.
The restitution, Your Honor, I filed the paperwork. We are seeking restitution in the dollar amounts from my letter that we reviewed this morning. I'm asking under 97320 sub 11 sub F that you enter an order that the Department of Corrections shall keep 50% of any wages Mr. Brooks may earn in prison and any monies that may be paid on his books or canteen account, and direct those monies to be paid directly towards restitution.
Only 50%. That's
should not,
unfortunate.
be able to work or receive canteen without paying down that restitution. I also included in my letter the request that should any monies ever be paid by contract to Mr. Brooks, that he should attempt to benefit financially from these crimes, that those monies would be placed into an escrow account maintained by the Department of Justice and paid towards the restitution. The restitution in this case is ridiculously low when you consider it. And that's, again, because of the generosity of good people all over the world that contributed to a community fund and other individuals who generously donated to help these families pay for funerals and medical expenses and things like that. Can you imagine when you heard these
mothers describing what their children have been through. Can you imagine the medical bills on these? And he's lucky he's getting off with a $200,000 bill for restitution, Your Honor. I think he should have to pay every last penny of it.
$100,000. That's it.
I also
He doesn't
wanted to
have
wrap
any
up
money,
again, Your
though.
Honor, by
Like, he doesn't
saying,
I mean,
own
yeah, but
anything.
again, it's the principle of the thing, right?
you didn't hear from all the victims. Certainly, there were some that just cannot bring themselves to this court in any fashion, in any way. And we ask you to keep them in mind as well, especially the Bill Hospital family. Bill was, walking in support of his wife's team and trying to be in a supportive role as he had done on many other occasions, and lost his life for that simple action, that simple act of good that he participated in.
But you also just
There were
impose the
some
fines
groups
allowed for
that
by statute too
are
while
not
she's at it.
represented here today, but I know you heard their story at trial and you're aware of what some of them went through that maybe wasn't specifically addressed here today, but I just ask you to keep in mind that we certainly presented a wide array
said
of victims
15
too,
minutes.
but
You're killing
not
me.
everyone. And then certainly, as I mentioned at the outset, the
He'll
community as a whole absolutely demands justice for these victims, these families, and for the community itself. That Darrell Brooks has no redeeming value, Your Honor. Thank you.
There we go. That was a good line to end on.
Thank you.
Darrell Brooks has
Mr.
no
Brooks,
redeeming
as far as
value.
I can tell from the correspondence from your mom and from you, I believe there may be closer to 3 individuals plus yourself who wish to speak at sentencing. Since we lost an hour or so today, although we did go late, so arguably we gained it back, I still was thinking about starting at noon just to make sure there's ample time.
You beautiful woman.
I will start Zoom shortly before that. The information has been provided to your mother, and I believe she will provide it to the other individuals on your list who wish to attend.
My night
make
just
a
got
statement
so
on your
much better.
behalf. So right at noon, we will start that process. Typically, I would hear from the individuals on your behalf with you going last, but you tell me if you want it to go a different order.
That's fine.
All right, and then I'll hear from you. I may take a short break before I come back out, or even a longer break, depending on the timing of everything tomorrow, to just collect all of the final statements and process them. Obviously, I'll take the overnight to process what I've heard today, in addition to what I've already been doing on my own. And I haven't seen any written statements on your behalf. I don't know if anything came in today during this hearing, but I'll rely on the verbal statements that are made and then yours at the time of sentencing or prior to me imposing sentencing, okay?
I apologize. It's very emotional and frustrating right now. So
Oh, poor you.
I'm gonna start chugging straight out of the whiskey bottle here in about 5 seconds.
I understand it's frustrating and I understand that.
it's just very hard to sit and,
God, kill me.
It's almost like a power.
You murdered 6 people.
I still understand that I have to conduct myself respectfully, so I apologize.
I think the apology needs to be made to the victim, sir, more so than this court.
I'd be real happy when I no longer have to hear from him.
I know. All right, anything else from either party before we conclude for this evening from the state?
No, Judge, we'll see you at noon. Thank you.
From you, sir? All right.
They're out.
See everyone tomorrow at noon. Thank you.
All right. Oh, finally. Finally, I apologize, Judge. You murdered 6 people. Like, no one cares.
Yeah, sorry's not gonna cut it.
Court. It's just very emotional for me, Oh, was it emotional? Oh, damn. Oh, shucks.
It's such a shame, Darrell. It's going to be so emotional for me when they put the duct tape over your mouth.
They really should have. Okay, to the chat. I've got a couple super chats to read, and then we'll wrap up the show. I wanted to say noon tomorrow, same time. Well, not same time, clearly. Noon tomorrow, Central Time, on this channel. I'll be closing this out with various guests who are.
I'll pop out for now, and I'll probably see you tomorrow.
Sounds good, brother. Talk to you then.
Talk to you later.
So I'll be going. I'll be inviting the crew here. Whoever's interested in coming on will be welcome, and we'll watch this thing finally finish. It's been great. Aussie, man, thanks for joining. You're welcome to stay, of course. I just wanted to make sure and thank you, since Kurt's like, "Oh, I'm out of here." I go, "Oh, okay."
No, that's all right. Actually, for some reason, I think my stream's starting to chug up a little bit, so I might go and get some work done. But yeah, thanks for having me. As always, guys, stay healthy, with and wise. I'll see you later.
All right, peace, brother. Yeah. All right, there will be a show, I guess, at 11 o'clock tonight. Follow me, rekietalaw.locals.com, or you can click if you're on Rumble, you can click that Join Locals button up top, and it'll take you right to it for the announcement and the link once that thing is ready. We're gonna do the rest of these chats and call it a evening. Eagle Scout 316 says, I hope when Bubba splits his cheeks, he finally realizes he's about to be disrespected. Oh no. Mr. Slendy, I hope his celly surgically transitions him against his will and infects him with weeping pustules that cause agonizing pain. Then he can die. Supreme Meme, when the court takes recess, which side gets to use the playground first? The defense or the prosecution? Always the defense. We want to respect the rights of the accused. Let's see. Tortheo, concurrent sentencing is BS. Essentially, you get away with one or more crimes entirely. I don't agree that it's BS, but I know some people have that opinion. Free Flyer 17, this guy is pure human excrement. A coat hanger should have been used before we were cursed with his presence. KCI guy needs a hypodermic needle full of hydrochloric acid shoved into his baldo balls and made to suffer. Blue-eyed Roof Korean says, does Brandenburg allow for the public advocation for the death of individuals? Nothing can counter the fact that if the DA who released him for 1,000 was executed, it would send a clear Damocles message. It depends on how it's done. It depends on how the public call for death is. If there's imminence to it, if it's a threat, if it's trying to incite mob violence, that would be an incitement issue. Technically, the only thing that would be not allowed is anything the law doesn't allow. There has to be a specific law saying you can't do this thing. So lots is permissible, not all is profitable. And if you get into inciting a mob, that's when you get into real trouble. Darmuth says, hey, Nick, I know these kinds of streams aren't your favorite, but I thank you for them. Let's get to 100K. Love you, brother. Free Flyer 17, shove your tacit agreement up your ass, Darrell. These streams are fine to do. They're not, I mean, the sadness makes it not my favorite, but I like covering trials. I just have to have the time to do so. Jensen Zeiger says, slowly having him by lifting the rope, allow his hands to be untied so he can struggle. Jensen Zeiger, slowly hanging him. Oh, I see what you're saying. Slowly hanging him by lifting a rope. Pain. Not fun. Not a Robot says, make fun of fat people for a lighthearted night. We'll make fun of a lot of people tonight. We're just going to have some, I'll try and find some light topics and have a good time. Future Domain, if you had a death note, how would Darrell go out in prison? Well, if I had a death note, I would write my name on every page. How would he go in prison? Oh, I don't know. I once heard a story of a prison riot where there was a rat, like a rat guy who was a rat. And during the riot, they threw him in the giant pot of beans and held the lid down and cooked him. That's how he should go. Matt himself says, I did really like that one guy brought up that the state is also to blame. That hit hard. Yes, the state is to blame here. He should not have been out on bail, not $1,000 bail at least. And then Stardust Crusaders should have Brooks bound and gagged instead and have him sit there. I agree with that. Darmuth, hey, Nick, did you see Camelot is on Rumble Locals and Lofty is back? Awesome stream as always. I did. Camelot was in my chat yesterday quite a bit, talking about his Locals gaming, which I'm really looking forward to seeing how that goes for him. America Floats, Lizard Graham did what Biden did, gave the left some red meat, a political win with abortion, loan forgiveness, respectively, then pull the rug out after the election. Democrat voters aren't bright. Lex Tenebris, Brooks needs the Lodovenko treatment. Not familiar. Ars Legacy sent an image. What was that image, though? Oh, here we go. Here's the image. Oh, no. Gary, no. Oh, Gary, no. Come on. No, Gary. Metal Blood says, ask Joe if he puts his sins in chicken or bread. Danita sent Z. Jack Crow, caw, caw, caw. And then Retro Gamer says, a lot of these impact statements are making me feel sad inside. I'm uncle of many nieces and nephews since I was 1 year old, and I can only imagine how I would feel if some jackass ran over them at a Christmas parade. Yep. Horrible. Law Nerd Clips on Bread. It says, please cite what court case / grounds the judge would have to gag this fool. I will clip, so hopefully if enough people share it, the judge will see it and gag him tomorrow. I think she knows they've talked about it before. It's Illinois versus something, but I'm too tired to remember. Oh, I can't remember. It's Illinois versus what? But she cited it several times. They had a whole argument over it. Someone in the chat probably remembers what it is. Allen, Illinois versus Allen. Thank you. Illinois v. Allen. So, all right, guys, that's the stream, and we'll pick it up tomorrow, noon o'clock Central Time. Look forward to seeing you there. Hope you guys have a good day. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes better, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more of the frog. The spirits blow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the T-post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all planet folks from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the thought better than Nick. So pour out a glass for